control station has been locked. Hours. Observation story. Information stored. Information stored.
Uh, I don't understand why you're posting a picture of a sphere to prove a flat Earth. Seems odd. It's that the past two people to like argue against me have just brought globes into it. I don't get it. Anyone gonna present evidence of a flat Earth? Anyone? Bueller?
Yeah, so Earth's measured flat,
No, it's not.
surveyed,
Okay.
measured, navigated on
You're
a
saying
horizontal plane.
it's measured flat, right? That's what you're
See,
claiming?
see the diagrams I posted in chat?
So you're claiming it's measured flat, correct?
That's what I said.
Okay. Which means there's a map of it. Right?
Flat map, yep.
Where is the flat map?
They're all
Of
flat.
No, of the Earth. Where's the flat Earth map? I want to see it. Post it, please. Please post the flat Earth map with scale measurements.
We don't have a actual, all maps are flat, but I wouldn't say that there is a one and only flat Earth map of the world.
So
Because
the Earth
all
is not
maps are
measured flat.
flat. So all maps are flat, so yes.
You mean the paper that it's
Of course
printed
it
on is
is.
flat? Is that what you're talking about?
All latitude requires horizontal to measure an angle. So no, it's actually measured flat when you're when you're out there on the water measuring it, navigating.
Okay, so if you're saying the Earth is measured flat, that means there's a flat Earth map. Please present it.
So as I said, there's no flat Earth map, but all maps are flat. Globe maps are derived from flat Earth elevation angle measurements. Just looking for the.
You're saying surveyors measure the Earth as flat. Surveyors make maps. Where's the flat map?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Surveyors measure the Earth flat. Surveyors make maps. Where's the flat Earth map?
The flat. So yeah, surveyors measure Earth flat, and
I mean, they
maps
don't,
are
but
measured
you're
flat.
saying that. You're saying that
Yeah.
they don't, but you're saying that. Where's the flat Earth map that surveyors made?
Ruh-roh, Raggy. I think he got you.
That's what surveyors do, right? We make maps.
Really curious. Is our Jesse muted or something? Because his whole thing was lighting up this whole time. I haven't heard shit.
I don't know. You guys can't hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. Okay.
So
You're just
yeah,
hot micing then.
the guy's claiming that surveyors measure the Earth flat. Surveyors make maps. So I want the flat Earth map.
Maybe I'm confused. But when we talk about surveyors, don't they just do standard when I say standard procedure for when it comes to it's cartography? Don't they just do the peaks, the troughs, and the contours for all of the land stake? So don't they actually just try to provide the closest thing comparable to a physical graphology that we could use for maps? Just to make sure that I'm not out of my
I mean,
wits.
I'm not licensed yet, but topography is only just one feature of surveying.
No, I said cartography. I used the military nomenclature because in in cartography in the military, yeah, they do the same thing. They're map builders, and when it comes to layouts or whatever, they go ahead and ordain what is blue zone, green zone, yellow zone, red zone, and red zones being the highest level of contentious points where you might engage in conflict. But they put all the contours. You can see the troughs or the dips. You see the vegetation. You see the land. Like I suppose I'm just defending you. Yeah, like don't all these people that make these maps don't they have to like follow some sort of standard to make them?
I mean, yeah. One of them being accounting for refraction and Earth curvature.
So I know I just got here, but you said Earth curvature. I suppose this is something that kind of upsets me just a little bit. I have friends that have been in the Navy and being on fleet carriers. They said they used to have to measure their distances based on nautical miles. Nautical miles are based on the curvature of the Earth. So, based on that assessment for when it's traveling in like deep sea blue water, yeah, there's a massive application. And even like high tier snipers even talk about the curvature of the Earth, the spinning of the Earth to make sure that you can ascertain your bullet drop off and to see if it gets hit by Kentucky windage. I Again, I'm defending you, but yeah, I suppose I don't see the validity for flat Earth.
Just so you know, I'm not bullshitting you either. Look at this.
So I didn't mean to even come in here to defend anybody. I just
Yeah.
So
Space
all these
surveying.
basic principles, yeah, this is basic standard science that is placed in applicable. It's not theoretical. It's literally applied physics. This shit exists right now.
I'll take this off.
Well, I assumed it seemed like we were talking about a flat Earth individual here. So, are there flat earthers here? I'm sorry, did I undermine your position?
No, I mean you're good. It's just
There's
someone said that surveyors measure the Earth flat. Surveyors make maps, so I want the flat Earth map that he's saying that surveyors make.
A flat Earth map?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
so yeah, so all maps are flat again, and there's a map
Are you
there, a
talking
flat
about
Earth
the
map
paper
that
are you talking
uses.
about the paper they're printed
And you
on?
be talking over me all the time. Whenever time I want to talk, you always talk over me
Because I need clarification.
because you're triggered.
When
Because
you
you're
say
triggered.
that,
Okay. So there's a picture of the flat Earth, a map of Earth that is flat, that is used for GPS. Okay. Do you have a globe map?
Yes, I do actually. Because you asked this, I'm just going to ask you one question.
So the globe map is derived from flat Earth elevation angle measurements.
No, it's not. The reason I'm going to ask you, are you familiar with the? I believe the study was called the peeling of the orange. Are you familiar with that nomenclature when it comes to like discovering the Earth? I'm asking this is because that if you do cut an orange or a lemon or any sort of spherical figure, is that if you cut it up into fours, when you break it up, have you ever looked at like a global map presence? It's broken up into the same four quadrants that if you were to actually grab a spherical figure and cut it up into four quadrants, if you did and you spread it out, that's the same map that we use for a lot of our stuff. So, and I suppose that's where I'm a little lost in the sauce for that too, because yes, all we had to do is grab a sphere, cut it into four quadrants, and if you look at some of like the actual map adjustments that are associated with like the globe, it's broken up into the four quadrants, and some pieces are repeating because they're cut up. But yeah, that's why when you see a map, sometimes you'll see like four different regions, but they have like several different continents in between them or whatever. That's the reason why. So maybe I'm dumb, but I'm just saying, yeah, another physical aspect of where we utilize the concept of a globe, if you will. Is there no retort?
Drop bear must have got him.
I suppose so.
So, yeah, so there's a picture in chat there. Had to determine latitude with a flat plane of reference to measure the angle to Polaris. There's Jay Reese. There's also posted a flat map. That's nice. So all maps are flat. They're all derived from flat Earth angle measurements to Polaris.
All maps are
so
not derived by
GPS
flat Earth. That's a lie.
So yes, they are. So GPS, as you can see, uses a flat map.
No, because then you're excluding the actual. You're excluding like the realm of like the enlightened realm from the 1600s, everything that the Knights Templar had during the 1400s or pre-1400s with the Vikings, or even like the Sussex English or the Anglo-Saxons. They had maps. It's not a flat distribution. It's a distribution based on landmass. It's not flat.
I'm talking about the maps. I'm talking about maps.
Yes, I'm talking about maps too, but you're stating they're based on like a singular planar existence.
That's right. That's how you, as you can see from the picture, that's how you get latitude with an angle, which requires a horizontal plane. So you can't get an angle from a curve.
Oh god, yeah. So we're talking about angle from a plane. We're gonna get into special right triangles.
So you wanted a flat map. I'll give you a flat map that's used in celestial GPS.
A flight map.
A flat map used. Flight maps are of course flat. They're not. There's no curvature. Planes fly over a flat and stationary plane. You should book a pilot to show you to run you through a flight simulator. I highly recommend everyone in this debate to do that. If you've got some time, you've got a bit of money, hire a pilot to take you through on a flight simulator, and you will see obviously that Earth is flat and non-rotating. Okay. So yeah, I would really recommend everyone do that.
No, that's okay, but I have two questions to go ahead and dispel this. Number one, what is the greatest landmass trench that exists in the world right now, as far as like a trough? What is that landmass? I'm going to ask you this just to go ahead and make sure that we're following suit within the logic and reasoning that you're providing. And the second one would be, if you can't answer that, what is the deepest depth associated with the ocean that we've also mapped out, by the way? So, can you answer either of these questions?
No, I don't know the exact number, but they are measured in reference.
I'm not asking for the number. I'm asking for the. I'm asking for the names associated with these depths.
So the depths would be measured in reference to sea level. That would be my answer. I don't know the exact measurements and where the deepest trough is in the world, not off the top of my head. But regardless, that would be measured in reference to sea level. Again,
so first of all,
flat Earth evidence and no globe evidence. Again.
So first of all, the leading point was actually with the landmass acquisition to go ahead and get your answer. So you would have said something like the Grand Canyon, where we have looked at all of pretty much Earthern history where we see that the Grand Canyon is an existence of the ebb and flow of what happens with hydrogen, oxygen, and water. A water mass that is allowed to exist starts going ahead and chiseling. It chisels away at this region. Meanwhile, we still have major mountain ranges. The other question was to go ahead and posit to you, what is the deepest depth associated with the ocean? And in your ability to not answer, there was only two answers. It was either Challenger depth or Mariana Trench for those deep crevices that are in the ocean. Because if we grab something as like one of our greatest like engineering feats in the world, the ocean is deeper than any skyscraper we've ever built. Not only that, I'm pretty sure that the ocean is still probably deeper than even the highest mountain range that we have right now. I asked you this because if we're doing a two-dimensional planar field in which you're subscribing this, then you're going to have to pay homage for the depth, the crest, the trough, and how these things associate with each other, even during, let's go all the way back to like the Paleolithic era, like the realm of like the T-Rexes or whatever.
What are you going on about?
It's not necessarily getting off topic. It's like, if this is a planar field, this should also still be explained within the realm of the dinosaurs. That goes back millions of years.
Okay. You get the bit where it's all derived from a horizontal plane, though.
I didn't say horizontal. I said two-dimensional planar because you're also positing that's a flat Earth.
You're incorrect because you're talking about dimensions above and below a horizontal plane. But that plane itself obviously having a square foot or meter or mile distance. So you're talking about a three-dimensional but horizontal plane and things associated with depth and altitude above that mean sea level. Mean sea level being the horizontal plane.
Well, I wasn't saying that, but actually, good assumption. You know what? I think that's a fair place to start. Why don't we say sea level as like the horizontal? Not a bad place to start.
We do.
But you see what I mean, right? At least we're following logic here.
Yeah, there's altitude and depth above mean sea level. Yeah, mean sea
longitude level and latitude.
Yeah, no, longitude and latitude are horizontal bearings on the surface of the Earth.
Actually, if you work in the military, it's still based on for longitude and latitude, the way that you get this derivation of like coordinate sequencing. If it's like to a 6 graph or an 8 graph, those things are pretty important. So yeah, I'm not going to dismiss it. But if we say longitude and latitude, I'll go ahead and give you an X or Y axis for like a grid plot. I'll give you that.
Okay, cool, awesome. So that would be an altitude, a vertical altitude above the horizontal plane. Vertical being perpendicular to horizontal at 90 degrees.
Yeah, it's not parallel, but okay, fair enough.
Sorry, you are correct, not parallel, perpendicular. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, so it's still based on a grid sequence, something that could be expressed in math, even calculus.
Yeah, three-dimensional, yeah. Yep. Coordinate system.
Okay.
The Earth is level, horizontal within this coordinate system. Not curved.
So the Earth has a finite depth that you cannot reach then, and the Earth has a finite height that you cannot reach. Correct?
Yes, there is a depth that no one has gone beyond. We've only dug down 7-8 miles, and the Marianas Trench, as you pointed out, is like 12 kilometers or something. So it's the furthest we can go down before
it's Challenger.
It's Challenger.
The only reason I use the reference of Challenger, it's not to like be nitpicky. It's the man-made vessel that we were able to go ahead and like delve that deep into that world. So if you hit Challenger depths, that means you have like it's basically having a vehicle that has over like 300,000 miles. Like, yeah, it's pretty top tier. Yeah, because the amount of pressures and how dangerous it is at the very bottom of the ocean is, I suppose, our technology is still lacking slightly. So that's why we call it Challenger. The greatest depth achieved. But look, this is a misnomer. This is neither here nor there. So, that being said, so in the realm in which you're espousing, you said you didn't have measurements, but how high does the y-axis go? How high does it go, or how low does it go? If it is a... Oh, we don't know.
No, I don't know how high the sky is up, and I don't know how far the Earth is down. Also, don't know how far the Earth is out wide, horizontally.
So, a question for that realm too is your background religious? By the way, just curious.
My background religious.
Yes,
like
is your are you more secular or are you religious?
No, I have a faith belief.
Oh, so you have a faith-based belief. Then the only thing that I would ask if you do have a faith-based belief, do you think that if you tap to the lowest rungs of flat Earth, do you think you could penetrate hell, or is hell or purgatory a different planar existence?
I don't know about hell below or even a heaven above. I just understand the necessity for a creator to create. So there needs to be intelligence to create life, for example, or where we are, for example.
Honestly, no, that answer is good enough for me because that's the same answer that I have too. There's no reason that we can espouse like intelligent life or anything on this world. You and me might disagree on this flat Earth premise, but yes, the whole making of our existence is intelligent design. There has to be an architect.
There we go.
So, not to create a massive derivation, but I suppose if we're going to go there, yeah, I would say there's a grand architect for this design that we called our third dimensional reality and the way we experience it, and even cultivate instruments to experience things beyond our scope. Because at the end of the day, isn't everything that just came out recently just proving Einstein's theory of relativity correct? And even then, in that same argument of it's supposed to be theoretics, but theoretics are posited based on some sort of existing information to go ahead and derive the concept. That being said, we've proven a lot of stuff with Einstein's theory. Huh?
Why do you keep saying we?
When I say
Were
we,
you there?
well, no, I say it is like.
Mike.
Sorry, when I say we, I'm doing it with reckless abandon for like my culture. I'm American, of course. I'm from like southwestern United States. I'm from Texas, Mexican, white, or Indian, whatever. But when I say we, this information provided to the scientific realm, it's we because this is the information that we derive for all of the world sciences that we utilize. This information is not to be coveted by a singular. This information is for all of us to take in. So when I say we, I say it is like things that we accept on a conglomerate level when it comes to like scientific notation or theory or anything that we posit when it comes to the realm of peer review or prejudice. That's the only reason I say we. It's not that I'm a scientist. I'm too fucking retarded. I can't be a scientist. But I could definitely read a dissertation or literature, just like the rest of you guys can. Okay. Lovely weather we're having. Okay, I'm talking to myself. Uh, somebody's allowed to say something.
How you going, bro?
I don't know. I'm about to get racist at this point, just to go ahead and see if somebody responds.
Oh, we get enough of that in here. We always get an N-bomb and people saying things about Jewish people.
That's bullshit.
Every day I hear it here.
Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense to me. Because I heard being anti-Semitic is cool now. Because free Palestine, so we're allowed to hate the Jews now. That's cool now. I thought.
It seems to be a thing with the left. Yeah.
Yeah, with the left. So yeah, I guess the left has also justified racism again.
The left seems to be very racist. I don't know why they keep saying that everyone else is racist except them when they're more racist than anybody. But anyway, no one cares about lefties.
I do, because apparently these assholes fucking elected Kamala Harris.
I know. You can't ignore them.
It's funny because it's still a breach of democracy. Nobody in any democracy ever elected Kamala Harris. She was absolute garbage. She only became vice president because Joe Biden said that he was going to go ahead and engage in his ordinance to go ahead and curve the marginalized issues, so where half of his cabinet are female and the other half is marginalized people in the U.S. Yeah, so she's a DEI hire, and now she's running for president. Oh, that's hilarious. All right, a hot take. Yeah, the Crusades were a defensive war. Changed my mind.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Well, that's damn it. Yeah, Islamic Golden Age and their expansion. Yeah, it is. Yes, whatever. Damn it, man.
Yeah, it was pretty much, look, enough of this. Okay, now it's our turn to fuck you up. Okay. So yeah, it was just like enough. All right.
Yeah, the Christian world did get upset because even then, like, we talk about like the Knights Hospitaliers, we talk about the Knights Templar, talk about any of these like religious factions that were defending the pilgrimage to Jerusalem or whatever. Yeah, during the Islamic Golden Age when they expanded. Unfortunately, they led with the ideal that, oh, well, you're not us, you're an infidel, so we could justify anything we do. So the Christian states gathered together and said, we will go ahead and form a crusade. And there, through all the history books, through all of the crusades, all the way down from the greatest crusader himself, Lionheart himself, falls to the wayside. Yeah, good old Lionheart, the greatest of the crusade history.
Wow.
After I think it was Total Recall that they were going to make a Crusades movie starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. It was going to be directed by. It was going to be directed by. Yeah, by Paul Verhoeven was going to direct it, but the studios just said no, too expensive, and they didn't make it.
Listen, I want
They
to
couldn't cut
believe
a
this.
deal.
I want to believe what you're saying, but I would disagree because I think if anybody made a movie about it today, they would replace any Christian leader with like a black lesbian.
Oh, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, though.
Yep.
Get down!
Get down!
Yeah, get down!
I'm here to help you.
It would have been gory as hell, and yeah, it would have been ultra violent and stylistic. But yeah, they didn't. It was too expensive.
Absolutely.
Well, the Acolyte was shit. Rings of Power was shit. Yeah, everything they do is fucking shit.
Get to the chopper!
Get to the chopper!
Yeah, it's almost
Yeah.
like as if it's all by design.
To
Let's
be
make
or not to
everything.
be!
Let's create two sides and make them divide. Divide and conquer. Always the same. Always the same spiel.
I think they should make a movie about. Well, it's probably a bit late now, but they should have made a movie about Jesus, starring.
Big J?
Starring Jerry Seinfeld as Jesus. Like a
Okay.
comedy. Yeah. Because Jerry's a Jew.
Kevin Hart would have been a good Jesus.
I reckon it would be funny. Funny's funny.
It would be funny.
Oh man.
The current Jesus is Donald Trump, according to America.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. If they tried to nail me down, I'd be like, bitch, give me a break.
God damn it. I'm running out of wine, I'm out of cocaine, and I'm still playing Overwatch.
If Kevin Hart were Jesus, you'd have to put The Rock in the movie somewhere.
You know what?
NPR.
So in the book of the Bible, we're going to go ahead and say Kevin Hart is Jesus, right? They said in the Bible Zacchaeus was a wee little man. Maybe it was just a rock climbing a really big tree.
Well, it's very important you have to remember about Jesus. You know, when he lived in the past, he hung out with all the assholes.
Oh yeah, he was a Jew. Who are the biggest assholes of the realm? Either the
Well,
Romans or the Jews.
It was a little bit deeper than that. You know, they're criminals and.
No, but by the way, I'm also Christian as well. So like, I'm a shitty Christian.
Oh.
I love Warhammer 40k. I worship Slanesh. So yeah. But that's neither here nor there.
Well, I've always thought if Jesus came back, it would be kind of like Terminator. You know, when the Terminator shows up.
Wow. I will say, I guess to not elaborate further, but in my faith, the way we're constructed, it's Jesus was supposed to come back because it was going back to the parable of the fig tree. When Jesus does come back during his second coming, when he comes back to the earth, he's not supposed to find faith on the earth. So he has to reestablish the church of old. Back to the church of have you ever read like Corinthians? Is it Corinthians in another book? But yeah, it's the scrolls from the Eastern to the Western churches. All the Western churches fell. But yeah, apparently Jesus' second coming is supposed to go ahead and restore the faith. But when the rapture happens, or I suppose the end times, that is what happens after Christ comes back a second time to restore the faith. But nobody will accept him, just like when he was a man on earth, when his name was Yeshua. Yeah. So,
I bet he's gonna be a Democrat.
I mean, if he was a Democrat, I mean, he might as well have been Obama. That dude was fucking Jesus and Martin Luther King.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think Big J was always kind of a Democrat. But it's really odd how people are nowadays. Their faith in this country and how much they love Donald Trump.
You think it's us?
Yeah.
Okay, so for the Donald Trump thing, I don't think that's very hard to understand. Just think of people, so think of yourself as like an uneducated individual in the world of politics, and then think about like what your friends tell you. Because think about how politics
just cool your
typically
jet for a
trickles down.
second. I'm just talking about the sense of let's pretend that the Bible's real.
Okay.
And we're living in the end times, and you got Donald Trump.
Oh, so you're calling him the beast from the sea or the beast of the earth? Well, if we're talking about Donald Trump, you're talking about a great unifier. You're trying to put it to the Antichrist, right?
No.
Well, that's a great unifier because outside of the Antichrist, there's the beast of the earth and the beast of the sea.
Well,
and the beast of the earth and the beast of the sea also blaspheme against God.
All right. Truth be told, I am joking, but I gotta say, if there's ever somebody
Kanye West is Christ-like.
Oh, Kanye?
Yeah, Kanye.
Oh, yes.
Kanye 2024, brother.
After a Diet Coke and,
After Diet Coke.
his meds.
Jesus' whole work on Sunday platform though is very capitalist.
I don't know if that's capitalist. You're probably thinking of crony capitalism, but that's not capitalism. Look, I'll use the same example that every communist uses. Communism never existed. It was never truly expressed in the world. People tried it, but they never lived up to it. Well, that's kind of the same for capitalism because it's supposed to be volunteerism at the highest level or order. It's legitimate free market transaction. And in the US, that shit doesn't exist.
Yeah, well, you're going to vanish from existence at some point, and YOLO. Grim man.
Oh no, I died. You guys ever played Hell Let Loose? Shit's fucking amazing.
Boy, but I played it a few times. It's
Oy vey.
definitely a good game.
Yeah. I play well, I'm playing Overwatch now. It's something to kill the time because World of Warcraft we're already on pre-patch for War Within, so I'm a Mythic Raider in that shit too. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about how things are about to go down. Guys, you guys are allowed to speak for the love of God. I'm dumber than all of you. I'm fucking doing cocaine and drinking alcohol. You guys are much more intelligent than me. Trust me.
Is the person who was speaking about crony capitalism still here?
Yeah, that would be me.
Okay. Why do you think the real capitalism isn't currently occurring essentially anywhere, right?
Oh, so it was an anecdotal explanation in a hyperbolic statement. So it was exceptional satire because when people speak about the communist inculcation, because typically if we're talking about communism, the end result is supposed to be utopia. But in the absence of utopia, because if you're going to go ahead and engage in a classless structure where all the means of production, manufacturing, and distribution is an acquisition of the people and it's all done by the people for the people or whatever, every time that we've seen this expressed hasn't been good in real-time scenario. But when most communists say, oh, true communism has never been practiced. Oh, no, because if I was the communist in charge, I would have done better. But in that same breath, you can say true capitalism doesn't exist because in the U.S., we have capitalism, yes, but that's like a half-assed capitalism. It's literally corporate cronyism. Like, everything that happens with, like, the banks getting bailed out by the government and people getting subsidies with the government, no, they're breaking all the rules of capitalism. They're all being subsidized by the government.
What are the rules of capitalism?
Reciprocal trade based on volunteeristic procedure. So that would probably, like, that would fall into free market or open trade market or I suppose that would be subsidized by standard value system, even something you could say like haggling or whatever. But if we're talking about capitalism, it's still capital, so legal tender.
Okay. Alright. And what's cronyism like? Because cronyism to me just sounds like capitalists doing exactly what's within their interests, which I'm not getting how that's like anti-cap. How is it anti-capitalist to like try and secure as much of a domination over a market as possible? That's exactly what a
When the
capitalist
federal
actor would do.
government is involved and they provide subsidies to certain parties and they don't provide it to others, this is when I say that when people talk about communism and I talk about capitalism, even in the U.S., you can say it's not truly expressed because some of these corporate entities or whatever that are in bed with the government, they're breaking the rules of capitalism based on true volunteerism, transactional trade. So based on what you were saying earlier too, it's that no, this is a volunteeristic response. You have to have a good and or service that I am willing to go ahead and trade shekels, shiny rocks, or better offer, or some sort of like material, or maybe my platinum level Charizard. I don't know, but yes, it falls within that same realm for an
Do you
open
think
capital market.
and what maintains the market?
What maintains it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if we're getting into the nitty gritty, I'm gonna give you the answer you want. Sovereign governing entities that are able to go ahead and oversee the transactions.
Mm-hmm. So, like, government is fundamentally linked to capitalism. You can't really have capitalism without the government, and the government gets to set the rules. So
that's why this is where I say yes. In terms of that, if government involvement the government involvement is there to go ahead and protect both parties to make sure that both one party is not a victim and one party is not a perpetrator. So this is where government inculcation does exist. This is why, yes.
I
In a fair
mean, not just
conversation, I
that.
see that.
I mean, like, capitalism. You know, because it has these interactions between, like, you know, corporation and you know, consumer stuff like this. There were lots of services that literally wouldn't be provided under that format. Like, for example, you know, a military or roads or something, like, you know, like a postal system and stuff like this, right?
Well, for the
Healthcare,
American system, yes, you're right.
just in general. I mean, you wouldn't really have like, you couldn't have a national postal system under like quote unquote true capitalism, or like a national road system. It just wouldn't happen.
Oh, I see. No, actually, I think you're bringing up the arguments that I bring against my friends that are for like Ancapistan. They always talk about Ancapistan or whatever. But I
Yeah,
mean, Ancapistan kind of falls apart because Ancapistan is built on the NAP. So we follow the Non-Aggression Pact and we go through it. There still has to be a sovereign entity to go ahead and make sure that it instills your rights to property, because rights to property is still part of that. So,
yep.
if there's no overarching body, who's ensuring your right to property?
And then what ANCAPs, what they say some shit like, you know, they'll just be like these organizations that will just be like formed by local communities, and they'll totally have everyone's interests at heart. And it's like, okay, but
they're doing the same thing the communists do. They just assume it. They just assume shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So I see why you're asking me. Yes. I don't think we really have disagreed. Because yes, I see the folly in both.
Mm-hmm.
It's an assumption predicated on the idea that, well, we have a volunteeristic system. And I even asked my friends, I said, okay, let's say I'm growing blueberry bushes. Nobody else is growing blueberry bushes, but everybody wants my blueberries as a common good. And people have had them. I've went ahead and like did taste tests or whatever. People know my blueberries are good. What is defending my acquisition of the blueberry property that is stopping other people from stealing it from me? And they always say, oh, well, your neighbor or somebody will go ahead and step in and defend your rights of that individual, like, commodity. Like, wait, no, it doesn't work that way, because at the end of the day, if I have commodity and my farm is thriving and 90% of the farms are dying, You guys are about to raid my house and fucking murder me just because I have a thriving crop.
That's why you guys shouldn't be afraid of guns.
Well, as a matter of wait, as a matter
everybody should have a musket in their household.
No. No. Everybody needs a flintlock pistol, a musket, and a fucking cannon that shoots grape shot.
True, actually, yeah. You got to make sure
As the founders intended.
Exactly.
Yes, and dogs.
What are you worried about?
Whenever the intruders are coming over the fence through the gate, you have to be like, "Can you just stand there real quick, and can you make me informed of who you stand for, who you're present with, while I quickly load this cannon?"
No, wait. That's the mind games. As soon as they jump your fence, like, "Oi, bro! Hey, wait. So you're voting for this person? Tell me why you're voting for it as you're loading your musket. Just like you're just stalling for time."
Exactly. Say, good fellow, could you stand right there so I can get a good
fellow.
line,
Oi there, fellow Commonwealth.
Jeez.
Oh, for the love of God.
I'm gonna mention though, I feel like crony capitalism is more of copy capitalism. I feel like it's kind of an idea. It's like it's a natural evolution of capitalism when you get entities that are powerful enough, and then they kind of like meld with the government, which would be a natural consequence of gaining enough capital anyway. Like it's not it's not written in the textbooks, but that doesn't mean it won't happen.
No, wait, actually, no, you said it for me. It's when the government is in bed with these independent or these when I say independent, we're just gonna go ahead and say like corporations or anything that seems that is able to achieve some sort of like a acquisition of proprietary status or anything, and that the government has to have like regulation to go ahead and look over. Is that when people talk about crony capitalism, anytime that I've ever spoken to any leftist, by the way, because I don't like crony capitalism either, because the way that I see it, you're breaking all the rules of capitalism. The government is subsidizing your ability to go ahead and grow. It's not true capitalism. It's not a free open trade market, and there's no transparency. So we're talking about crony capitalism. This is what the leftists also say. Isn't that late stage capitalism? Isn't that what they all say?
Yeah. So late stage capitalism is where the natural consequence of having so much power is that you start to use it.
Yeah, like Mass Effect. Okay, well, if you don't play... Okay, so we say or let's think about Raytheon or Blackwater. Independent entities that are derived based on the federal government purview.
Mm-hmm.
I'm only saying this as like, reservations for these groups because this is where we... Or here's a better idea. Government bailouts for banks. In 2008, why did we bail out the banks? They fucked over the housing market. Crony capitalism.
I think there are probably good economic arguments why you don't want banks to fall. I have no idea why individual bankers were not lynched, though.
Yeah, I know. Y'all have a death penalty, but you won't even kill the people who deserve it. Okay.
Maybe not literally lynched, but face legal consequences.
Lynching is bad, guys. If you lynch somebody, you lose a worker. It's not good for business.
Well, I mean, if that were true, we would not have arrested so many black people as much as we did. I mean, black people work hard. I mean, maybe we fucked that one up.
Well, I mean, prisons still usually got them working somehow. Yeah, no.
I mean, all I'm saying, if we're that bad and like we're losing a worker, I don't see why the FBI or the CIA would have fucking drove crack into the black community. and destroyed the black family and made all of them pretty much like 80% single mothers.
I mean, obviously, you know, the a government body is going to have more interests than just economic.
Of course, culture. Well, I still believe in the old saying. I mean, you could correct me for this, but politics is downwind of culture. I still believe in that.
That sounds pretty cool. Down with the culture. What does that mean?
So politics is downwind of culture, right? So,
downwind. Obviously, down with. Oh.
Yes. So politics is downwind of culture.
Okay, that makes sense.
So that being said, if we're saying cultural discrepancies in certain things, if we want to even say, like, we'll say racism, racial discrepancy, diversity, I don't know, you're Australian, and everybody is still complaining that the Aborigines, even though they have like a cumulative IQ of fucking 82, oh yeah, they need representative government. Like, I don't know. Like, it's shit like that. Also, I'm sorry if you're an Aussie, but also I don't feel bad because I was also part of the program with one of my best friends. I helped build soccer programs with the Aborigines, so go ahead and talk shit to me. I'm fucking ready.
Do you really think that, like, if you have capital, that you shouldn't be able to use it in the like the ways that it's available to you? I mean, for example, I assume you agree that as a like a capitalist corporation, that when you have enough money, you can have like ad campaigns, media campaigns, you can have like brand deals and all this kind of stuff. Like, you can try to influence the culture and stuff. You can, like, you know, when you have enough money, you can like settle a lot of lawsuits outside
You
of
can
court
make your
and stuff.
Yeah, you can
Right.
make your own mini state, honestly.
I mean, so why is it that the moment it comes into the government, it all of a sudden stops being pure capitalism? And that sounds pretty pure capitalist to me. I mean, capitalism ultimately is just a system where capital determines, like, your right to the produce of society.
Oh, I
If you
see.
really wanna-
Okay, I see what you're saying. So, no, actually, there's no discrepancy there. Following the logic suit, if we're talking about the law of non-contradiction, no, all of that follows full suit as far as the logic sequence goes. But if we're talking about the rationale for this as well, is that there's no accounting for a moral discrepancy about the utilization of this monetary privilege that you have. So since there's no like a moral assumption that could be made, or like a grade that you could put on it, is that when some of these people do these things, if we want to even say, like, let's say you're somebody on the other side of the aisle, like, you hate Elon Musk, right? And you hate him, but he still is within the purview of his own capital that he's acquiesced, not just coming from like South Africa or whatever, being even an American citizen and putting all of it together and creating a lucrative business plan. I'm very much on the side of, like, I'm glad that he has the absolute freedom to do that. He does whatever the fuck he wants to do with that sort of capital. And I understand what you're saying about that part of, like, people going to capital and like breaking the rules of capitalism. I think it's one of those statements that it's I'm not going to call it an inevitability, but it is a possibility or a probability, and since it does exist, we should try to cultivate programs to eradicate that. But
I'm going
to
say it is an inevitability, because here's the thing, right? Capital wants to secure, like, okay, if you're like a capitalist, you want to secure your ability to maintain your capital and to increase your capital. And one of the ways you can do that is reduce competition, and one of the other ways you can do that is secure your own, like, income and growth, right? Like, why?
Agreed.
Why
100%.
wouldn't you employ both of those at the same time? into a plan, with that plan being, okay, well, what is the highest power that I can gain in this system with the market and the consumer and the the competitors in the market, where it's all controlled by the government, because obviously there have to be laws in place for the market to be maintained, right? And the government has to provide that. Well, obviously the highest power is the government. So why wouldn't you access the power of the government? That just seems like a natural. It is inevitable. If you gain enough power to control the government, you will, because then you literally get to set your own rules.
Wait, no, we're not. Let's all pretend we're not all stupid here. That's the reality. That it's rubber meets the road. That's exactly what happens.
Yeah, but
and this is where when people talk about crony capitalism, where I agree with you. We're like, if we do have somebody that isn't Elon, because Elon Musk, he seems to be too aloof. Elon Musk doesn't seem to be like a calculated regime guy. He literally comes across as like just an idiot who has a lot of money and he just does dumb shit. But if there was somebody that wanted to utilize like crony capitalism, so if there was somebody that wanted to go ahead and had nefarious deeds in the position of Elon Musk, he could leverage the government easily. And that is crony capitalism right there.
What do you think aloof means? By the way.
Of what?
What do you think aloof means?
Lutherans? Like
aloof. You called Elon Musk aloof. Don't Google it. It's like I heard you use it in a context that I've used it in before too.
Lutheran? Wait, I've never used the term Lutheran.
You called Elon Musk aloof.
Yes, I said he was aloof. ALOOF.
Yeah, what do you think it means?
Aloof?
Yeah.
So aloof means not to have actual like consolidated conviction in one thought process. That means that your mind is actually bouncing between point to point. It's almost something synonymous with ADHD. To be aloof is to not be part of the mundus or the ontological. Your mind is based on abstract.
That's not right. I used to think the same thing though. For some reason, it's so weird to hear someone use aloof the way that I use it. Google the definition. It's crazy. It just means like a mean person, like someone who's closed off or jaded.
It's somebody lost in. To be aloof is to not be part of the mundus. That's literally the definition.
What does mundus mean? What are you talking about?
So the term for mundus goes back to Latin Greek derivation. If we're talking about the mundus, it's strictly ontological, and to be honest, it's if we're talking about the mundus, we're talking about the earth or the conceptualization of like earth experiences. So it's everything relegated to terra, if you will. That is what it means if I say aloof, and it's like, oh, and I apply this to the mundus, it's that these people are no longer engaged in their social interaction. They're aloof because they're more focused on the mundus, the world around them, and not their actual social relationships or any sort of theoretical idea or any sort of abstract. That aloof. You're a wandering mind.
Not friendly or forthcoming. Cool and distant. Origin. A. Luff. The term was originally an adverb in nautical use, meaning away and to windward. It's a word that interests me. Sorry for steering you guys off of capitalism. You guys can go back to it. It's not that big of a deal. Sorry for interrupting.
Well, it's too late now. I'm going to open another bottle of wine, because fuck this shit. I guess I'm staying awake.
I thought you were in Texas. It's like 8 a.m.
Correct. I do live in Texas. I live in Southwest Texas. I live in El Paso.
So, yeah. You live in El Paso?
Yeah, I'm in southwestern Texas. Southwestern Texas as it gets.
Is the earth flat in Texas?
Well, no, the earth is not flat in Texas. I will tell you that much.
You live in El Paso?
Yes, I do.
When Donald Trump said El Paso was the most dangerous border city, how did you feel about that?
What do you mean? All my drug dealers that I get my cocaine from? I mean, yeah, I already know what's going on. I mean, I buy the drugs.
Oh,
What do you mean?
I had two buddies from El Paso, and they were like, "No, it's not." I
Oh
wouldn't
no,
know.
El Paso's still blue. It's a majority blue state, or blue region rather. It's a district because the district is still, is it District 13 or District 11? Yeah, it's under Beto O'Rourke. Under Beto O'Rourke, it's a fucking white who pretends that his name is Beto, even though his name is Robert Francis. Because anybody named Roberto, they call them Beto here in the Southwest. Because guess what? Castellano, Hispanic or Spanish-speaking people. Congratulations. Now you've learned a little bit about Southwest Texas. Beto O'Rourke is a loser. He's an asshole. He's popular here. El Paso is majoritarily blue. That's fine. But even then, when people talk about the southern border or whatever, nobody has to actually go to, like, CNN. I don't need to see some sort of public pundit. I see it on the border. We have children in our high schools that volunteer on the border for asylum seekers. They give them blankets, they give them chargers, they give them water, they give them food. All these supposed potential asylums or asylee seekers or whatever are subsidized by American taxpayer dollar. They're taken care of. We take care of them here. They're not abused. It's a fucking lie. I don't care what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez says. El Paso is the 5th largest city in the state of Texas and one of the poorest. And we still do this shit. It's funny that one of the poorest cities in all of the great state of Texas still takes care of these immigrants. But yeah, here we are. Yeah, so take what you will with that information.
Are the immigrants flat earthers?
All the immigrants what?
Flat earthers.
About to offer?
But, like, you ever just have an immigrant come over and they're like, shit, bro, I guess the earth is flat. You know, I was traveling across one of these rivers and I was like, shit, that water's level.
Well, whatever your position in the world is, this is not anything contemporary to, like, world geopolitical or national issues. So, no, I don't think I've ever met any sort of Mexicano, Guareño, Honduran, Venezuelan, Chilean, Brazilian. I don't think I've ever met any of these people that speak about flat Earth. Sorry.
I mean, it's kind of the biggest geopolitical issue. I mean, you know, geopolitics is the word geo in it, and so, you know, geo must be pretty important. And, you know, geographically, the Earth is flat.
What does geo mean? Look, I know this is satire. What does geo mean to you?
Geo means on a flat plane, measured flat angles.
Fair enough.
Yeah. We need some immigrants from Antarctica over the ice wall. That's what we need. Why is nobody hopping over that wall? Huh?
Wait, do you guys remember this guy on YouTube? His name was Kraut.
Yeah, I remember. Wait, he's still on YouTube, isn't he?
I think so, but I have some of his old redacted old school YouTube videos. Are you guys familiar with Wash Your Ass?
No.
Yeah, I know that song. If You Must. Is that what it is? Or
No.
Soap and Water?
No, it's Tariq Nasheed.
No.
No, it's Tariq Nasheed, because Kraut came out and he said, all right, listen here, you fucking whiteys, you fucking white people. I'm here to talk to you about the true black history. The true black history that has been stolen from us evil whiteys. I'm talking to you, fucking Conor McGregor. So he goes through the whole spiel. It goes through Tariq Nasheed, Dr. Umar Johnson. I'm still skeptical to call him a doctor, but Umar Johnson, and they go through, like, they brought a professional metaphysicist on the documentary. Essentially, it was talking about how the pineal gland that is associated with your hormones, the black culture through Dr. Umar Johnson said, we called it the pineal gland because it was in the shape of a pine cone. This is why you see pine cones that exist through all of human history. And the first samurai was actually a black guy. Who do you think brought the way of the culture of the samurai to the Japanese? Which, by the way, Japanese never existed. They were Proto-Koreans. It was actually a black man. Actually, before that too, do you guys remember when you think of like Italian fashion? You know, good silks, good quality clothing or whatever. It was the Moors. It was the Barbary states. They brought all that fly fashion and all that culture to the Italians, and they stole it from the blacks. They stole it from them, and they went ahead and said, they nicked off with the designs and said, this is ours. They stole it from black culture because you're all evil whiteys and you guys don't understand true black history. And the
Classic whitey, always up to his nonsense.
It's in the
But
nature of white people. I can't confirm I am white.
But
Everyone knows Jesus is black.
But here's the last part of this. During the times of like the Nazi invasion or whatever happened with the Nazis or whatever, actually, the Nazis were black, believe it or not, because there was a black Nazi because they had already mapped out Antarctica. So when the Nazis had fled Dresden and when they got destroyed during the Dresden bombings or whatever, when Hitler never died or whatever, no, the Nazis were black and the Nazis were taught by the blacks, and the blacks gave them the information to go ahead and hide in the Antarcticas. So the Nazis had valuable information where they were playing Fallout 70 or any version of Fallout, and they just they locked themselves in a vault.
Makes sense to me. Classic white devils.
He was speaking about the truth of white people and he got muted. I don't know. It just looks flat to me, man. That's all I gotta say about that.
What if the Earth was a globe and then black people made it flat?
Yeah, that's
Yo, hello guys. Hello? Is anybody here? Alright guys, have a good day though. Yo, Batman. How you doing, man? Bro, how is it possible that nobody is in this chat ever and like able to talk?
How's it going?
The earth is flat. Good morning, Earth. I hope all is well with everybody. A lot of dead air right now. No, I'm gonna go chill until somebody starts talking. I hope everybody stays blessed and watch out for zombies.
Yo, hello.
Welcome.
Yo, Batman, man. How was your day, man? Hello? Is anybody here?
Not sure if anybody else is. I'm just kind of chilling.
Damn, man. How was your day, though?
This is Aethergris. It was dead air when I came in here.
Aethergris. Damn, yeah, word. Tell me about, like, the small community. Like, about the Flat Earth community.
All humans form some kind of community, and they're generally all the same. A bunch of people either agree or disagree on something, and people fight. Or don't.
Damn.
And I would say this is no different. It's just people talking about something.
It's kind of deep, man. I will not lie, man. It's kind of deep.
Hey, you guys are not married.
Welcome, Glucose.
Hi.
Alright, have a nice day, guys.
Don't call me gay.
Yeah, he left. Anyway, what's up, man?
I don't understand flat eartherism. Because if you've ever been on an airplane from Chile to Melbourne, like I have, you would go through the South Pole, right?
Yeah, I don't understand globalism either.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, back when I was in studying political science, right?
Hey,
They
to
said
be clear,
globalism is a great thing.
I've been called a flat earther so many times. That's literally the only reason I identify as being one is because random strangers keep saying that I'm a flat earther. I'm like, okay, whatever you say I am. I personally identify as being an anti-globalist. That's what I would call myself. But people like you and complete strangers that show up keep calling me a flat earther, so I guess I'm that too.
Well, I'm kind of on your side. I mean, globalism, you know, we've reached a halfway point in globalism where the opportunities for global trade and finance are established, but the rules of trade and finance are fairly disjointed, leading to significant.
I was going to guess what you're saying, man. We got like 300 of the most wealthy people in the entire world holding everybody back. That's my perspective.
Exactly. I agree with you. I mean, this is a problem. And there's two ways to do it, right? There's reshoring, which is, effectively nipping globalism at the bud and having a lot of industries go back to home countries. I don't think that's the solution, even though that's what America is doing right now. There always exists opportunities in cooperation. I think that the solution should be a global government, like the strengthening of a global government, at least in the finance and trade fields. Like a WTO yeah.
To say that's actually what the UN wants, and that's kind of what the what 2030 is about. Like there's an open plan about 2030, like that year, about what they want to have accomplished by then. There's also one for 2050, and they're not hiding it. It's not a conspiracy or anything. They're literally saying this is what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with it. I mean, like globalism has brought billions of people out of poverty, and the poverty was caused by imperialism and colonialism, right? So, for the billions of people who came out of that, I think globalism has been good, at least, to an extent.
Isn't that another issue? Like, think about it. They're trying to act like it's something different, but a lot of it ends up still being the same kings and cannonballs bullshit from before, and then they're just calling it this globalism, new world orders. It's the same exact crap from my perspective, man.
I can't agree with that. I can't agree with that because the kings and cannonball thing has left countries with wildly destroyed economies. Right? Just look at India, for example.
But then,
I mean,
like, I agree with you. But then it's like the crown ends up having dominance over any of the kings that bent the knee to the Globus Crusader.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be unfairness and injustice, but I don't think that injustice is worth the continued poverty of billions of people. Like India, for example, is completely fucked up and out of balance. That's why they're dirty and disgusting. right? It's because
I think they've been messed up a while, bro. Like their caste system really hurt them.
Well, it wasn't even that. The caste system was kind of exacerbated by the British, and India used to have a very diverse economy, and they were wealthy. They were wealthiest country in the world.
That's
but
fair.
The British turned them into all farmers, right? Because that was what served the empire at the time.
Yeah, because you got me thinking. I'm like, yeah, they did actually enslave people, whether literally or mentally, and got them to do. You're right. That is fair.
Because India used to have everything. Like there were fewer people in India. They were all doing different industries, and there was a very rich economy, and people weren't as poor as they are today. But why they're so poor right now is because the UK or the British Empire, like, basically became their exclusive trading outlet.
Yep, the East India Trade Company, right?
Yeah, they did, and then they basically said, "Oh, they're outcompeting us in certain fields, like textiles. So let's destroy their textiles industry by embargoing them, right?" And then every textile person just stops being a textile person, becomes a farmer. And now there's too many farmers, right? And then steel production. Yeah.
Go ahead. I thought you were done.
Yeah, sorry. And then the same thing happened in the metalworking field, right? So basically what happened is that the British had, from their bully position as a trading outlet, destroyed all other industries in India. And now that's why there's so many poor farmers. It doesn't make sense. 90% are agrarian. Why? Right?
I was just going to say India has everything now. They landed on the moon last year.
It's very imbalanced. They have a lot, of course, obviously. They've done very well for themselves, but it's still a highly imbalanced economy. It's causing a lot of problems.
The Indian moon landing, you're talking about Flatman, that was funny, though. I remember that. That was hilarious to me.
Once a country's landed on the moon, they've completed it all.
Man, you ever watched those videos?
Just Trojan horse.
Yeah, tell me more about the 2030 thing. I haven't heard about that.
Callie was trying to... Glucose and Callie, y'all overlapped, so I didn't really hear either of you.
Sorry,
I definitely heard of the 2025 plan, which, 5 years later, they're just going to do something similar.
I think it's the same shit, different day every single time anyway, man. Like, they're just kind of they're updating the same exact plan, and then they just deliver it again.
I just wanted to express their complete disinterest in democracy and even distribution of wealth. They have no intention of decreasing poverty.
Yeah, it was never about that.
Yeah, so any 2030 plan, we're going to save the world. Everybody's going to have money and drugs. No, they're not. No, there's probably going to be less electricity. Sorry to say.
One thing I have noticed, though, is that everybody knows that something's coming. Like, everybody has this feeling that something bad's coming.
It's like a disturbance in the force, dude.
It's so fucked up, dude. It really is. Like, everybody I talk to, they all have this same feeling that something's coming. Like, almost like, we've been, propagandized, or, like they've led us to this position, right?
Oh, and then that idiot said something about a civil war. Freaking retard. He should know that he has so much power with his voice, and to start encouraging people to think about a civil war is the dumbest thing any man could do.
Yeah, I mean...
Like, you don't find that a little bit weird, though, that everybody in the whole world, like, I'm not just talking about us in this room, like, everybody has this feeling of impending doom, right? Like, the sky's falling, right?
I don't, but
my biggest fear is the fake... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go. You're good.
I was just going to say my biggest fear is fake power outages, where they start rationing how much electricity you can use.
Yeah, that's some propaganda that you watch, though, right? Like, that's in your brain. Like, everybody's got their own little thing, right?
Well, we do, but one storm and a bunch of idiots, and there's no gas for generators, and the power's out until everybody gets the lines back up. From North Carolina, I've seen this every single year.
They staged brownouts in LA. They've done it in New Jersey. They just make it seem like, oh, sorry, we had an issue at the power plant.
Grab a generator when you get a chance and put it away. Better to have it, not need it, than need it, not have it. I just want to say this for everybody listening. We are not here to destroy each other.
Exactly.
The
I would
generator is
rather
good for personal uses, but
I would rather buy a power
still.
wall, like a battery wall, and a solar panel. So these things are going to pay off the.
There are other options too, and this is a good community to ask questions about that because a lot of folks have looked into very like alternative energy and ways of generating energy, like different methods of it. There's a ton of different things out there, and it gets really interesting. I would say don't be afraid and be prepared so that you can take care of you and yours, and you'll be fine.
Yeah. So I always had the inclination, or the inkling, that you guys are not actually flat earthers, and that you basically are the biggest trolls of the entire server. That's why people come in here.
I accept the title flat earther. I'm fine with that. I'm desensitized to people calling me whatever they want to call me. So fine, I'm fine with that. I would personally say Earth is Earth-shaped, and I've never been to the edge of it, nor have I been to space. So to make a claim about it, I would be an idiot to do so because I do not know.
That's right. That's funny.
And then I spend the rest of my time just moderating conversations so that I can at least hear you guys, because a lot of people talk over each other. And I'm like, please, gentlemen, can we just have a conversation?
I mean, it's definitely not a troll to tell someone that the moon landing could have been faked, right?
Yeah, especially when you have like the sodium vapor process and this Disney prism that went missing, and then Don Pettit saying that they destroyed technology. Like, come on, man. I could see a pissing contest between America and Russia being a kind of embarrassing secret. Put that away in the closet. You don't want anybody to know about that.
I totally see that.
Yeah, but the Indian lander, when it flew around the moon, they saw the American lander. There's a picture of it.
Yeah, but it's a CG. It's not the whole thing that they showed about the lander all CGI stuff anyway. Like their guesstimations of where they were going.
Right, but why would India?
Have you ever seen those? Have you ever seen those old movies from 1969, 1972 of the moon, where these guys are riding around on dune buggy side by sides and they're fucking playing golf and they got the lander that takes off? Like you see that footage. Where's that footage now? Like we're in 2024 and we're getting little cartoon images of these things landing on the moon. Like why can't we have dune buggies and shit? Fucking, like why can't we have that type of footage?
Look, I remember seeing that video and saying, there's no way they could fake the dust going over the black. That's impossible. And then I learned about the sodium vapor process and how to do that Mary Poppins shit. And I'm like, okay, yeah, they could definitely fake it very easily even.
But like, where's the footage now, though? Why don't we have, like, they had people driving on side-by-sides up there, man, and we don't have nothing up there now, like 50, 60 years later?
Yeah,
at this point, there should be a whole golf course up there, and we should be able to book tee times.
Well, or at least some footage, though, right? Like some kind of footage like that, not CGI cartoon freaking bullshit, right?
I get what you guys, but let's look at the politics of it, right? The after JFK was LBJ, and then there was obviously Nixon, right? And Nixon and Reagan, very conservative people, they probably didn't see a value in spending money in this. And it seems like they just didn't have any interest in it. Or they didn't want to go to them. There's no money in there.
You can explain it away however you want, man. It's been 60 years, though, bro. We've had a few presidents, right?
Well, that's the thing is they're like private companies that were trying to set up like moon, whatever, like some kind of tourist trap type bullshit to get people to go to, and folks invested into that happening, and it never happened. This isn't even the government.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, and a bunch of other people did weird shit too.
If people could go to the moon, they would go to the moon. Like if you could be a resident of like moon terrace or something like that, but they can't do that because it's just not happening for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, why would you want to go to the moon? I mean, it's expensive in terms of.
There are people on Earth that would rather live on the moon than Earth.
Dude, because
have to make a business.
I've talked to this guy before.
Well, think about it. It's complex.
It's a complex issue. I mean,
right? You have more control of like the environment.
Right.
There's no water.
Less gravity. All your food is just transported to you. All your meal prepping, meal planning, you don't got to worry about shit. It's just 5 stars.
Well, that and people like bragging, so it's a flex. Like, I live on the moon, you don't. You're just a silly little earthling. Like, it's a flex. Rich people would want to flex.
They're doing it to Dubai. They're not doing it to the moon.
I get it as a flex, but this is not like building a fucking ryokan in Japan, okay? It's not fucking easy.
I get it, man. They've been living in the ISS for how fucking long, though, right? He's talking about water and everything else and fucking all this other stuff, right? Well, they got it, man.
Exactly, and it's all, to me, it's a lot of it's about flexing. That's what rich people like to do with their money. Like, hey, look at me.
Yeah, I get that, but I don't see. I see the complexity of getting there. Of getting materials there, of getting food there regularly, and it's just yeah, it's not going to pay off. I mean, you know, your business model's not going to make sense.
One of my biggest questions too that I've had for a long time is why not send some kind of like probe drone thing that can drill itself into the moon. It's got a camera that faces directly at Earth, so you should be able to witness Earth just spinning from the perspective of the moon as it goes around. Like, why not?
You have the ISS for that.
No, moon.
Bezos, Branson, and Musk are currently selling the dream of space travel.
I'm just in perspective from the moon, like you're there.
Mobile guy.
Like, that would be a better.
Right, but space travel and moon landing and moon habitation are totally different prospects, right? Going up to the sky and coming down is easy.
What?
Because it's cheaper to fly into the lower atmosphere, look at the space, and come back down in like a 45-minute trip than it is to go all the way to the moon and stay there for like a week and come back.
But that ends up
being he's got excuses, eh? He's sticking up for them.
That ends up being a Disney roller coaster ride that can't even be trusted for shit because it's all about the experience that the person's getting when they're going up and down. It's about a company selling an experience to a client. So then you can't. What the hell is that?
What are they pricing the flight to space for? Like $1 million? Like, imagine going 100 times that distance, 1,000 times that distance.
Branson's already. Branson's
why
already.
would they go, right, bro?
I believe 5 people lost their lives with Branson trying to get them there already.
Moon? To the moon?
Yeah, I heard
or
about
space
that.
or whatever. Yeah.
Virgin
People lose their lives on exotic vacations all the time. Where's that submarine that imploded?
That's true. I was just thinking about that.
It's just these people that have the money. Like, you know, didn't James Cameron? He tried to go to the bottom of the ocean. Richard Branson's trying to go into deep space. Like, they have the money to do this stuff. It's just nobody's really trying because they know it doesn't work.
Like, look at the GIF I put in the chat, dude. Show me some of that.
I can't see it. I'm driving. Sorry.
Well, I put the guy riding his moon buggy across the moon, dude, and the footage is awesome, right? Like, show me that, man.
I'm actually on the moon buggy.
I love how the person driving it does not move an inch. Their arms just stay perfectly still, but they're flying around.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like the power of a government can get you onto the moon. Fine, I get it. But I think that starting a tourist spot is a totally different prospect.
Well, get us onto the moon then. Like, we haven't even been there. Haven't been back. No more footage, right?
Well, China was there 10 years ago.
Show us the pictures of the moon buggy going across the moon.
If they could make a moon colony, they would have done it. There would be a secret elite group of billionaires that already have a colony on the moon, and they don't have it.
Like, did you see the India footage, dude? It was a fucking Atari game, man. Fucking, it was a cartoon lander
Why would you
landing
build your
on the
secret
surface.
base on the fucking moon instead of some hollowed out mountain on Earth? It'd be so much easier.
Why are you making excuses like this? Why haven't we been back to the moon, dude? Just because they didn't want to go? They didn't want to go.
The question is why would we go back to the moon? Like, usually when we go up into space, there's some reason we go.
So fuck the moon, we're going to Mars, right?
The answer to that is
it's a demonstration of our ability within science. It's our sense of wonder and exploration.
Yeah, sorry. The answer why we would go back.
It's like, why wouldn't you want to go to the moon if you couldn't? What do you mean people don't want to go to the moon? Sorry.
Every third word was coming in.
You plant the flag where you haven't been.
Gentlemen,
People need to go start planting their flags.
I just want to point out that there's latency. Everybody has lag on their end, like one end or another, and we're talking over each other a lot. It's probably because of lag, not because of our excitement. I know it's an exciting topic and it gets people passionate about it to speak about it, but I wanted to go ahead and say that before anybody starts talking about talking over somebody else, because you know how it is.
Somebody was going to say why they thought we should go back to the moon. I was curious on what their rationale was.
So the reason we would go back and should have been going back and could currently should be able to go there and visit and take pictures of Earth and spend time in the anti-gravity room and all that is because after they claimed 3 men walked on it, there was newspaper articles, front page headline saying moon bases on the moon by 78.
Yeah, and Popular Mechanics promised us flying cars
And
by the 50s.
none of that was
Sometimes
followed
predictions
through
are
with.
wrong.
Yeah, none of that was followed through with, and now everybody's excited to go there again, and all kinds of money's being pumped into it. Yet there's homelessness, there's needless wars, there's hunger, etc.
Actually, we're done with the moon. Now we're going to Mars, right? The moon's a done deal.
I don't know if there are plans to go back to the moon.
Don't they need the moon as a base to get to Mars and stuff, like to help and all that, and blah
I don't
blah
think
blah
the
blah
technology
blah.
and infrastructure exists for that yet.
Yeah, I'm in. How much do they need to go to Mars?
I don't know. How much do you think they need?
Screw the homeless. I'm going
I don't
to
think
Mars.
they're ever going to Mars, dude. And they never went to the moon either, man. I
Screw
guess you
the
can believe it
homeless.
like a bedtime story, right?
I want to get in the passenger seat of that Tesla. Change the radio station.
Just like the whole globe. Everything's just a big fucking story, man.
It's a true story, I would say.
You don't know that it's true, though, Matthew. We've gotten into this so many times, buddy, and we always come to the same conclusion, right?
I end up coming to a different conclusion than you do.
Yeah, you always end up coming to God, right? And telling me that everything was made by God. I get it.
Yeah, the universe was designed by God.
So not the globe story.
The globe story is an accurate description of God's universe.
In your brain, but it's not depicted that way. God's not mentioned in there at all. It all happened from a singularity in space and blah blah blah, right?
Oh, that's some people's story. I say God.
That's the main narrative, Matthew. It's not some people's story. That's the main narrative to the globe.
That's the mainstream scientist narrative about the origin of the universe. That's right, but it's incorrect.
I understand that you have a different view, but like if you want to talk about consensus and everything, like the main view is not that one that you hold.
Right.
So you're saying that all the scientists are wrong?
Many of them are.
So are we, Matthew. We're saying the exact same thing. We're in agreement.
What does agreement mean?
We both agree.
Oh, agreement is what you tell. Yeah, we're in agreement. That's right.
Well, you didn't like the word I made up?
The archaic word you misused? No, I think agreement is a better word.
All right, buddy.
Matthew, what do you think? Do you think that that we should already be like back and forth from the moon, like normal stuff? Like,
I know they predicted that in the 60s when 12 men walked on the moon in the 60s and 70s, but it turns out that robots are a lot cheaper and better at gathering information, so that's what we've been doing since then. But yeah, in general, humans have this drive to explore and expand our horizons, so that's why people want to go there.
I had to type a message. Sorry, what was the last thing you said?
Because of our drive to explore and expand our horizons, I think that's why we will eventually have humans back on the surface of the moon.
I actually,
If you were going to take a vacation, to the moon, how long do you think you would want to stay up there? I can't imagine wanting to hang out for more than
Yo, guys, I got an answer for that. I wouldn't want to stay up there at all because if the official narrative is true and there's a bunch of static, clean, razor sharp particles up there, why the F would anybody want to hang out there?
to experience the surface of another celestial object.
No, I mean, like,
see Earth
visit,
like a blue marble off in the distance.
Well, visit, yeah. I was saying hang out. Why would you want to hang out there that very long? If it is that, then you wouldn't spend much time there.
But it kind of depends on how comfortable or easy it would be to get there. Just like if you ask a European, hey, would you ever want to visit America? And they're like, oh, yeah, sure, why not? But if you ask the European in 1493, do you want to visit America? And they're like, what? Get on a boat for 6 weeks, sail across the Atlantic, maybe sink, get over there and have no food and drinkable water and drown and then come back. So
that sounds fun.
Well, let's assume that the travel has been simplified. We have like a space elevator that goes out there, and like it's trivialized travel of the moon. But there's like no cities on the moon. It's just the moon.
Whatever. Why do people climb Mount Everest, dude? Right? Like,
yeah, that's a good analogy. Would you want to visit Mount Everest? And for a lot of people, the answer is yes. Yeah, I'll go up there for 4 minutes and then come back.
Exactly. It's something that you would want to. I could see wanting to climb Everest. That makes sense to me. And I could see wanting to go to the moon, but I can't imagine wanting to be on the moon for more than like an hour.
The other thing that bugs me, right?
I don't know. Till the majesty wears off, I guess.
All right, so you're up there. You're in a pressurized suit. You have no oxygen. These guys are riding around in a side by side. They're falling and stumbling all over the surface. Like they're not even concerned about putting a hole in their suit, right? Like there's no concern at all there for that, right? Like what would happen if that did happen?
I disagree with your premise. I think they were probably concerned about putting holes in their suits.
Have you watched any of the footage at all, dude, from when they were on the moon?
I have seen people fall
down. You didn't
down.
see them falling and fucking jumping up and down and all over the place, and like it was just. It seemed to me like there was no concern. Like they're two guys in their little capsule up there, and they're just, playing golf and dune buggying and everything else, right? Like crazy shit.
They did do those two things, yeah. In between the other ice stuff, they were taking samples or whatever the fuck they were doing.
Imagine eating, shitting, pissing, sleeping, all that in that tin can for however many days before they got to the moon. Like, did anybody sleep during the trip, or did everyone just do meth and stay awake the whole way there and back?
So I would go to the moon if there were the equivalent of a luxury hotel up there, which there may be in 500 years, but there isn't tomorrow, and there isn't going to be for 100 years probably. So I would not want to go. I mean, the same thing is true for like visiting the bottom of the ocean, right? Lots of people have been in submarines, but being in a submarine is not very comfortable and not very easy, even though lots of people.
See what I mean? The voice is just like, ugh.
That's not true.
Maybe in 100 years. You're hilarious, man. It's been 50 years. We haven't touched it since. That's insane. What a waste of money, effort, time.
Our rockets are only getting better. We're only getting better at going up.
Yay. Still haven't been there.
Yeah, I haven't either, but 12 people have.
So they say.
I'm willing to say that they are there, and they're not telling us that they're there. They're pretending like, yeah, well, we can't go there right now. No, they probably got all this shit going on.
Yeah, well, I'll let... I have inside information about things we're doing down here on Earth. It has nothing to do with space, and it's costing a lot. And it's not helping the
There's
vets or the
there's
homeless or the hungry or
there's a
any of that.
they seem to have gone to the surface of the moon a good amount of times. What, they just went there, walked around, picked up some space rocks, and left? No, that's fucking stupid. Who does that?
Explorers do that.
No, you do more than that. You're not just planting a flag. You're like,
It's also really odd how they were so confident to put humans into a tube and send them there 50 years ago, but now, in an attempt to go back, they put mannequins in a tube to start. Interesting.
Yeah, our astronauts are truly courageous American heroes. Yeah, they took on great personal risks.
The mannequins in the Artemis are great American heroes, yeah.
No, the astronauts.
What astronauts? There are no astronauts.
The ones in the 60s and 70s is the Apollo astronauts.
Yeah.
You guys are hilarious. I'm gonna post
So
a meme.
funny.
It's for you. It's for the two of you personally.
Oh, perfect. A meme to refute our logical arguments.
I love memes.
I do too, actually. Now, some of y'all look believing the president called the moon in 1969 on a landline phone. We look like sheep. Okay. No, he called on a landline and connected to a radio, and that's how he was able to talk to the moon.
Speak amongst yourselves.
Just got to my next appointment. I'll be back.
First men on the moon, AT&T.
you know, last night I was looking at the moon, and was my exact thought. I remember exactly what I felt when I looked at it. I said, there is nothing in between me and the moon. Like, when it comes to like material and like too many particles, like matter is. You can't deny that that's like something. It doesn't look like a reflection.
And where's the home movies, man? We get these little animations and CGIs. Like we could give you movies in the '60s, but we can't give them to you now.
What I'm really trying to say is, like, I think that you definitely can go to the moon, and that if they ever did go, they probably fucking figured something out that they're not telling everybody.
That's your
That's what I
prerogative,
think.
dude.
Well, that's what I think. It appears to be sitting right there. Like, I don't see why, you know, you couldn't just
sentence as appears.
eventually reach it if you try to go to it.
Either way, we just have to believe, right?
The sky is not a vacuum. If it was, then all the gas we breathe would fill the available volume. We would all die. Like Total Recall.
I didn't want to go there, but yeah, I guess we're there, eh?
Yeah, we're here. So unless I can prove gas pressure next to a vacuum, without a container, then its space is debunked.
It's that magic that keeps the gas to the earth.
Yeah, gravity.
You know the reason they
Big
say that's
G.
happening? You know the reason they say that's happening is because it's what they observe and they test when they gain altitude. That's exactly what is happening.
How do they test
It
it?
slowly decreases in pressure when you gain altitude.
Yeah, so we have a gradient. We get that part.
Yeah, we get a pressure gradient, so a pressure gradient requires containment.
Yeah, so the idea is they just figure, it's just more space. They are yet to run into something that would indicate that the pressure needs a container. That's why they don't say that.
But rockets can go in and out of it, right? No problem.
No, but wait, how
They
do
don't.
they
They
get
don't
gas
take any
pressure in the
gas with
first
them.
place?
What?
Sorry, what did the young lady say?
How do you get gas pressure in the first place?
Yeah, no,
They've
good
got
question.
to collide against the walls of something physical to create a pressure. So, are you able to demonstrate gas pressure without something physical?
Hee hee.
Like, give me the air in a tire without the tire. Give me a helium balloon without the balloon. Give me an oxygen canister without the canister. Like, just give me the oxygen in a pocket,
It's real simple, isn't it?
Honestly, because the claim is that there is gravity on Earth, there's certain
But
gases.
there's no way to demonstrate that gravity can affect gas pressure and can create gas pressure. There's no way to demonstrate that. That's not how thermodynamics works.
Than the ones you want to be demonstrated. Do you
But that's
want
not
to
how
understand?
thermodynamics works.
Yes,
Gas pressure is molecules colliding with the walls of a
If
container.
you think you're going to tell me something, then don't ask me a question. I was trying to
No,
answer.
but the question was rhetorical. There isn't an answer. You can't do it. You can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container because you need a container.
Okay. Go. Tell me where the container is outside.
I've not made a claim that there's a container.
You
I'm just
can't
stating
show
the
me
facts.
that the atmosphere.
No,
you
you're
can't
putting
show
words
me
in my
that the
mouth.
atmosphere's gas pressure
What is the
is
atmosphere?
being
Atmo. What is
contained.
it? What is the atmosphere?
You can't show me.
What is the
Absolutely
atmosphere?
no
What is
one
Atmo? Is he cutting out for me or am I lagging?
Yeah, no, he's lagging.
You got some robot issues going on there, man. There you go.
I said the people that test the air pressure and they gain altitude and they're trying to figure
Yeah,
out, hey, where's all this gas pressure coming from? Oh, wow.
I can't hear a word you're saying, my guy.
Yeah, Cal, you're broken up real bad. Oh, he dipped.
When in doubt, turn your Wi-Fi off. Panic.
I think we lost all the Globers. Any more Globers in here?
Hi, I'm a Glober.
How are you, brother?
I'm doing great. How are you?
It's Cooper. Fuck.
It's little old me.
Yeah, the anti-flat earther.
Not an anti-flat earther.
Yeah, you're not really a Glober. You're just anti-flat earth. I get it.
Okay.
Can I respond to what? Like, were you trying to tell me? Asking me a question because I was going to.
Well, the first one of demonstrating gas pressure
The
without a
atmosphere,
container, that
gas pressure in the atmosphere
Mate, this is going to be hard.
Yeah, the gas pressure in the atmosphere, it is observed to be not within a container.
It's observed to be not within a container.
Do you that actually go to these far outer reaches of the deep space?
Babes,
They
I'm
would tell
talking
you
to
we're
a
in a
brick wall.
fishbowl.
You're roboting. None of your words are coming through.
You're not in a fishbowl.
I didn't claim we were. You're putting words in my mouth now. The only words that are coming through clearly are like saying
because
things
it is
that I
not
didn't
observed.
say. I didn't say that. Stop putting words in my mouth.
I think it's more like a hamster ball.
So he's saying because he can't see it, there's an invisible force that's holding it there.
No, he's saying that I think that. Which I never said.
Yeah, but I'm pointing out what his paradigm is, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh dear, oh Jesus.
Well, we got a bunch of flat earthers in here anyways. That's a good thing. Oh, we got one in the chat. Come on the mic, Waz.
Why don't we talk about Selenelian eclipse was?
What you got, Waz? Bring it on, buddy. What's your best proof that you live on a spinning globe floating in space? Oh. Matthew, he's funny, man. He believes in half the story, but the other half's not true. And it's funny, the part that's not true for Matthew is the part that explains all the other parts. And I just looked it up. Agreeance is a word.
Yeah, but it's like saying, do you want to go down to the haberdasher to get a drink, like to get a new hat? It's like it is a word, but it's archaic. It's like you would just say, do we agree or not? Are we in agreement?
I don't know how old the word is. You do? Cooper just wants to argue, eh?
No, well, I mean, I don't know exactly how old it is, but I mean, I don't know how old haberdasher is. I just know that it's fallen out of common parlance, right?
Cooper, your mic keeps buzzing really, really loud. I don't know if it's just me, but it sounds like it's like going supernova or something. It's about to explode.
Really?
It's only when you start. Maybe you're a little too close to it. It's this really loud, like buzzy noise.
I apologize. I'm not sure what the source of that is.
I don't know either. It happens. I gotta go take care of some stuff. I hope everybody has an awesome day, and I'll see you all around. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
See ya, bro.
Where's the outro?
Damn, I leave for a couple minutes and it goes straight to dead air. I hope all is well with you.
The earth is flat.
The earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
How do
The
you know
Earth is
that?
flat.
Do tell.
Hardies. The Earth is a flat.
How do you know that?
It's measured
The
flat.
Earth is flat because if it wasn't flat, it would be not flat, but it is flat.
Sure.
Cool. So you're just here. This guy's just here to LARP and play games and stuff because he doesn't have an argument or an actual worldview.
Splash Mr. Girlfriend's ass. That's
The
measured
Earth is
flat. It's flat. It's measured flat. Navigated, plotted, charted, surveyed.
Flat.
Is observably, measurably, obviously flat.
So yeah, it's not a joke though. I know you're here to joke. I understand there's a lot of memes out there, but the conversation here is not something that you can just hop in and mock. I get pretty trigger happy and tend to ban people for doing that if they won't listen when I'm like, yeah, can we bring the conversation back to the ground? But I'm not trying to do that, so I'm going to unmute you and allow you to speak again.
I've come to my senses.
Also, I'm going to lower my input volume down. That might help. Lowered it by a lot. That should be better.
Keep hearing the Earth is flat, but I don't see it. My eyes lying to me. What's going on? Yeah. I don't see the Earth being flat, man.
The horizon's flat though. At the beach.
What if people have different shaped eyes? And that's why they're
You're trying to guide it back into the weeds, aren't you?
To be honest, you know what? How the Earth looks is whatever anyway, okay? Because what matters is the consequences of realities, okay? And the reality is that the gravity is a thing, and the consequence of that, okay, is you can get a gas chamber, vacuum out all of the gas so we can't have any of the relative buoyancy crap.
I just want to point something out before you try and straw man me. I have no problem with the word gravity. I consider it the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing. And then people tend to try and describe to me what they think it is, and I just kind of stand on the etymology of it that, well, it's weight or seriousness, so whatever you say, man.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll be more specific. Alright, I mean gravity
is going to have an
as
interacting relationship with the environment around it. So if you wanted to change the weight of an object, such as a beach ball, you can exhale into a beach ball, and then it'll weigh different in the air and it'll weigh different underwater. So then the gravity of the beach ball would be greater, except it wouldn't be wanting to go down, it would want to be going up. Specific gravity.
Well,
But
here's
carry
the
on.
thing.
Tell me more about
Is
gravity.
now you're not just talking about a beach ball, you're talking about a beach ball full of air, so it's not really the same thing anymore. So you didn't change the weight of the exact same thing, you changed the thing.
Right. Which I can do with the scientific experiment. Do you have a scientific experiment that you can identify the mass attracting mass? Or
Yeah, we
is
do, but you
working
guys
around
say
that
that it's
object?
not real.
So latency exists, and there's some lag between when people speak and they receive that information. It is what it is. And sometimes people get excited, so they'll tend to speak over one another. But if we could try and talk one at a time, that'll make it easier for everybody else to hear what we're saying.
Okay. But yeah, like, mass very clearly attracts mass, and like, you know, gravitation, like, I know you agree with it, sure. You know, you believe in the weight or seriousness of an object, but like weight is a consequence of gravity. Weight itself isn't gravity, right? I mean, like physical gravity rather than like literary gravity or whatever you want to call it. You know, like how do you get around the fact that like things are very clearly, you know, pulled.
Real quick, 1 minute. I'll be right back, and I'll answer your question directly, but I have to go say bye to somebody really quick because they're heading out. So, 1 second.
My god, this scene fucking sucks.
Alright, I'm back.
Hello, back. Yeah. So, like, you get a gas chamber. Well, not a gas chamber, vacuum chamber. Well, no gas chamber then, I guess. And then you have, like, any two objects, doesn't matter what their density is, doesn't matter what their shape is, they're going to be falling at the ground at the same, like, speed, and they're all going to be parallel to the Earth. So then, like, well, we obviously have a different idea of what parallel is there. Like, how do we explain that if, like, gravity isn't a thing, if mass isn't attracting mass, and if mass is attracting mass, then, like, because of, like, basic symmetry around a point, the gravitation would have to be equidistant in a circle shape, in 3 dimensions, which would obviously be a sphere. So you'd have to have the Earth ending up being roughly a globe.
So Earth is glob because gravity because Earth is glob.
No, that's not what I said at all, but I guess your listening skills aren't refined too well. I guess it's what happens when you keep ignoring
Alright, can I put it let me try and put it a different way. When it comes to the cause-effect relationship with gravity, which is which? The mass or the gravity? Yeah, the cause-effect relationship.
So gravity is an apparent force. It's not like an actual thing. It's like, for example, how when you see light bending or whatever in, let's say, like a glass, right? When you see, like, the straw, like, looks all bent out and stuff. Like, there isn't something that's, like, constantly actually like being a cause or being an effect. It's simply that's just what light does. That's just what it naturally does.
When it comes to testing,
it wasn't like an action that occurred.
Hear me out. This is the conversation. That's why I asked you that question. Because when it comes to testing things and verifying things, you have to actually be able to establish a cause-effect relationship with the subject matter. And therefore, the debate.
Mm-hmm. Cause and effect relationship. So the thing is that gravity is, like, apparent. It's just like things just being in motion, in a surface. Like, again, it's not like something's actually happening. I guess if you want to say that there's a cause, it would be things moving, right? I guess. But then why do things? But then here's the thing: you don't just witness things going on their geodesic path because they're just automatically on their geodesic path. They don't just stop or start. If you see something stop or start, that's because of a force has been applied to it, right? We can't, like, go back to the beginning of time or whatever when everything had its initial starting point on their geodesics. That's not possible for us. So in this regard, I guess we can't find the cause or effect for apparent gravity here. It's just something that's made obvious by other things that exist that could only be true if it were that way. I guess you know what a geodesic is, right? And so, for example, things that are stationary on the surface of Earth aren't actually stationary at all. They're having a constant force applied to them, stopping them from falling to the center of the Earth. You know that, right? The force is actually the electromagnetic force, by the way. It's as like our particles get super close and whatever to the other particles and try to press against them, there's a whole bunch of, like, electronic repulsion and stuff between protons and electrons.
So not a mass attracting mass.
What are you on about? I'm explaining, like, the fact that geodesic paths are are not intuitive. Basically, they aren't intuitive. But just because something isn't intuitive doesn't mean that we can't see that it must still be real. But I guess, you know,
I think that is true.
bro actually
Yeah,
sounds like a droid. That's kind of funny.
But we have a force that could push things away from things, so it's not mass attracting mass. This mass has a property to it that causes it to push away from another one, so therefore it's not mass attracting mass, but yet we're going to call it mass attracting mass because you can accumulate a bunch of it into one space, and that's how
Bro,
we
what are
have to
you on
explain
about?
the globe exists.
Were you listening to what I was saying?
Yeah. You said mass attracts mass, and then you explained how, well, there's an electromagnetic force that repulses things apart. So then it's not mass attracting mass.
Yeah. So you well, no, I'm talking about why things don't just fall to a center of a gravity well. Why things like don't just phase into each other. Right. That's what I was talking about. Were you listening?
Real quick, what you said earlier reminded me of this. I shared a link. I know it's Wikipedia, but that's kind of
no, it looks
well, yeah, the picture does look really silly, but it reminded me of electrostatics, which I had to look up the correct word for it.
Oh yeah, so thanks for that. But yeah, so like we know that. I mean, we literally see like if you look up in the sky, we literally have images of like light being bent around objects that could literally only have occurred if there is bending and warping in space-time, in space. Like how do you guys just assume that they're all just faked? Like I don't.
There's a lot to it, but I for one don't deny the existence of optical phenomenon, so I could say that.
I mean,
that's not an issue for me that you can get data points. Go ahead,
What's
Mark.
space bending and warping right now?
Huh?
What's space bending and warping right now?
What space is bending and warping? I mean, space is. I mean, there's everywhere that there's matter. There's like condensation of space there.
And it's bending and warping stuff. Show us the rate, how fast, and what it's changing it to.
Oh, that's not how it works. Have you ever imagined like
it's not
differential
how it
geometry or anything? You ever
So it
done
only
any
works
math
how
from
you
curved
imagine it.
surfaces? It's not.
Well, through your imagination, I have to jump into your imagination for something to work right. Okay, that's weird. So what I'm saying is, where can I see it bend and warp? The same the guy that gave you your story that it's bending and warping stuff. Where can I see time and space warp a peanut butter jar or an ashtray or a butter knife?
Well, the scale's different, but you don't appreciate
Now
scale,
the
I
scale's
guess.
different. Now I don't appreciate it. Now time.
Yeah, like maybe the problem is you and not me. You ever considered that?
I think the problem is time and space just stopping every time a human gets involved. When supposedly a human's the one that brought the fucking evidence to us that it happened to them. Isn't that weird?
What? Bro, what are you on about?
Time and space.
I think that plumb bobs are straight line.
I
Plumb
want time and
bobs.
space to do something.
Who's
What are
saying
you
that
on
shit?
about?
Demark, real quick. I think Tats Wood's trying to say something, but his connection seems to be
He's asking. So, do you think plumb bobs are straight lines? Well, what are plumb bobs? You mean like when you dangle a weight
space
on a
time
string?
Time and space warps his plumb bobs. I wouldn't even ask him about a plumb bob. Can you show us how time and space warp something in a lab?
Can you show me all of Poland in the palm of your hand?
So every
Some
time
things
the
are
low
just
IQ
on
boys,
too big of a scale. Like,
every
sorry,
time the
shit.
low
I guess we don't
IQ
make labs big enough.
But
My
every time
bad.
the low IQ boys make a religious claim and you ask them to back it, then they start fucking crying and going boo hoo. I can't show it. Wah. Excuse after
Did you
excuse.
take your meds today, D-Mock? Did your
No, I'm
carer come over yet?
you saw space and time warp something. Fuck, bro. Why is this hard?
I never said I saw it. I said that it must be true.
Conversation with one of you guys.
Silly Billy.
Time and space.
How come we're not?
D-Mock, to be honest, D-Mock, we're dealing with IQ in the double digits here with these discussions, so you really shouldn't be part of it.
Time and space bends your IQ. It must have bent your imagination.
Single-digit IQs are not allowed. You're too small to enter the ride.
You can't even shut the fuck up for me to finish my sentence. and then you won't talk when I'm not talking. See how that
Yeah.
works?
Gentlemen, if we could get back to the subject, please, and move forward, that would be awesome. I'm gonna go get coffee.
The direction of the plumb line rather changes from point to point along the plumb line, and a movable point. Wait, what the fuck is this shit?
So,
You're
so
not coming
essentially,
through.
the plumb graph is only following the vertical line
Really?
of gravity. The vertical line of gravity can obviously be bent, and it would appear to be straight. But what you're seeing is it appearing to be straight according to the vertical gravity.
You came
I feel
through right.
like really just a real big like geometry and calculus class would help Flat Earth so much. Like you all agree calculus is correct in its theorems, right?
I'm not going to your institutions to learn about your globe gods and your astronaut creators.
Okay, just like I need like a statement from Flat Earthers. Do you guys agree that calculus is actually like correct in its theorems or not? Like, because the idea of what an actual vertical to a surface is completely like lost on you guys.
Does your calculus make your water bend?
Water does bend. Ever heard of surface tension or waves or tides?
The bendy water class, that's what you took in college?
Okay, this dude's a troll 100%. He's laughing or some crap.
Oh, fuck.
Your water can't bend. Said it, boy.
You wouldn't be able to tell if the
Mate, you say
pump
the earth is spinning, make it spin in front of me right now.
because the space time would bend it and warp it in such a way that it would appear to be straight.
Wait, space-time can bend what?
Space and matter. So whenever they did the Michelson-Morley experiment, and then they didn't see that the Earth was in motion,
Wasn't the
right?
Michelson-Morley experiment to show
Yeah.
to show whether or not light speed is constant or not?
No, they were checking the motion of the Earth through the ether, which they thought was
Right.
what space was made of. And so
Earth's
it
moving
showed
through
that the Earth
the
was not moving through the ether that they assumed. And so they said that ether doesn't exist.
Yeah, it
And
was an
then
interferometer.
another guy came along and said that, well, the Earth is actually moving. It's just so that whenever they did the test, space time warped the test so that it contracted and then it expanded in time so that it looked like it wasn't moving. Lorentz contracted.
He brought relativity in.
Yeah.
The experiment
A
compared the speed
catchphrase.
of light.
So whenever you have your plumb bob being
It's a
vertical,
catchphrase.
it appears to be straight up and down, but that's only because it's following the gravity line, right? The gravity line is actually warped and bent. It only appears to be straight because that's how the light's traveling through the gravity. It's contracting. It's all relative.
Yeah, it was an interferometer, like interference, right? Air, resistance, wind, spin, whatever. So, yeah, it was interferometry. They just put their words together pretty simple back in the day, and then they added them and they made it into a thing. Interferometer. Interference, checker, ometer, meter. Pretty simple.
Sure is. Now, either I can conclude that what they were checking was motion, and they didn't find motion. And the easiest conclusion is that it's not actually moving. But instead, in order to hang on to my ball belief, I got to believe that it's actually bending and warping because of space time, and it only appears to not be moving.
You got to hold on to a lot of weird beliefs that you can't even touch or see or physically demonstrate in order to believe 8 million different imaginated amounts.
Imaginated. Okay, dude.
Like your imagination and how you imaginate the globe versus the next glober versus the next glober versus you're
No, we
all
all have a pretty good idea of what the
and you're
globe looks
all
like.
wrong. You all have a different model of the same globe. Isn't that weird? You all have a
Yeah,
different population.
people can
You
make
all have a different version.
projection maps. That's
Neither one of you
crazy.
can draw
That's
your
wild,
version.
actually.
You can't draw your version out. None of you will. Isn't that weird? Show
You
us how
know,
you slide down the
actually,
ball without
there's
tilting.
actually a really really good map. There's like one of the best maps of the Earth was
Did
like
you make it?
recently proven to be the best one.
Did you make it?
Okay. No. I guess you don't believe me
Fact
then.
check
Right,
it.
let me find it actually. Let
Did
me
you go
find.
around the earth to compare whether it was right or wrong really good?
Have you been to Poland? Can you prove it
Have
exists?
you compared anything to anything you've ever talked about in real life, or you just fucking believe Smurfs are in your butt?
No,
Oh, I don't
Smurfs are
believe it.
Smurf
actually.
I
butt.
know it.
Believe Smurf butts. Yeah, we know.
Yeah. I treat them really well.
It's about your fucking speed IQ, man. You just want to believe cartoon shit. Can you demonstrate anything? Warping in time and space. I really would love to see this shit.
My bad, dude. I actually, you know what else I can't demonstrate?
A
I
couple
can't
balls
demonstrate
spinning
a
around
whole
each other.
society, bro.
No, you can't even
I guess
hold balls
society just
together.
doesn't exist. My
You can't even
bad.
hold your balls in the right accordance to get a fucking a temperature, anything, a season, any areas or orientations of the moon cycles. You can't get three balls out and make them do what they do on their own out in the middle of nowhere because time and space is warping them and making them do a perfect, beautiful cycle and symphony around each other. You can't with your fucking hands reproduce
Cycle and
balls moving
symphony. What
around.
do you want about, boy?
Show me your little sun and your little earth, and show me the
Yeah,
temperatures.
my son's not little. My son is pretty big. It's
Show me
what is it
your
like?
whatever.
My son's
Because now,
1.5 million kilometers or
now
miles or
you're not
whatever
going
it
to
is
test in
in
the lab.
diameter. It's pretty big
So
boy.
you're not going to be able to scale it down and demonstrate it, are you, slow mo?
Oh, that's a shame. I can't
Yeah,
make
no,
toys
it's
for
a
you, I
shame
guess.
on your
My
part.
bad.
Shame on your part. You believe something you can't even show yourself. Isn't that crazy? Can't even demonstrate your own fucking imagination to yourself with three balls.
I mean, we
It's
can. I
hard.
mean, like, I
I mean,
can if
let
you
me
really
finish
want
my
me
sentence,
to.
metal
If you're
ball
desperate,
handler. Don't be
I
afraid of
guess I can do
balls.
that for you. Just
Don't be
give
allergic.
me a couple days. I'll get all the materials. I'll make it for you. Don't worry.
Yep, we need your heat source, right? We need the temperatures to match and the
Wait,
seasons and
why the
everything.
fuck am I? You want me to make a little sun?
Yeah, you
Yes.
fucking retard. Yeah, that's
So anyway, now that I've just sat back down, can we like get back to the y'all about to start?
Let's
Y'all
do
about to
so
start.
study, bro.
Y'all about to start. Demar, gentlemen, please.
Yeah, I'm just
Can
saying.
we get back to the ground real quick?
Yeah, making a
Cool.
model on Earth. Yeah, hell fucking right.
And
Yeah.
wait,
Okay.
actually, because a guy at Earther, you were saying that how would you do it? Look up sonoluminescence. That would be if you could somehow get sonoluminescence to produce the light to do it. That apparently produces the same temperature as the surface of the sun, so that could be an interesting part of the problem.
Wait. The what luminescence?
So multi-bubble sonoluminescent systems apparently they produce a temperature that is similar to that of the sun. I can show you. I can link some stuff if you want me to.
Okay. Well, and I can just make like a little plasma ball like that, and I can have it in my garage.
Yes.
No,
You get a glass of water, and you get two speakers, and you get a little device that can manipulate frequencies on your two speakers. Get two different frequencies, and then manipulate the frequencies until you start seeing your little light inside of it. People
Okay.
have done this on their own in their own home.
Yeah, but unfortunately, how am I gonna make my own gravity? I need to also make my own gravity or some shit too for DMARC. How am I gonna do that?
Don't know. How are you going to do that? Because as soon as you figure out how to manipulate gravity, you're going to be like the richest man alive. Because then we'll actually be able to go to space.
Huh? You don't believe in space, right?
No.
Hmm. That's funny.
No, but like on
Well,
the movies
you
that are
can't really
like,
manipulate
oh no,
gravity
we're
unless you have
floating
tons
around,
and
turn
tons
on
of
the
mass.
gravitron, and they turn on the gravitron, and then now everybody can sit back on the floor again. Dude, imagine what you could do if you could create a device like that. All
Okay.
you got to do is figure out how to manipulate gravity, find the cause, so that we can
Well,
manipulate.
what if you can't manipulate gravity? What then?
Well, then I guess we're stuck.
What if it's just the actual like the shape of the medium we're in?
You mean specific gravity, like I pointed out earlier, and you shit on it?
Wait, what the fuck is specific gravity?
It's based on the shape.
The relationship between the item or the object and the medium around it. You know what I'm talking about? Buoyancy and
No,
density.
I never heard of
Definitely
it. This is like only a thing flat earthers bring up. Like no one ever uses that in science.
It's more like the scientific communicators usually don't word it that way because the average person isn't going to understand it.
Sure. Okay.
I mean, you know that the way that they do it is just kind of like a public version of it instead of they're not going to read scholarly articles to the people. That would
Okay,
be,
well, I've never seen that in any textbooks or any articles I've read either. Like, this just isn't, like, just, it isn't used. It doesn't matter anyway, it's just a phrase. So, speaking of the ground, yeah, when you're on the ground, and you're in somewhere, let's say, like, England, or, like, Canada, whatever, and you look up at the night sky, you can see like Polaris, and then you see the stars going around it one way, and also you see the moon in a certain way, by the way. But then when you go to like this, places like Brazil, South Africa, Australia, you see the Southern Cross, and you see stars rotating around that over the course of the night in a different, way, and you see the moon has been turned like 180 degrees. How do we explain that with a flat Earth? Because that makes perfect sense on like a spheroid.
Did you know that you can see the Southern Cross from the Canary Islands?
Canary Islands, are they near the equator?
Yeah, I think they're above the equator, if I'm not mistaken.
But like, are they very close to the equator?
So then it's okay to see the Southern Cross above the
Yeah,
equator?
so for example, when you're near the equator, you can see Polaris like on the very like just above the horizon, and I'm pretty sure you're talking about being able to do the same on the Canary Islands, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, also to mention, there is atmospheric refraction, so the light coming from these stars is getting bent a little bit over. It's not exact.
I see.
Yeah, but I guess you guys don't believe in what the atmosphere very clearly does. So.
No. I mean, I can get specific and talk about the different types of refractions that's going on, but I think what happens is a lot of people are like, well, how is it that I could see farther? Refraction. But then you're not actually, saying anything of worth.
I mean, you are. You're just pointing out that the phenomenon of refraction does occur, and because it does, because refraction is a thing that occurs, there are consequences to the occurrence of it. That's all. You don't need to know any specifics beyond that. For example, it is, it's true that Newtonian kinematics works very, very well on our scale of existence on the Earth. I don't need to know every single thing about every single possible interaction between, parts of a system to know that this is true,
Yeah, but if we want to talk about events that happen at the horizon, and we want to talk about what it is that we're seeing of objects in the distance at the horizon, it would be good to know what types of refractions, effects that you're
yeah, and
seeing.
when you're playing Pokemon, it's good to know what types of Pokemon there are, but you can play fine with your starter ones, I guess.
About reality, right? Like if I see a building disappearing at the bottom, or if I see a bridge, looking like it's curving hard down in a huge arc, it would be good to know that I'm looking at a mirage, and the bottom of that bridge and what's off in the distance is now being bent to appear to be curving down. Or if I'm looking at, I don't know, a smoke tower or a water tower off in the distance, and then suddenly it looks really short one day, and then it looks really tall another day. Or I'm sitting there watching this water tower or the smoke tower in the distance, and I actively watch it shrink and grow and then disappear and then come back into view, what is going on? Is the Earth changing size? Or am I looking at an atmospheric effect? So then it would be good to know what it is that you're actually looking at instead of just going, oh, it disappeared. It's over the horizon. It's beyond the curve. Oh, it came back. Whoa, what is going on?
Yeah, but the existence of the phenomenon refraction is already enough to satiate, an answer to that question.
Okay.
No, sorry, to be substantial as an answer to that question. Anyway, point being, I need an answer when it comes to the moon being flipped 180 degrees in one hemisphere, and then you go to like the other one, and it's flipped 180 degrees again, and how like you have these two different directions of rotation. Which, by the way, you can't just say, oh, if you look in a different direction, things look like they rotate differently. That's not how that works.
Because you can look at the moon appear on the horizon in the east and take a picture of it, right? And then as it travels above you, take another picture of it, but keep your orientation the same. And then whenever it gets over to the west, take a picture of it. See how much it changed. What you're going to see is that craterous blobby portion always face north. And then just as it travels around you, it appears to be turning kind of like it's on a clock, but it's not actually turning like it's on a clock. Its orientation to your location is making it appear to change.
Do you have like any video evidence of this? Because I'm failing to like really work out what it is you're actually saying.
People have done it. You could do it. All you got to do is just go do it.
So
you need video evidence. So you think you could like, I don't know, put like a sticker on the ceiling, right? Like a happy face or a sticker with some type of design on it, on the ceiling of somewhere, or something just up in the air so you can see the face of it, right? And then you look at it, and then walk all the way across the room and look at it. Then walk to the north side of the room and look at it. Take a picture. Walk to the south side, north side, and east side, and tell me if those pictures match just in that big room, or like a mall setting, or anywhere that's big, like a bank, or anywhere. You know what I mean? Like go in a bit, like a store somewhere, put something up high enough on the like a bottom of a billboard thing hanging out, something where you can look up and see it. And be like, okay, I see the happy face this way. I'm going to walk straight away from it. Now walk around in a circle. Now walk back to northeast, and you'll understand when you look up and you go this place on the earth. That and it's a flat ground, just like the store, flat, thing that you're looking at up there. So you'll now do you understand it? Because that sticker, that happy face, you're only going to see the smile this way when you're this way. You'll see the eyes to begin with that way. On the right, you'll see the smile in the eyeball, and then this side of the picture. And when you go to that part of the store, you'll see that side of the picture. It's common sense, brother. It literally is.
I need a video from Tactical Droid. From about what he explained, something about the moon.
Something
about the moon.
What wasn't somebody just asking something about the moon?
Something.
So you were asking, and I'm trying to answer, but you just missed all that.
Yeah.
So a sticker, happy face sticker.
I heard you. I heard you. This is just nothing. Like, what's this got to do with like the moon?
The happy face is going to represent your moon. How about take a picture of the moon and stick that on the fucking ceiling as a sticker? Stupid. Now walk to the north. Walk to the south side of the building. Take a picture each time, dummy. Now go the fuck outside and do the same. It's going to be the same. What's that got to do with reality? Everything. Come back to us when you're done and you see something different.
Are we going to explain the spins of the stars around their central stars? Polaris and the Southern Cross.
Your first idea was about the moon. You're not even going to worry about going to do that to see that you're wrong about that. Now you're asking about what?
You know, rotations of the stars, you know.
Are they hurting you? They bother you?
Well, they should bother you, but I guess you don't
They
think
should
about it
bother
too
me.
much.
Why would a
Like,
star bother me? Sitting above my head, look like it's barely doing anything every night. Why is that
okay,
bothering?
well, like, if you're in the southern hemisphere, right? It doesn't matter. Like, if you just
So you went to the
look
southern
south.
hemisphere, and then what'd you do after you did that? You flew straight away to somewhere else and saw some. What do you see?
Wait, do I
Film your sky
specifically
and tell me
have
what you're
to
talking about.
ascertain a
Show me
truth?
the location.
Otherwise, it's not a truth. Is that what you're saying?
Brother, can you film what the fuck you're talking about? If you're just making shit up, no, it's not true.
All right, let me get you a time lapse, or maybe time lapses are
Time
fake for you. I don't
lapse?
know.
What's that gonna do?
Do,
Time
do
lapse
time
from
lapses
where did
count?
you set it up? What time did you set it up? What was your elevation? What
Why
angle
do
did
I
you
have to
set
do
the
it?
camera at?
Why do I have
I
to be
need
the
to
one who
know
does it?
all this because cameras
If
bring
All
me
someone
right,
real,
guys,
real
it's
video,
breaking down into audio chaos, and it's going to be really. I see people dropping out and stuff. Y'all are screaming in the mic. It's kind of yeah.
the gentleman only talks when I queue up.
I mean, here's the thing, right? There's only one moon around the Earth, right? So
I
whether
thought we
I
were
take
talking about
whether
Star
I take
Trek.
a video of it or someone else takes a video of it, it's not like you can just fake the moon in the
Now you're back
sky.
to the
Or
moon.
wait, or can you?
Yeah, that's
Now
why I
you're
can't do it.
I thought we were
But
talking
Oh,
about
you can do
we
it.
can't trust the moon anymore. It could be a
Can you
hologram.
stop talking while I'm talking? That makes no sense. Can you film the stars above you? Set your camera there. Make sure it's set and still. Make sure it's level. Point it straight vertically up, and then show us what you're talking about, please. Or is that, or is reality beyond you? Let's go.
I'm gonna find a video of a time lapse.
If you didn't do it, it's not worrying me, buddy.
Wait, hold on a second. So, if I point a camera at the stars,
Yeah, that's gonna be you
legit. But if
doing it.
somebody else points a camera at the stars, that's not legit. So does that mean I'm the
No,
only
that's not
trustworthy
you.
person on Earth?
No, that person's not you. I'm talking
Well,
to you
thank
right now. I
you.
want to see
Thank
what you
you.
did.
I really appreciate that.
So I want to see what you pointed up above your head and you saw this crazy great stuff.
Why do I have to be the one who did it?
Because you're making the weird dinosaur claim of magic rainbows in the sky and unicorns. Superman. So show
Okay,
me.
well, there's only like one moon in the sky. Why do I have to be the person who takes
We
the
weren't talking
video of
about
the moon?
you.
Or there's only one Polaris in the sky. Why do I have to be the one that takes the video of Polaris? Just because I make the claim doesn't mean shit, dude. Like, if the evidence is out there, regardless of like, if there is evidence of a thing, it doesn't matter who is the one who produced the evidence. The fact is, the evidence exists, right? Or do you not believe that?
You're
Is that not
saying
like?
some evidence exists. I would like to see yours. Or do you not believe that?
Well, no, I'm saying evidence exists. I'm not saying I
We're
produce
waiting
evidence
for
that
it.
exists. I'm saying evidence exists.
Show us.
Right?
Show us what claim you're making that you make, that you want to back up. Not what Bob did someday back when he was 52 or back when the Greeks did this. I want to see what you look and see. That way we can learn right
Has
now
your
in
carer showed
2024.
up with your meds yet? Have they changed your diapers?
We are trying to film reality at its
Your
finest, and we want
critical
you to
thinking
take us
never
over.
developed past the age of 4, did it?
Brother, yours didn't develop on showing anybody anything, did it? Just imagine. Listen, Elmo, we're not going to imagine riding through parks. We're going to see what you got, what your evidence is. Come on,
Y'all
man.
are wild.
I'm not trying
This
to be. I'm
dude is
trying to
so
get his evidence.
funny. I
He
don't
said he's got
believe in
star
evidence. If it didn't come from you, son.
All right, guys, stop.
Okay. D-Monk needs to stop being silly and just accept a time lapse. I'm gonna link in the chat.
Of what? What are we looking at, David Copperfield?
Polaris, I told you.
Did you film this?
Oh, why do I have to be the one who filmed it? Like, Be serious.
Because you're making shit up, and I want to see where you got your fucking crazy stories.
Okay, so I'm gonna get it from someone else because it's true, and they actually filmed the North Star and stuff spinning around it, and that's
from
just
someone
true.
else.
And you're gonna accept it, or you're not gonna pass daycare.
I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to somebody else about what they're saying that we don't know because they're not here. I'm talking to you
Bro
about
is
what you
never
claim.
graduating daycare. How many years they held you back?
Bitch, man. If
How
you're
many
the one
years
that
they held
stole
you back in daycare?
brother, you stole the cookies, not the other part of the class. So stop wanting to see what the class did while you stole the cookies. You claim the cookies got stolen. You claim how. You claim why. Show us.
Okay, right. Okay, so imagine somebody else took a video of what exactly happened to the cookies. Do I have to be the one who videoed what happened to the cookies? No, because they have a video. Huh?
I'm not imagining no magic tricks, brother. I want to see what you film. That way we can see what magic stuff you're seeing so you can say, look,
You're funny.
this thing I'm filming disproves flat earth live right here. You know how famous you'd be? You'd get 1 million hits right away from all the flat earthers. You wouldn't want that?
Yep.
Be the only person explaining anything, brother. The only one that doesn't say imagine. We're waiting for that super globe Superman, super smart IQ guy that doesn't have to make us imagine everything. That can demonstrate.
You're about to see something crazy. Okay, okay, look at this.
Reality over flat earth. Let's see it.
Okay.
As long as it matches reality, I'm down.
Demok, can you read, by the way? Just,
No, I've
case.
never read anything in my life.
I believe that.
Yeah, I couldn't put my name down or anything.
I know, you must have got your carer to do it for you. Alright, I put it in chat.
I'm not really sure about ABCs either.
Yep, I believe that too. Don't worry though, I believe in you. You'll get past daycare one day. You have to, first of all, you have to, like, you know, develop some basic critical thinking. But you'll get there.
Oh, you mean imagine?
Please never stop being flat earther. You're so funny.
I'm just trying to be reasonable with you and stick to reality, and you just want to imagine.
Okay. Alright, now what I'm going to do, now I'm going to get a video of a time lapse around the Southern Cross, and we're going to see, this is going to be crazy, how it spins in a different direction.
A different direction than what? As compared to what?
As compared to in the Northern Hemisphere, duh.
It'll still be east to west, right?
Huh?
Are you
It
serious?
would still be east to west, right?
Do you think the stars spin west to east on the
He
south?
asked you a question. They go from east to west, right?
Well, no, but we're going to have to be pretty exact here with what we mean. It's either counterclockwise or clockwise.
Those aren't
directions. In the west.
Are you serious? You don't know that all the stars rise on the east and set on the west?
He didn't know.
Are you seriously like
going on?
Are you seriously making fun of his intelligence when this is the argument you're putting forth?
Sorry, wait, can you just start again? Oh no, man, you were just really forgettable just there. I need you to say that again, please.
Okay. The gentleman had said the stars rotate differently in the north and in the south. My following question was, do they rise in the east and set in the west? Your response was no.
Wait, my response actually was we should use terms like, do they rotate clockwise or counterclockwise around the southern and like northern?
No, because what you're wanting to do is appeal to subjective directional claims, where I'm appealing to objective directional claims such as north, west, east, and south, right? You want counterclockwise and clockwise to be integrated into the conversation, which that's just going to confuse yourself. And it has.
Mm-hmm. Whatever you want to believe, I guess.
So you're not going to answer the question, do the stars all rise from the east and set on the west? That's a simple question.
You want to say that again, but slower?
No, I don't. Are you this thick? Is this the argument? Do you actually believe the
No,
stars are
sorry,
rotating
no.
in different directions?
I was getting this video up, and there was like a YouTube ad that started playing, so I didn't really hear you too well.
Do you know where the direction that the star rises?
What, in the North Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere?
Do you honestly think they rise in a different direction depending where you're standing?
Well,
is
yeah.
that your argument?
Yeah.
So
Well,
you don't. So
where it depends where you are. You know, around the equator. Are you like north of it or south of it?
past the equator, you think the star rise on the west?
Do I?
Are you just going to put the question back on me because you can't answer it?
Okay.
Do you think that past the equator, if you go past the equator, they go from west to east, and if you go from one side of the equator, it goes from east to west? Is that your notion?
Yeah. Why does it only show me fucking North Star, bro? I'm looking for. Oh yeah, that one. My bad. Clockwise and counterclockwise. That's crazy.
Is it east to west?
East to west in the northern hemisphere, I guess.
And what about the south?
Well, would be the opposite of the north, wouldn't it?
So it's west to east in the south. Is that what you think?
I can't concentrate on these questions too much. I'm looking for these videos that point out how y'all are so wrong about this guy. One sec.
Mic check. Is my mic coming in?
Yeah, it is now. If you were trying earlier.
Dude. Yeah, it's like in the north, you're looking at stars rotate around Polaris. In the south, they rotate around Sigma Octantis. So when people think, oh, I go into the southern hemisphere and I look at the stars rotate in the opposite direction because of my orientation to them, you're not looking at Polaris. You're not looking at the stars rotating around Polaris rotate in a different direction. You're looking at a different set of stars.
Yeah, because you're on a different side of the globe. Duh.
Are the
It's
You're
stars
thick, dude.
rotating
You're
east to
thick.
west?
Sure, whatever. Y'all
You're
just
thick, dude. You're east to west. They rise from the east and they set in the west, no matter where you are.
Mm-hmm.
This is like a revelation to him. And he's making fun of someone else for for his education.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to disagree that they actually rise in the east and set in the west? Are you going to disagree with that?
I'm just
You're just
dumbfounded
kind of
by why you're trying to speak to me, bro. Like,
because you can't formulate a sentence.
I already posted the North video. I'm gonna post a Southern one. Give me just a second.
All right.
Where is
Thank
it?
you.
Okay. All right. Right. Now in the chat, like, don't even speak to me, cause you're a little bitch anyway. Just speak to yourself while watching these videos. Okay.
Okay.
Cope. I know y'all like. I know this
You're
dude
just
over
thick,
here.
dude.
Bro,
You're
this
just thick. You literally don't
Amir dude
understand
is so
that
desperate to
you
insult me.
literally
Guys, I'm gonna start handing out mutes like they're candy.
Do it right now, dude. This guy literally thinks that the stars rotate in the opposite directions. That this is the level of sophistry that we get in this right now in this chat, in this room. He's trying to argue that they're rotating in different directions.
I mean, if you
and then doesn't
you go
want
to
to
the
and doesn't want to
if you go
admit
to the
that they
southern
all rise
hemisphere
in the east.
and then you look up and then you face the southern direction, guess what you gonna see? Yeah.
Also, you turn around.
Right.
So when you turn around, they're going. It's kind of like when crossing the street, the cars go from one direction, and you cross the street. Now the cars go in different direction. Is that what you're doing?
Wait, say that again.
No, because you can't understand what I'm
Oh my
talking
god,
about.
bro! Just repeat your
East
question,
to
bro.
west. No, you're literally that thick. East to west. Are they rotating from east to west?
You're
Can
so
you
down
ever
bad to just
understand?
insult people.
Do you know what an east is and what a west is?
No clue.
No, he's just like he wants to project. He wants to come here and project his sophistry. He doesn't understand what he's talking about. He can't admit that all the stars rise in the east. That just destroys what he's trying to say.
So we're experiencing a sunk cost fallacy.
The fuck is in regards to what?
So this dude just because he's facing north and he watched the sun going from his right hand to his left hand, and when he flips the position he's facing the south, he sees the sun just going from his left hand to his right hand, so the opposite dependent to him. So for him, the sun is going opposite sides or opposite ways. For him, it's not the sun.
That's why I mentioned
going east
rotation
to west.
direction.
Let him talk.
Because that is something that simply spinning around won't change.
That's
it's almost like I had a valid reason for bringing it up.
That's dependent to you, to where you see the shit. But everything is going the same side. Everything is rotating the same way. So you
all
just
rotating the same direction.
the same direction, yeah, east to west. So it was just dependent to you, the guy who facing north, or you're facing south, like between like if you are standing between two trains that are going from east to west. If you are looking to the one in the below you, you will just see it going opposite side. If you flip yourself to see the other one.
Right. Okay. That's the same as saying that from the country that you're sitting in, that you can see New York or Alaska. If you were to see through a tube that was lit, and you had a telescope, and you were trying to see from where your vantage point is, you would be able to see in a straight line from west to east or east to west.
So, like, if you stick your hands in front of your face and then you try to, with your index and your thumb, you can make an L shape. That's going to be your left hand.
If you look with a telescope, would you be able to see any part of the world from where you are?
Who are you asking?
The one who's saying the Earth is flat.
To be honest, though, as things get further away, like it's like they are. What's the link for here? They're going to get proportionally smaller, like in terms of your whole field of view, until you can't resolve them anymore. So even if the Earth was flat, you wouldn't be able to see like infinitely far.
It's not the only reason. His optics. It wasn't. It's not the only reason. Perspective and the change of the angular size.
Speaking over him, dude. You're like, oh my god, shut up.
You did the same thing. You hypocrite.
Yeah, but when I speak,
why are you telling other people?
When I speak is good. When somebody else does it, it's different.
Somebody else. Exactly. Infinite beyond. So you're trying to ask a flat earther why you can't see things. Is that correct?
I'm suggesting that you'd be able to see a further distance than the curvature of the Earth allows. If you go to the beach, why is it that you can only see the ocean? You should be able to see some kind of land on the other side of that sea.
I'll give you.
And you had a telescope.
I'll give you some measurements.
Okay, hang on a second. If a telescope can see as far as Mars and beyond our solar system, you would definitely be able to see another country from the beach.
It can't. That is that's a different topic. But if you're trying to use the topic of the horizon is Earth curve, you believe the horizon is Earth curve.
So you think that you
Beyond
use
infinite? No. He needs to establish the claims he's going to make. Infinite beyond.
Of course.
Do you believe the horizon is Earth curve?
Of course.
So if I'm, let's say, 1 foot a height on the beach, could I be able to see an object 19 miles away?
If the Earth was flat, then yeah.
Okay, so the black swan is a picture that was a video, and they took a still from that picture when the observer height is at 1 foot, and there's respectively oil rigs at 6 and then also at 9 miles away, and the horizon is beyond those objects on the horizon. Therefore, the furthest you could be able to see on a sphere that's 59 miles would be around 3 miles from a 1 foot observer height in feet. And this picture disproves beyond a shadow of a doubt that there is a horizon curvature geometric edge that blocks things at a height of 1 foot for 3 miles, because you can see the horizon past 9 miles.
Yeah, but you'd be able to see it for 90 miles and more if the Earth was flat. You'd be able to see another country, that's what I'm saying.
No, you wouldn't be able to see any further than 3 miles from 1 foot observer height if the Earth was curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile, or the radius of 59 miles.
You're talking about a phenomena that exists,
No,
which is
if you live on a globe, Einstein said if you live on a globe, you can see your butt. You can see 24,901 miles with any optic visual if it has the ability or capability to see that far. Then you would look forward and see your own butt. That's on the globe. Now,
and the fact that
stop confusing your globe where you can see forever and see your own ass looking forward to a flat Earth where you can just stop seeing the butterfly where it stops existing in front of you. Do you understand the difference?
And the
Do
fact
you understand you can't see your ass?
And the fact
Yep,
that
you listening, brother? Stop.
you don't
Pay attention to
have
this. You're going to learn today.
you don't have
Do you
any
have any object that can see 24,000 miles? Any telescope?
Yeah.
You have one.
Yeah.
Set it up. Look forward.
He does.
Now, hold on.
Yeah,
I got
that
it.
is interesting how you can see Mars from
Set
so
it up.
far away.
Set it up and look forward. Now you should be able to see your own ass because the Earth is only
and the fact that
24,901 miles.
the fact that this guy doesn't know that
learning
is proof.
Why do you not want to learn? I'm teaching you
The
about
fact that
Einstein and your
the
globe.
fact that there's no other theory and the only theory he has is a picture at 9 miles
They can see
proves
24,000
that
miles.
he's
Proven fact. Not an
that the Earth
observatory,
is
no
curved.
telescope known to man. So where are the stars at again, boys? Talk with me now. Where are the stars at, guys? How far they are if your optics can't see 24,901 miles. Cannot. Provenly fact. Because you can't see around the ball to see your own ass. Gentlemen, we're not going off this point right here. Do you understand what I'm saying, or is it too beyond you? How far are your stars away?
We understand what the fuck you're saying.
24,901 miles. You can't even see that far with telescopes right now looking up. What's the problem?
So you're trying to so if you can't see your ass with the instruments, if you can't see your ass with the instruments that you're using, then
back of your head
you
forward.
even with the inadequate instruments that you do possess, you will be able to see
demonstrate that you can do it. All you're doing is talking about
at
nothing.
least even with binoculars you'd be able to see another country
the back of
perhaps.
your own head. Why do you guys keep talking over me? Because you're fucking pussies. Stop, pussy. Learn
You're
something.
fighting yourself.
You need
you
to set your camera up. Stop fucking
I
talking
can sense
over
your
me. You're supposed to
obesity
talk
through
when I'm done, you
I
Arabian
can sense
bitch.
your obesity through your neck.
Alright, gentlemen.
I can sense
For
your
one, ad homs are meaningless in a debate.
And anyway, I'm the one who
optic
technically
ability of an observatory does not
So, real quick, ad homs have nothing to do with the subject matter. Thanks.
He's speaking
Anyways,
about
can we get back
some
to the measurements?
So, Infinity
So
Beyond, can you hear me at all, or were you just talking over me when I was trying to point out that ad homs have nothing to do with the subject matter, and it's a waste of time to engage in an argument directly with your opponent? Keep the subject matter on the subject. Thank you.
Should be distances that supposedly we can see and stuff disappears in reality. Butterflies, airplanes, everything that goes in the air, clear air, no hill, no hump, airplane disappears. No matter what you live on, right? No hump, nothing blocking it, disappears going forward. Stop sign and your view disappears. No hump needed. Butterfly, it's stuff that flies does this. There's no curve between you and the bird that's flying, is there? Guaranteed not. So, what are we talking about?
So if the Earth was flat, you'd be able to fire a rocket horizontally, and it would be able to fly forever until it runs out of propellant.
Show me your model. Where did you get this idea? What are you comparing this to? Your
So if
imagination?
you know
So
those,
do you know how
rockets,
railguns work?
you know
Have you
those
heard about the
rockets that
railguns?
are in orbit. You know those rockets that enter orbit and then
No, there's
deploy a
no such
payload.
thing as orbit. There is no
Those
orbit. Can you demonstrate what an orbit is for us?
Okay, the International Space Station has been in orbit for
No, I
decades.
want. Oh
The
my God,
International
this is
Space
hard,
Station
brother.
is somewhere in
Hold
Houston.
on.
They don't
And the
believe
Can
way
in
we
that.
go back
it
to
was
the
built,
Demonstrate in the
measurements of
lab.
the
the way it was built was
Demonstrate in the
by
lab the
deploying
orbit is
modules in
possible.
space that connected to each other because they didn't have enough payload capacity to be able to get enough material to orbit in order to create the station.
They don't believe
When
in
they had the
orbits.
ability to put things into orbit that carry on floating in space forever effectively and only need a little bit of propulsion in order to maintain their orbits.
You're just regurgitating information that you read. Can we go back to your geometric horizon edge curve of the Earth that you believe in? Can we go back to that? Do you understand
When
that
you
if you're,
fire,
if excuse me,
when
if do you
you've
understand that if
seen
you have a,
evidence of
excuse
government
me,
agencies and
no,
private
excuse me,
companies
yes,
firing
you're
rockets
gip
into orbit,
galishing, you're gip
and we
galishing
have
to something else.
cameras that can
We're
see it
talking about the
and data
horizon.
that shows
You
it,
made a
an
claim.
entire industry is built on the
Excuse me, sir.
into
Excuse me, sir. Can we just go back to the claim that you made? The horizon is Earth curve. You believe that the
framing.
horizon.
Then
I'm still
why is it
talking.
that
We're
they can
going
keep
back to this
going
place.
forever?
We're
Why do
going
they
back
keep
to this
going?
place. Can we just talk about the horizon? Okay. Do you understand that if you're at 1 foot observer height and the Earth is curving away from you, your horizon could be no more than 3 miles away from your observer? This is
Listen,
measurement.
you
This is called
Middle Eastern
geometric
cook, you
measurement.
fucking piece of shit Middle Eastern cook. Yeah, listen.
So you don't want to hear evidence against your globe claim. The horizon is not Earth curve. It's not an edge Earth curve. The horizon is an apparent location. And Earth and flat earthers don't have any claim to the horizon. It doesn't equate into measuring the Earth flat to know how far or how close the horizon is. That is a globe claim that you know how far the horizon is. And it's measurable and it's a geometric obstruction blocking things in distance. Mount Canigou is a mountain that has been recorded from more than 275 miles away when the globe is making a claim that that particular mountain range should be about a mile hidden behind a horizon edge curve, whatever you want to call it. It's just not the case. As far as, well, he's gone. Yep.
He was done the minute he started spiraling out with that bullshit he was saying right before I muted him. I had no intention of unmuting him after that, and he's lucky that I didn't just insta ban him.
I appreciate that because I really wanted to talk about the black swan because I think a lot of people are brushing past that when they make claims about what the horizon is. I, I still think that's a dead giveaway for the globe. So thank you.
I'm going to show mercy from now on with a lot of this stuff because I know that some of these people are just trying to push buttons. But I am going to post his ID number somewhere. When people start to spiral like that, I'm pretty sure a lot of others could tell he was about to kind of enter this super spiral where nothing coherent was going to proceed from his mouth. He was just going to flip out at everyone. Which means friendly fire for the globe side, because they're going to get it too. So I figured I'd go ahead and spare everybody that bullcrap and mute them up.
we cannot see infinitely far just because Earth is flat. Earth is flat, and we still see what we see right now. What you see in reality is what you see right now on the flat Earth. I'm just pointing out their model has lots of broke holes to where they want to tell you everything's this far away and 93,238,000 when the telescopes in their own model can't even see their own butt. That means the telescope doesn't have the ability. Plus, light bends. If light bends around a little microscopic dot ball with the big sun, right? The sun's a little dot compared to the Earth's a dot compared to the sun in the globe model, and then light bends around that. It's already shooting past the Earth, right? One big parallel ray hitting the Earth, shooting past it that way, right? Then light's supposed to bend and touch itself. That parallel ray is supposed to hit Earth and go around and touch itself and make the whole Earth lit up forever, always. Bending light, right? Warping and bending in light, right? Gravity. So, with that being said, the attribute of light being bent around the whole planet and the ability to do so, to refract and converge and illuminate all this other crazy whatever, right? So you look forward, and then the ability of the telescope supposedly seeing millions of miles away, so you can see 238,000 miles forward. Supposedly with that telescope right now, that's where you're looking. And what do you see in it? A mountain tip. Huh. Does that mean that mountain's 38,000 miles away, just like the moon? I mean, you guys got a fucking problem with your optics and everything to do with the matter. So you need to see your own ass. So you need to get up on top of that mountain, look forward, and see your own butt. That would prove that your optics have just the ability, so far as you know, to see 24,000 miles at least. If you can't see your own butt, your optics are jank. They're not even seeing. Who knows what they're fucking seeing? Who knows what distance they're seeing? Can't guarantee it. You can take 24,901 off the table. So the sun's not that far away. It's not any farther than 24,901 miles by the globe math.
Yeah, there's also those ray guns. I'm not too familiar with the documentation about how these they're not ray guns, but the Navy rail guns has these rail guns that shoot from like 80 to 100 kilometers, and they're shooting off 80 feet above sea level, and they're measuring less than 30-foot drop over 100 miles. So 100 miles, 100 kilometers. I got to look that up, but
yeah, that means if you're actually sitting your submarine in the Earth's curved edge of water, just hovering it right there in water, you're in water, touching the surface, and you shoot your railgun horizontally, it'd be just going to space. Straight to space from the surface of the water. Yeah, that's how a globe model would work. It wouldn't be hitting nothing on the globe. You wouldn't hit nothing on the globe shooting away from the globe with a railgun. You understand that, right? So if a submarine is like floated that way, sitting horizontally, right? Compared to my feet and my boots and my shoes, like sitting the same way, but down in the water, imaginarily over that hump, down in the water, it shoots its railgun. There's no earth in front of it anymore. It's just the surface of the water, sky, and space. We should be seeing that. We should see it go 120 miles out in space.
yeah, apparently the shuttles.
Yeah, to the person standing vertically, it would go 120 miles up that way, vertically. But the guy on the side of the ball, it'd go 120 miles out of the water, away from Earth, up in the sky that way, to space that way. Yeah, it would hit the ISS. They should be able to hit the ISS with their railgun. What would stop it? Once it hits that point of no resistance, yeah, hit the ISS with the railgun. That'd be cool. Watch it go around, take the people off, and as soon as it comes around, you got it timed. Ping, bing, you win the Cupid doll at the fair. You win the prize.
Yeah, the ISS is, to me, it just looks like some type of. I'm not gonna make any comment, but it doesn't look like it's actually up there.
Looks
I don't
like
even think it's a balloon. It might. To me, it's some type of like laser projection. Like
I was told it was an airplane carrying something.
So, because I think it's, I don't know, for an airplane, it's got to be a little lower than it looks like for going the type of speeds. Because you can't tell the speed. You have to know. Yeah.
You can't see the ISS from high altitude, so it's low. Yeah, it's not no higher than 35,000, 70,000 feet, whatever it is, because you can't see it at that. So when I ask for people for high altitude footage of it, they're like, "Huh? What do you mean? Stay on the ground. Just stay on the ground." I'm like, "No, I want to go at 35,000 feet and look up and see it above my airplane. If I can't, then it's not no higher than my airplane." So all these distances and all this magical carpet ride stuff they keep imploring everybody to believe, they can't back it, and they won't. They will not. They'll ask you why you want to know that, why you want to get closer to it. These are the dumbest scientists I've ever talked to in my life. Keep asking you why you want to actually figure something out. Well, why would you want to see the other side, or way it's this way, or do 10 at one time in one room? Well, to manipulate to see if they all come out with the same answer, Dr. Bob. If they don't, then what are we doing here? We're not proving anything. We're not demonstrating nothing. I mean, damn. So those distances, man, how far we can see what they claim, it's crazy, brother. I can't even figure out how far left to right is on my horizon. Because if the Earth curve's not right there, and we do see the mountains like we do, and we see way farther, and we can see the very tip of that mountain, however far away it is. I mean, you can do the math from you to it or whatever, but you can still see past the mountain. There's sky beyond that mountain, and if the sun set behind it, you'd still be seeing behind it. Correct? Why would the sun set beyond the curve and behind the mountain? But like they're saying, the mountain is Earth's curve, but the sun would clearly have to go past the mountain and then drop down vertically somewhere. Clearly, the sun doesn't drop into the mountain, right? I mean, on a globe model, they got a lot of explaining to do. The sun's supposed to be dropping vertically, but all they can watch it do is go out horizontally. Never drops and hits anything. Never drops vertically down to anything. My question is, how far can we see? The observatories are junk as hell. It's no different than you taking a picture, giving it to me. You can't see what's in the picture. I go home, put it under a good magnifying glass, and tell you what's in the picture. You're like, damn, oh, you're awesome, man. What'd you do? Use Zoom technology and all this? The world's latest technology, a $5 magnifying glass. You know, come on, man. So there you have it. That magnifying glass, when you magnify the picture, how far are you seeing in that 2D picture with no depth? How far is your telescope seeing into a flat picture? That's the question. Not far at all. Depth's not needed. Depth wasn't needed to make the picture. Isn't that weird? They're like on a flat Earth, you can see this. On a globe, you can see this. I said no, you can see what you can see. No matter what model you think you're standing on, you're still seeing what the fuck you see in reality. I mean, that's not changing. Reality's not changing. How far can we see? In the air, on the ground, forward, front to back, left to right.
Further than ever.
Right, and it's weird that like our eyeballs can see this stuff, and then when they get this so-called great magical David Copperfield cat toy telescopes and telebongs, you know, they're getting high in the sky, so they look through it, and the image matches what we see with our eyeballs. The image matches what we see with our. So if we take a picture from the ground, go inside and put a big old magnifying glass, maybe a little bit of light underneath the picture, whatever, brighten it up, stuff will come into play. Put the same picture in the computer, do something with the contrast. Supposedly you're seeing new things now. You just reanimate, so say that these observatories and all these things that are looking up, which is down, which is up, which is left, which is it don't, yeah, I don't really. If the stars don't glow 2 degrees and what there's no surface on the edge face 45 degrees down or 30 degrees downward to look at anything that might be going above 0 degrees. Why is that? Why is doesn't make any sense. Airplanes and flying objects and hot air balloons and weather balloons and just airplanes in general. Seems like what these observatories have been track of. The night sky hasn't changed ever. So yeah, your wall in your room has to change forever. You're going to do studies on it every day of your life. Spend so much money studying the pattern of your wall, and then you're going to zoom in and find new bumps on the wall. And it's going to be so great for science. This is weird. Weird to think we're observatory in something that's never changed. You just need one image up, right? One video. There's a lot of magic going on in the sky. Is it going east to west? There's magic in the sky. Is it east to west? The way the sky is, it's magic. Man, they won't never answer. Is it east to west? The sky is magic. That we're in Australia, their sky's magical. It's not still east to west, and they're like, what'd you just ask me? If it's actually doing what it's doing? How dare you? They're like, well, how come all these crazy, silly questions? And you just feel like, is it east to west? And they're like, huh? Is it east to west? Yes? Huh. Problem solved. Price of Adam? Adam Price. Can anybody save the globe? I'm gonna take my GoPro and I'm gonna make you see a wide angle skittle sky. I'm gonna tell you your sky's wrapping around the ball. I'm gonna tell you that sky ain't moving, the ball is. But then I'm gonna tell you the stars are rotating. Which is it, gentlemen? Is your fucking globe stars moving, or is it the Earth? Is it the sun, or is it the Earth? What the fuck?
My girl got into Pee Wee's Playhouse today, so that's what I'm doing. I figure it's going to be on in the background if I try talking. But what's up, y'all?
It said I can measure anything at all, but I won't measure that. Uh, they can measure anything to be a ball, but they won't measure flat. They can measure anything that's flat and call it a ball. There's no such thing as horizontal to a glober because they think horizontal is curved. They think if you put a horizontal line on the wall, it drops below itself and goes back and touches itself.
They gave up. Nothing is real anymore.
I want to know why they keep confused and they're trying to put their garbage in our corner. The garbage they can see their own butt looking forward, and they try to throw it on us like, on a flat earth you can see forever. Well, since the earth is flat, that makes us Superman? Fucking thanks, bro. I'll take it.
All it takes
Now
is
I can,
a little attention, you know. Like they've been saying, That's not the Earth they're measuring. That's not this. That's not a 90. That's not whatever. And then you see how they have to do it, and you're like, oh, it isn't in your view, but it is what we're doing.
Right. Yeah, it's what you're actually doing at the surface. The other portion that you put on paper is imagine to the center. Yeah, fuck no. Habersign? Fuck no. Talk about flatter sign. They need to just make it called the flatter sign formula if they're adding dip correction, because there is no dip. They're correcting for the extra length. That's why they always say angles and altitude of angle and altitude. Yeah. There's no curve. An angle isn't a curve calculation. An angle you can't fix a curve by adding more horizon and making it a weird funny angle. You can't that so they're trying to take a horizontal line and add an angle to it a little bit to where the end of it supposedly in your imaginary mind somewhere curves down. But it's retarded, man. The protractor should match the curve, the arc of Earth. You walk backwards with a protractor and line it up with the horizon. Eventually, it should line up. That's fucking simple as fuck if you lived on a ball. So simple.
I mean, I tell them that a local level, a local horizontal, that would be even worse if you think about it, because there'd be places immediately where you'd be like, oh, that's where it starts, and I can measure it. You know what I mean?
Right. That's why I'm looking for the unvertical vertical. I want to look for the unplumb plumb. The plumb bob that still holds itself plumb while it's tilted at 45 degrees somewhere, or 33, or 22, or 18, or 5. Doesn't matter. Just keep going with it, because if one is tilted 0.03 of a fucking degree, by the way, their degrees, I don't know what the fuck they're using for a degree because it's 69 miles. So then when you say, okay, so that's that much portion of 69 miles, so it's a mile. What your degree is a mile. 0.0 degree, 3/4 a degree. A degree is 69 miles. So if you're saying that fucking other thing down there is tilting a mile away from you, but you're staring at it, what the fuck are you talking about? 69 miles makes a degree. 69. So when they bring you this astronomical small number of 0.034 of a degree, they're talking about 0.034 of 69 fucking miles. I've never seen a plumb bob tip back 0.034 of any fucking mile. They can't even show you 2 inches. They can't show you 1 inch, 2 inch, 3-inch plumb bob, 4-inch plumb bob, 5-inch plumb bob, 6-inch. What the fuck? Every plumb bob beyond that one squared. And then when you hit that square, it's like, that plumb bob's going way out of whack. As soon as you square it off.
They say they can measure that tiny, tiny tilt, and then in the next breath they tell you that you can't see it at all because it's just 7 arc minutes of refraction for the black swan.
Yeah, but they act like it stops there. It's supposed to, from that point, get bigger, 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 big leap, bigger, 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 quantum leap, bigger, 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 quantum leap, quantum leap. Like, they're literally supposed to be able to go to the wall and put dot to dots on the wall for all the 1-inch highs that would represent their 1 inch above sea level. And that would be 1 inch for a globe. So that's what they have to measure from to find their angles and shit. The arc that's on the wall. And they're not even using an arc. They're using a fucking horizontal line that's based below their feet and to infinity. And it's all a focal point. An infinite focal point? An infinite dot, gentlemen. Yeah, the math, it all checks out. Don't worry. Just don't worry your little head. Haber signs. Add this, take away that, sprinkle some of this. Don't worry, it all adds up. They should have learned how to do the foil method so they wouldn't get foiled. We've been foiled again. Isn't that crazy? They say you're a tinfoil hat wearer, and then they have a foil method in math. It's called the foil method. Isn't that funny? That's just so funny to me. And what do you do when you foil someone's plan? You stop it. You mess it up.
Screw it up, yeah.
Yeah. So if we're the tinfoils are foiling the plans of the fucking Globers. Isn't that weird? They've been foiled again. Just like the lunar rover was foiled before it ever went anywhere. Gold foiled.
It's like you want to think in terms of opposites, but then where do you stop?
Yeah, I don't even think there's a place for them to start. When I was younger, I literally thought they could stand in a classroom and this guy could hold a ball or they could put a ball on the table and they could walk around it and represent whatever because you can orientate this ball any way you want. And you can get a heat source and orientate that. So whether you're making the sun move, the desk, the earth, whatever you're having to be the proper position for your thing, you can sit it on the sand and spin it. You can put it on a drill, have the electric drill going at like whatever rotations. Like there's so many things they could do to demonstrate that I thought was possible as a kid. I was like, no way. You can't move three balls in a pattern in a lab and recreate what they're telling you three balls are doing out in space on their own with no intelligence. To me, this is weird. Non-intelligent balls can outdo every human in the world. Supposedly intelligent humans. Three balls outdo them. It's just weird. It's fucking. This is unfathomable. How they think they're so smart, but they can't go in a room and line three balls up like a juggler and make them make sense. Computers can't even handle a three-body math problem, but a juggler can juggle seven balls at one time. Go figure.
I've been feeling kind of like I get feeling kind of bitter about it, I guess, or like angry about things, But at the same time, you look at it, and they're giving up. They're giving up everything they have. Triangles aren't triangles, levels not flat. Uh, we're not on a ball. you know, what else is what else isn't real?
Horizontal lines. The horizontal is curved.
Zero is something. You know what I mean? Zero isn't zero.
Yeah, zero drops below itself and then comes back to itself. Zero elevation for them is a hula hoop. Literally. Draw a hula hoop under your level. That's level for a globe.
And it gets depressing that you have to actually fight that against somebody in this world, over and over, especially for years. But it's eroding. You can see changes, and I like that.
If we lived on a sphere, the best thing to travel around the sphere would be a sphere to where the shell of the sphere could move. Then you could roll around, and then like you wouldn't even have to worry about your orientation because the sphere orientation, all you got to do is just try to land that bitch right. Now, an airplane that resides as a level itself and it has humans in it, and you can't like tilt them or knock them or whatever, and you're not. I mean, you're just not, and they're not dropping down. I don't understand how that can orientate itself around the ball. It's stone.
And now I guess most of us can't.
But when you get to the nitty gritty, they want us to demonstrate and draw and show them what we're talking about. But that's where we started with. Draw what you're talking about. And then 3 hours to go past, bickering, all kinds of changing the topics and dumb stuff. And then they'll be like, well, demonstrate for us what you're talking about. And we're like, that's where we tried to start with you that you wouldn't accept to do. You said, why do we need that? So now you need us to draw you something when you refuse to do the thing for us. This to me is weird. Why are we fighting? Why is science fighting to give a demonstration? It's doing everything it can to not show us shit. All these globers, they go in depth on a cartoon version of a cartoon mathematical equation. And they go so in depth on it, and it's just a circle hula hoop. I'm glad you decipher hula hoop so great, but all that math had nothing to do with a fucking 360 at all. Nothing. I mean, a sphere, I'm sorry. 360 is a hula hoop. It's a thin line between a hula hoop and a sphere. Last time I checked. They call it spherical geometry and spherical axis. Motherfucker, that's hula hoop geometry and hula hoop axis. And the hula hoop's flat when I lay it down. Sorry. They don't know how to do globe math. They can do straightforward one-line math. They can't do the fucking ground widen away from them like a beach ball. They've never done that math ever. Where the tracks don't converge, they go away. They diverge. The tracks are supposed to diverge on a globe. In your motherfucking view, they're supposed to get wider and wider and wider. What happens in reality? On a ball, shit diverges away. In our perspective, things converge, right? And in reality, the tracks look like they match our perspective. And our perspective is based on a flat plane. The same thing an artist would use to show you their perspective of reality. A 2D fucking image with all the 3D stuff on it, drawn on a 2D base. See, because on the beach ball, when you and another person walk away from each other, you represent those two lines, you walk straight. You start right at the same spot. Hi, Bob, shake his hand. Hi, Bill, shake his hand. You walk 45, 33 degrees that way. He walks 33 degrees that way. Now you're supposed to come together. But even if you guys take off looking like you're walking with each other, you're still just going to keep getting further and further apart. Now, and those are supposed to be straight lines from the point out. Have any two people ever went from the north and done that? Have you ever went from your house and did that? Just start walking from your house, two people, same direction in a way. Just tilt yourself to the left a little bit. He tilts himself to the right. You guys just start walking. You think you're going to make a bow arc pattern, and you think you're just going to walk away from each other in a beautiful, perfect V pattern. And then when are you going to start coming back to each other? Once you hit the equator, you're going to start being back to each other again and start converging again. That's what's supposed to happen. It's supposed to get the widest at the equator. So if two people start at the equator, far away from each other, and they both walk forward, they're supposed to meet each other in the north or somewhere. They're supposed to walk into each other. So start one so many miles that way, start another guy so many miles that way, and say, you two walk forward. And they're going to have a little thing on them that if they turn left, it'll go beep, beep. They turn their body right, beep, beep, it keeps them forward. It just wants them to walk forward in a straight motherfucking, straight as a crow flies. And they should headbutt each other eventually. And they keep trying to push off seeing forever. You can see forever on a flat earth. What it, huh? So our sight just automatically changes overnight. But they're the ones claiming to see for billions of light years, not us. But they're telling us we need to see forever, when that's what they're doing.
Got any globers in here that can defend their globe? Precious mind ball.
I think they're still looking for proof.
I feel bad for them. I really do.
Yeah, it's a pretty heavy burden to carry, you know? That's why they're running from it. I couldn't carry that.
The way Scott was running from it last night, I was like, okay, you're claiming refraction does this thing, so give me a citation, prove it. It's like, I don't have to. I'm like, okay, so you have a claim that you're not even going to try to prove. Wonderful. Okay.
Oh, yeah, Scott's a special one, he is.
Facts. It's really a case of some severe cognitive dissonance with that one.
Well, he's old enough to where uh, he's in that group of people that saw the moon landing. So he's probably the highest order of fanboy you can get as
Oh
far
yeah,
as the globe and all that. Yeah.
yep. They got his brain hook, line, and sinker.
Yep. It's un-American to question the moon landing and that the Earth is a ball. You don't question that. But it's par for the course because like a lot of those people, the people that their thing is being logical and rational in other areas, but when it comes to what the Earth is, they just go straight to belief and what we're told, and they can understand that you should question everything, and if it's true, it will come out. But it's like they're too dialed into, well, people have already figured that out, so we need to just trust them. I'm not an expert. I need to trust the experts.
I actually have um, at least two, maybe I have all three times that Buzz Aldrin said that it didn't happen. Like when he was on Conan O'Brien, and Conan was like, "Oh, and I was there. We ran to the living room and we watched you guys land on the moon." And Buzz was like, "No, you didn't. No, no, you didn't. There wasn't anybody like taking a picture at the time. He said you watched a production, you watched an animation." And Conan's like, "Oh, my memory's just foggy." And Buzz is like, "Yeah, see, you associated what you saw with like," and I'm like, "Holy crap, dude!" Like Buzz is straight up fucking telling you that you watched a production, dude. You watched an animation. Like this totally studio, right? And then I've got the one of Buzz telling the 8-year-old girl it didn't happen, and I've got another one where this woman had asked Buzz what the scariest part of the journey was, and he said, "Scariest? It didn't happen." right? So, like, how many times does Buzz have to, like, not give a fuck and say that it didn't happen, right? It's like, we're not taking this out of context. He literally said it didn't happen.
See, that's what's so funny to me is he said it multiple times, but people want to believe it happened so much that they just hand wave dismiss that. It's like, hey, your guy's saying it himself, but you just don't want to. You don't want to look into that. You know, that's funny.
Or the excuses, right? They make up these excuses like, well, that's not what he meant, or you're taking it out of context. And I'm like, it didn't happen. Like that's the answer to the questions that's being asked. It didn't happen. You saw a production, you saw an animation. We didn't go there.
Yeah.
So between all of that, between, you know, you saw a production, you saw an animation, you associated what you saw with XYZ. It didn't happen. We didn't go there. Damn. And then you've got that physicist. I got to look him up again. I'm always forgetting his name. But in like 1950 something, he was like, "No man will ever land on the moon. It is not a solid. It is more a form of cosmic plasma. And I do think that as time goes on, more people will come to realize this." So yeah,
Ooh.
the very first moon landing ever happened, there was a physicist who was saying this, and it's kind of a difficult video to find, but I found that really, really interesting.
I had not heard that. That's really cool. Yeah, you don't learn that in school.
Yeah, I think it was like 1959, 56, 59, something like that. And yeah, the physicist was talking to this interviewer, and he's like, you know, I do not think that the moon is a solid. People will come to learn that it is a cosmic plasma. No man will ever land on it. And he was calling bullshit, right? This guy must have known something in 59, right? And he called bullshit on the whole thing before it ever happened.
Nice.
The moon is one of those like mysterious kind of things to me. Nobody ever sees the dark side of the moon. Allegedly, it's tidally locked, and that's why.
Tidally locked. That's so corny. Like, yeah, how do you tidally lock something? Show me how that works.
And it's basically it seems to me like it's a claim that there's an attraction between the Earth waters and the moon, right? But this is gonna fuck up their mass attracts mass. This is gonna fuck it all up.
Tidally locked. Yeah, they come up with these bullshit terms, and then they like just say it like it's well known, like everybody knows this. Scientists have figured this out. And I mean, come on.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, so mass attracts mass, right? And you ask them, is the Earth mass? And they're like, yes. Is the moon mass? And they're like, yes. And I'm like, but they're not attracted to each other. But you've got this tidally locking thing, which would indicate that somehow they are attracting to each other, but they're not. They are, but they aren't.
Well, if that was true, the moon and the earth would be smashed together. I mean, logically speaking.
Yup.
Uh, I'm
The
just
mass
saying.
attract mass, but moon is mass, Earth is mass, but they know attract. And then, because orbits! And we just start throwing out fucking words that we heard.
Yep.
I
I
shouldn't
mean,
say
that's
he.
all
They
the
do.
globe
We don't.
is they just claim stack, and they defend one claim by making up another claim, and it never ends.
It's really fun to be like, hey, so there's gravity on Earth, right? But not in space. But where is globe Earth? In space. Oops. Didn't
Hmm.
think that one through.
And every glober has their own personalized version of the universe and Earth and how it all works. No two globers have the same model.
Nope.
There's millions of different models.
And they always want to give an explanation. They want to explain, right? And I'm like, no, don't explain shit to me. Give me the proof. Like I went round with Scott Mackey on this last night, and he was like, "Why isn't an explanation good enough for you?" Right? And I don't know if you were in here, but I was like, "Well, let's say your wife walks in on you cheating on her, and you're like, I can explain. Why won't you listen to my explanation? Nobody gives a fuck about explanations. Give the proof."
Yep, exactly.
His bullshit was about refraction. Like he was like, why isn't an explanation good enough for you? I was like, you're claiming that refraction is doing something, and I need you to post the proof, the citation for it. All they can give me is laser light bending through these mediums of glass and sugar water,
Uh,
and I'm like, that's
that's
not uh really helping me to understand how I'm seeing this thing, this physical object, right, that should be hidden, like the top of this thing should be hidden below the physical obstruction of a water hill, right, of the earth curve. And they're saying that refraction is doing something to bring that object up into my line of sight from below that physical obstruction. It's like saying that refraction will allow you to see me hiding behind a wall. Like aim your camera at the top of the wall, and I'll be just sitting at the
Yeah.
bottom of the wall, and 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 you get enough refraction, and you'll see me, the image of me, right? Not actually physically me, but the image of me pop up from behind the wall.
Tell them to
That's like
match
some
the rate
yeah.
outside.
like
Match the rate
holograph shit.
outside. They need to match the rate outside. So outside, tell them to shine that same exact laser, and then for however long the aquarium was, it went down in the aquarium. That aquarium was only 1 to 2 to 3 foot wide, like in length. So take your laser outside and shine your laser, and after 3 foot, it should bend down to the ground and touch the ground, right? Glovers?
Yep.
Yeah, let's do that
Yeah.
outside. We'll be good to go. Show it, have it
It's
outside in the air. We're good.
it's because they're taking this anisotropic medium, right, to try to compare it to an or say they're taking an isotropic medium, I'm sorry, and trying to compare it to an anisotropic medium, the atmos. It's it's fallacious on its face. I'm like, you got to be able to show me that it's happening in an anisotropic medium, natural earth,
Yeah.
natural air.
Well, they're clowns. I mean, they're saying you can see boats go over the horizon, but they're like, well, yeah, when you say you see crepuscular rays coming from the sun, you can't trust your senses. So they trust their senses that boats are going over the curve,
That's
but you can't trust your
Well, it's a
senses with
horizontal line. Yeah, but it's
yeah.
a horizontal line that they're drawing. When they look at the horizon and they draw that horizontal line and then put the boat on it, halfway or not, even if it was just a steeple of a boat, right? You shouldn't see that.
That's
not on a
right.
globe.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
so you see a horizontal line. That boat should be representative of the center point of the hump. The center point of that horizon has to hump up higher than the left and right. We don't ever see that.
It's an obvious logical dilemma they painted themselves into to try and avoid the falsification of their premise. If you can see the boats
Gregory!
go, hey, if you can see the boats be obscured bottom up because of water curve, then you can trust your senses. If you can't trust your senses, then you cannot appeal. You cannot know that the boats or anything else is being obstructed bottom up by water curve. So pick one. Can't be both simultaneously.
Yep. It's a conundrum they're in.
And don't be afraid of a side view.
See, they have to concede that the water is flat, or they have to claim that Earth is an even bigger ball that they cannot prove. That's the bottleneck that we've reached. That's where we are now. Either these globetards have to fucking admit that all of the water on their ball is level, horizontal, not curving, right? Or they have to claim a bigger ball.
Well, you
Womp
hear
womp.
Scott Mackey? He's like, yeah, the Earth curve calculator, it's incorrect because it doesn't have refraction factored in.
Oh my
So,
god. Oh my gosh, such a fucking cope.
yeah, that's really sad. I
That
was
is
like,
way
yeah, he's
sad.
cooked. He is cooked.
Oh, that's funny. It doesn't account for refraction. Wow, okay. So what if we gave him an Earth curve calculator that did account for the average amount of refraction on any given day, and it still would show that you're seeing way farther than you should beyond a geometric globe horizon? Would he still be spiraling in denial? I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, he's in a bad way. I mean, because like he's not even interested in talking about actual real refraction, like the types of refraction. He told me there's only one type of refraction, the type that bends light. So that's where he's at. So he doesn't want to talk about the types of terrestrial refraction. Uh, and like no glober, well, the globers that tell you what kind of refraction is happening on the black swan, they get it completely wrong. But most of them deny. Um, they deny the whole thing. I mean, they're just like refraction, and then they check out.
Yep, I'm like, give me scientific citation that refraction is doing that. And you know how many times they give me Snell's law and show me a broken looking pencil in a side view in a glass of water? I'm like, that's not,
Oh,
what the fuck? That's not even, that doesn't even match your claim. I understand Snell's law. I understand Rayleigh's criterion, and in all of that, there's nothing anywhere that backs the
Should be
claim for
called water
refraction that
law.
the Globers are making.
Should be called Water's law.
It
yeah,
should be called what?
Water's law, because it's happening in water. So
Yeah.
underwater, this happens with your cell. Water law. Water's law.
yeah,
Yeah, it's not Bob's law or Rayleigh's criteria. It's air's law and water's law. Air works like air. Water looks like water. Don't confuse the two.
Yeah, we call that natural law, right? That'd be called natural law. It's the laws of nature, these things that happen, and there's things that don't happen, right? There's, that would defy these laws of nature. And the Globers love to use the things that defy the law of nature. It's just so cool. This
We know how
spinning
holograms
ball
work.
that defies physics, man.
Holograms are direct line of sight. When they put Tupac on the stage, all those lights directly line at and line up, right line of sight, straight. They have to like hit each other and cross. to make the hologram. And if the bending light and warping light and all this other dog shit happened, then when you tried to make Tupac right there on stage, it would bend up and over, and you would see it a mile away up in the air. It'd be refracting to the audience. Now, how come when we make a hologram of Tupac or Donald Trump on stage that it doesn't refract to like the next city over, or 5 blocks down the way? And when we watch the movies, we go to the movie theater, it's a big ass screen. If refraction was a thing, why do we have to have direct line of sight to the movie screen? How come it doesn't refract over the fence to us?
That shit don't happen in nature.
I think this is why most academics do not debate flat Earth, because they would be pushed into a corner of making these stupid arguments, and they won't do it. And that's the only path they have.
Yep. Day in and day out, I notice there's a lot of globers, anti-flat earthers, and it seems like all they can do is talk crap about us, right? They attack us and not the topic. It's
Yeah.
so difficult for them to stay on topic because it would mean that they have to concede.
Well, that's the number one rule of being a globe zealot: is you do not talk about any globe proof. You keep it on why the flat Earth can't work. That's your whole spiel.
Rule number one
I
about
hate those
globe proof
Glovers.
club: don't talk about globe proof.
As a Glober, I have to say that behavior from Glovers drives me nuts.
Is that Peter
Yeah.
the globe prover who still hasn't proved a globe?
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome.
These
Welcome.
globers. Well, none of us approve the globe, but we eventually realized that's impossible.
The good Glovers can
Impossible.
prove the globe.
Like in order for you to even have this globe, you have to try to mash Einsteinian and Newtonian fucking concepts together.
Not at all, no. Why? That's absurd.
That's what I know. It is absurd, but I'm not you per se, Peter, but I've seen a lot of globers do it, and I'm not the only one that have seen globers come in here and try to mash Newtonian and Einsteinian together as if they're completely compatible, and they're not.
Very true.
So,
Well, they also try to use instruments that are not designed to map out or measure the shape of Earth, and they're saying those measure the shape of Earth, and it's like, no.
no. Every tool that we have was made for a horizontal topographical Earth. All of it. Your levels, your planispheres, your theodolites, all of it. Compasses, all of it. Every freaking tool we have is for building and navigating level, stationary
Yes. So the whole art is to use these tools in a way that doesn't run into those problems.
But those aren't problems. Why would they be problems, Peter? We don't have any there's no. I'm not seeing the problem. Let me just explain real quick. We have all of these tools for level, horizontal, stationary. And that's a problem.
No. A problem is using a tool outside of its design parameters.
Well, if I'm using a theodolite to judge how far I can see across water from a certain height, and I can see a lot farther than where the geometric horizon should be through a theodolite. Well, that's a flat Earth tool, sir.
That would be a very strange thing to do in the first place, but I'm not here to judge how you use what you do with your theodolite in the privacy of your home. However, for example, what I'm showing on the screen here, I'm perfecting this little slide as you guys watch. We know that one feature of a theodolite that's kind of completely agnostic of the shape of the Earth or how it was designed, or even the distance, is its ability to measure an angle from the vertical line to wherever we point it. That's not based on any assumptions. It uses a common method that we all agree on for determining the vertical line, which is a plumb bob. And then it just measures the drop angle from the plumb bob to wherever we point it, right? We can point it at our wherever. It's the angle that it measures, not a distance, not anything else. So that is a very universal angle measuring tool that we can apply for different reasons. And as long as we do it carefully and we don't use any other features, we're performing a very isolated measurement that can then be interpreted, depends on what we want to do with it. And that is a very useful thing.
It's not proving that the sea level is curving, Peter.
On its own, no, it's not proving that.
Right. So on its own, in an isolated, experiment, environment, observation, and it doesn't prove that the sea level is curving. Don't you think that's an issue for the globe story?
What's the issue?
That the waters don't curve, that we use liquid to determine level.
If water did not curve, it would be a major issue for the globe story. I agree.
Right. So that's the issue that we found, is the water's not curving, right? Time and time and time again.
No, unfortunately, that is not true. When we measure, then we find out that it is indeed curving.
Where did you measure curve?
Right here on the screen.
On a screen. Okay, Peter, I'm done talking to you. It's been good, though.
Hey, he got me excited there for a second.
Peter, could it be that the screen is a curved screen and you're measuring the curvature of the screen and not the Earth?
If I was performing the measurement via the screen, then yes, it could, but that's not what I'm doing.
Because you just said that you saw the curvature on the screen, so I don't know.
No.
That's not the Earth. That's not the Earth.
That'd be silly. That'd be silly for me.
And that's not you didn't say you see it in the water. You said you saw it on the screen. So the screen is not the water, is it?
All of those things, had I said them, would have been extremely silly things to say. I agree with you.
He asked you, where do you saw the curvature? You said here on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant it was a poetic expression. I meant to say I am showing the location on the screen right now. I'm sorry. It was
you guys were talking about water, not screens.
Yes, I'm sorry.
How do you jump from water curving or not curving or the lack of curve or whatever to it's here on the screen?
I apologize. I just misspoke.
So how did you measure the water curving?
By measuring the parameters of the area and showing that it's curved.
What tool did you use?
A screen. A screen.
I personally, in the additive measurement that was performed, there are 4 values. 3 were done by professional surveyors. 1 was done by my colleague, and that measurement used a theodolite.
Oh, a theodolite. Okay.
Yes, it is shown on the screen right now.
So you're using a tool that was not. Wait. So you're saying that a theodolite can measure Earth curve?
That's not what a theodolite
A
does.
theodolite can measure, is really good at measuring zenith angles.
Okay, that's not. Show me the curve on this angle, right? Like
On the screen,
you've
the
got
curve
straight
is shown right
lines.
now.
Your angles have straight lines.
Yes, angles have straight lines, correct.
So that doesn't really work out too well for things that are curving.
If you're trying to take an angle between things that are curving, that would be very hard to do, I agree. But luckily, we don't need to do
What distance was this measured over?
that. 34.12 kilometers.
And so,
Okay.
so you take an angle.
Nigger lives don't matter.
What doesn't matter?
Nigger lives.
Okay, buddy.
Okay, so basically, you're saying you take an angle measurements, which are flat Earth measurements, and you're saying that you cannot, right?
Hey, yo, Reg, I'm gonna need you to shut your black ass up. We don't, no.
Don't come in
Say,
here and be rude.
I'm talking to the guy that's showing us flat Earth measurements and saying that he's going to project the curve on them. The thing is, though, that I mean, there is a photograph of a area. It looks like there's water and there's also the sky and clouds. And then someone put it on the computer, draw colors and lines in it, and say, "Look, this is the curve right here." Just is that an actual measurement? Can you call that a measure? You measuring an image on a screen and drawing letters on it and painting a not curving straight line on it and saying this is the curve right here. I don't get it.
Yeah, this is why we can't have nice things.
Because Globers used it for the wrong reasons. Incorrectly. They're like, look, I can see really, 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 really far across this water. It must be curving. That's what I get in summation about it.
Yeah, the
Okay,
farther you can see, the more it's refracting. That's how you know it's a globe.
the straighter it is, the less curving it is. That's how you know it's curving.
That would mean that all of these oil rig platforms, all of these boats that we're able to zoom in on and we're able to see them from beyond the geometric horizon, that would mean that none of them are actually physical. We're not seeing a physical oil rig. We're not seeing a physical platform grace. That's what you're saying, right? That's what the Globers are saying when they're saying the reason why you can see this thing from 30 miles away is because refraction, right? And I'm like, so it's just like a holographic image type of thing. Like how do
But
I describe this? Like
I'm a bit confused here because in the image it says the curve right here, right? It says the curve and it's pointing to a spot. And then above that, the curve, right? The curve of the earth where it's dropping away, like curving away like a ball, right? The curve right here, this spot, this arrow. And then there's an arrow above the curve. So not the curve, just another arrow above. And here, water. Also see. So he's pointing out to water that is above the curve. I mean, there is the curve of the water. So yeah, dropping which away, makes sense and then above that there is water above the curve. Like I'm really confused here.
It is very clear that you're confused. You should do
Yeah,
some
yeah.
measurements.
You measured the image.
So how far under Heaven Dweller? Let's see. What's the distance on this theodolite view?
What's the distance?
He said like 37 kilometers or something like that.
It says right there on the photo, like it says 34.12.
Okay.
Distance of surface
34. Wow, that's pretty
34.12.
significant. Wow. And that's curving to you, Peter?
It's measurably curving, yes.
It's
Hey,
not
where is it?
measurably curving. It's observably not curving, right? That's where we're at. The observation you see with your eyes, don't ignore your senses. It is visibly, observably not curving. And you can say that it's measurably curving, but this is an observation.
Here it is. Here is visibly curving, right here.
Does it say how much it's curving though?
Yes, it says exactly how much.
How much?
6,371 kilometers.
Does it measure up to the official 3959?
Check that
Like,
out. I like the one that DOS
Oh, I
Studios
get it.
posted right here. You
It's
don't even
measuring
see.
upwards. It's
That's so
concave,
cool.
Peter. Right? It's concave, Peter? It's like
No,
upwards curving.
no.
If I live on a globe, am I
What do
always
you mean?
walking?
That's what you're showing here, because you're showing curvature in the arrow. Like, let's say, you got the blue line, then you go up, up, you have one arrow curving here, then you go up, up, you have another arrow to the left curving here, then you go to the right side, there's an arrow above the curve, above that, so it's curving upwards. And here, water, also sixth level, that curvature is up, not down, so
It
it's
is
not the
definitely
curvature that
down.
you're trying to show.
It's definitely down.
Bro,
man, this is
you pointing the curvature on a spot. Look, the curvature right here. Look,
wow.
It's
curvature
like
right here.
this.
Boom.
It's like this. Here's a cross-section view just for you. It's like that.
And then the curvature is going up.
Do you see one going up here in this diagram?
Maybe it's down. I don't know.
Definitely down, yeah.
If I'm on
Measurably
a
down.
globe, am I always walking up a hill or down a hill?
Downhill.
Did you account for the Earth being flat though?
Yes.
And the Nile River flows some 300 miles up a fucking hill. That's awesome.
Yeah. Peter is saying it's concave then.
No.
The Nile, but he's in denial.
Well, he found the one place on Earth that must be a globe. Really, really nice.
Any place will work, really.
The Earth waters do not curve, Peter. We use liquid to determine level. A water level determines that it's level end to end. Doesn't matter. It's always going to be level. Doesn't matter the distance. It doesn't matter. It's always going to be level. We use liquid to
I
determine
agree.
level.
Water
So
seeks level. Even say it in my
where did we
diagram.
get this idea? Where did we get this idea that Earth is a spinning wet ball?
Oh, where we got it from? From measurements.
Well, you haven't got it off from measurements. You projected it from flat Earth.
No.
Yes. What you're showing right now is flat Earth measurements. It's referencing a flat plane.
You can clearly see the conclusions here that consider both flat Earth and globe Earth. And they don't match with flat Earth, but they match with globe. That's what we mean by the measurements show the curvature.
Philosophers decided a long time ago that a sphere was the perfect shape, and therefore Earth had to be a sphere.
Irrelevant. Let me explain.
That's
It's
not
irrelevant.
irrelevant.
Let's think that there are two possibilities. One that I am 3 feet tall and one that I am 6 feet tall.
That's
Then
irrelevant.
Then you perform a measurement and it is 6 feet tall. Which possibility was
That's irrelevant.
correct?
That's irrelevant.
Well, that's what I'm doing.
Hand wave dismiss.
Well, you hand waving this.
No,
So
no.
yes, you're hand waving dismissing the fact that you're using a flat Earth measurement in order to project your globe.
I am using
Just
a
because you
Earth
have a
agnostic
slope, wait a
measurement.
minute, I'm not done talking. Just
Please
because you
continue
have some,
talking.
just because you, I'm not done talking. Just because you referencing a slope, we call that the slope window. Just because you referencing the slope, it doesn't change the fact that you're measuring, you referencing sea level, or you referencing the horizontal baseline in order for you to get your triangle. Angles of elevation, these are the measurements that you are using. This is where the globe gets its radius from. Unless you're going to deny latitude.
I deny.
So you're denying latitude. So you're denying the very
Yes.
thing that the globe used in order to
For the
get their
purpose of
radius.
this argument, I'm denying
So you're
everything.
denying the globe's radius value then. No, it's not for the purpose of this
I
argument.
am
It
measuring
means
it.
you have no radius value then. So you're denying it.
No, I am rejecting it and then I am measuring it.
No. Either you have that radius value based upon the latitude, right? Latitude, longitude, flat earth radio value measurements. Either you're going to deny your radio value or how they get it, or, right? Or
If you
you're
would
going
let
to
me
accept it,
explain,
or
it'd
you're
be
going
much
to
quicker.
accept it. Yes, I know you know where I'm going with this. Or you're going to accept it, but you will also have to admit that you get these measurements using angles or elevation angles, right? Using the triangle that you get from Polaris. This is how you get your latitude, longitude. So which one you're going to do? You're going to deny your radius value now? So you're going to throw away your globe model then, right?
Is now a good time for me to respond? I think so. Neither of those. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to forget any radius value. I'm going to even forget that the Earth is a
Okay, so
globe.
you're denying it then.
I'm not denying what you said, but I'm denying something else.
Oh, so you're going to keep the flat Earth measurements then, right?
No, even better.
So
So did
Peter, now you turn
one
into the
specified
globe
height?
denier. Did
No,
Peter just
I'm
turn into a
turning into
globe
a
denier?
globe
Radius
measurer.
denier. So
He's denying latitude.
the guy that's called the globe prover or whatever, now he's the globe denier. Peter.
I changed my name since last time we spoke, and I'm going to
Yeah,
change
but
it again.
now you can change it to the globe denier, the radius denier,
Yeah,
that kind of stuff.
he's denying latitude, the whole entire latitude longitude system. Period. Now,
Can you please change it?
quite funny that the
Peter,
Globers have to
the
deny
radius
their
denier.
own. They have to deny the only system or the only thing that we actually observe in reality in order to prove their globe. Quite funny, isn't it? You have to
So Peter,
deny
can you
actual
change your
measurements
name
that
to
we
the?
take in the real world now.
Yeah, can you deny the denier, the changing your name, deny your name now and change to the new name, the denier one, radius denier.
So this guy is saying that that Earth is flat.
I've just changed it.
What did you say?
No,
No,
he want to deny the actual measurements that you take in the real world, so we can look at the
Earth
cartoon and
is not
project
flat.
the globe.
it's much simpler than any of what that guy is saying. Any of that nonsense. Much simpler than it.
No, it's not complicated at all. You want to deny the actual measurements that you take in the real world, actually referencing the thing that you actually have to reference, it, which would be
Not at all.
latitude, longitude, angles of elevation. Okay.
No, there's no
Elevation angles on
latitude, there's no
Polaris. You want to
longitude.
deny that. You just said
Nah.
that. You said you're
Remember when those
denying
flat
latitude.
earthers, right? They sent
In
up
my
that balloon to
argument,
prove
No,
the
in my
Earth
no,
was
talk
flat,
to
argument,
and then
me.
they saw the curvature.
in my argument, I don't mention latitude, longitude. I don't mention Polaris. I don't mention anything in the sky. I don't mention any of that nonsense.
Then
So
it's
if
a
you want
non
to
secular.
continue, if you want to continue
Then
your
it's a
therapy
non
session,
secular. Then we don't
not
care about what
secular,
you came up with your own. We don't care about what you then made up
I
yesterday, and we
just
don't
measured
care
the
about
curvature.
cartoons. We care
I'm
about
sorry.
what's at. We care about how the Earth is actually
Remember when they
measured
used
and
lasers to
how we
prove it
get
was
that.
flat, and then it proved them wrong?
How about we measure the curvature? Would that sound right to you?
They did that. It proved the Earth was round, not flat.
Okay. Well, did they measure the curvature?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
What value did they get?
I can't remember. It was a video I saw on YouTube.
Okay,
He
then
doesn't
work
By
know.
NASA.
So was it a video you saw on YouTube, or is it a video made by a dude
No,
who saw a
it
video
was
on
a video
YouTube?
by NASA on YouTube. You can probably go find
He
it.
he
It
doesn't
proved
know
it
what
was
he's talking
round,
about. He
not
came
flat.
here to open his mic and speak nonsense, right? Because you don't know what you're talking about right now, right?
Well,
Correct.
clearly none of you do. You
They
all
just
think the Earth's
ask you.
flat.
They just ask you if you know, and you say you don't know. So what are you talking
You meant
about?
round like
Jay?
a pizza.
Shut up,
Oh my
Bobby.
God! Can you all like stop talking when I'm talking? It's quite rude. I
But
know
you
you're
don't
all
know what you're
American, but
talking
like,
about. So why we allow you to talk if you don't know what you're talking about?
oh my
Someone
God,
asks you a
chill
question
your
and you say
beans,
you don't know.
chill your beans, chill your beans, chill your beans.
You just
I'm
want to
talking
cause
right
Right? Do
now.
you
audio
know?
chaos.
Which one is it? Do you know or you don't know? Which one is it?
No,
Does he knows or
you don't.
does he doesn't know? Which one is it?
Stop muting me. Stop muting me.
We're not
Okay. Do
muting
you
you. We
know or
asked
you
you
don't
that.
know?
We asked you to answer a
I'm
question.
speaking. I can't remember, right? A video I watched
You
2 years
don't
ago
know.
from NASA, right?
Where
You know,
is
the
it?
big
Post it so
space
we can be on the same
organization.
page. Post it. Post it.
Yeah, let me go find it. Let me go
Yeah, yeah.
find it.
Go
I actually
find
will.
it and then we can talk about it because you don't. It sounds like you don't know what you're talking about. So we want to be on the same page.
Well, you all think
And
the Earth's flat, so you clearly don't either.
you're talking about a page in a book that you don't know if it exists. You're just saying it is. Well, we want to check it. And you go find it, fetch it for
Have
us.
you not seen when, like, Red Bull, they go up in their balloons and then they see the whole curvature of the Earth?
We want
Planet
you to
Nevada.
validate your claim that you just made, that you said that you didn't
Planet
know, and now
Nevada.
you're saying you do know. Validate your claim. You can't validate your claim. Shut up, or we're gonna put your mic on mute.
Flat Earth laser test.
Can you post it in the chat kindly?
Yeah, no, I'm
Thanks.
just finding it. I'm just finding it. I'm just finding it. It's like 2 years old. The internet like posts 2 billion things a day.
Have you looked at other examples that show you that the laser doesn't measure any curvature? Have you looked at those?
I believe in you, JSO. I believe this
Yeah, I
YouTube
know.
video.
These
YouTube video's
crazy
gonna crack the
people.
case wide open.
I can't fucking find it, which is really pissing annoying because I'm in a chat with all you guys who all think the Earth is flat, and I can't get my head around it. Like we
That's
thought
crazy.
in the
It's
1600s, it
crazy.
was good
Yeah,
enough.
it's
It was
pretty
good
clear that
enough.
you sound like you don't know what you're talking about. It's
Yeah.
clear.
So,
We
Well,
know
no,
that.
so
because I just
pretty,
came here to argue
so
with you.
pretty
Really, if
much
I'm
he
being
came. So
completely
he pretty
honest.
much he came in here. Yep, exactly. He came in here to troll and poison the well and help this guy run away from the fact that he denied his whole radius value for absolutely no reason
I
at
don't
all.
even.
Which if
It
he
was
don't
that
have his
Peter
radius
the globe
value,
measurer.
and if he don't
All
have
right.
a
Globe
radius,
measurer.
now you want to rumpus me? Exactly. Somebody put him on mute. Now
Pardon?
since
Yeah. Whenever you have
Pardon?
your
your
example on
boyfriend don't
hand,
have
Pardon?
okay.
Pardon?
Yeah, I know. Every
Pardon?
time I talk, you get loud. I know.
my
No,
bad, my
So
pardon.
bad.
now since you
You,
okay, yeah.
you're not
So
making a
now since
point. You're
your
just saying I'm
boyfriend,
loud.
yeah, since your boyfriend have now denied his whole globe model, now you got to come in and rumpus the room and talk about laser tests that you don't have no prescription or validation for. Yeah, you just a troll, aren't you? What a troll.
Admittedly so. So just go find the example, read through it, try to, cohesively comprehend what is being said and try to formulate an argument here in the VC later on after you post it. So let me know when you find it. Put yourself in mute because the other guy, what's his name? Peter
That's
and
claiming the Earth's flat.
Reg and Peter are having a conversation. So you put yourself on mute.
Okie dokie,
Jay?
pal.
JOS? Yeah, thank you. Good boy. Go ahead, Greg. Speak
That
to
is weird.
the other.
I'm sorry.
All
That is
right,
weird.
all right, all
That is
right.
weird.
You're done. You're done. Remember? Go ahead. What was it? The globe denier guy, the radius denier guy, and Reg. Go ahead.
I'm getting the Nobel Prize ready for this guy.
It, radius denier. Are you there?
Someone
He's
muted.
live streaming. No, he's not muted.
You got server muted like the top recently.
Radius denier guy.
You have
I
to
guess that was
ask.
his
You
cue
have to
to
ask.
leave.
And you have to say, "Look, he's working, dude. Just watch what he's doing on the stream."
Yeah, I was watching the stream, but it was laggy, so.
Open it. It's not laggy anymore.
Wait, can I ask a question? And I know I'm meant to be on mute,
No,
but do you
no,
think
you can't.
Jupiter's
No,
a
you
planet?
can't.
Do you think Jupiter's like a circular round planet?
Shut up!
Listen.
Do you think Mars
bro.
is a circular round globe?
Listen, buddy.
What
Everybody
about
can look.
Mercury,
Hey,
Venus,
buddy.
Neptune,
You
Uranus?
gotta stop the diarrhea of the mouth. You have to control that. So, when everybody looks at the sky and see what we call Jupiter, Mars, we observe that phenomena. We can all observe it, and you can say, yeah, it's round, like a
It's
circle
a
of light.
phenomenon.
Nobody's denying that. Who here is denying that we can observe Jupiter or the luminaries or the sun? And no one is denying that.
But they're all
So what's your
circular, but Earth is flat.
point? Wait, are you saying that by looking at the sky and seeing lights
So
moving
no,
in the sky, you cannot
you
determine
get
the shape of
a
the?
cheap telescope,
Are
right?
you?
Can't you?
Yeah,
Listen,
that's
And you
listen.
go out
exactly.
at night,
Jay,
and you can go look at. You can
Jose,
look
hey,
into space, and
Jose, can you
Jupiter
relax?
will
He just
be
want
a
to rumpus
globe,
the
right?
room. He just
Jupiter will be a globe.
you're
but
gonna
you
have to
do not.
put his mic on mute whenever you want to talk, because he just want to rumpus the room.
Yeah. We have to
So,
name this way.
JS, when you look at the sky and see the phenomena moving across the sky, that doesn't determine the shape of the thing below your feet. Can you come to that conclusion?
So, do any of you
Also,
geniuses in the chat have any proof that the Earth is a globe?
yeah, since Peter is not speaking
I have.
to the other guy anymore.
I'll do it every time. Take it away, Peter.
My argument presents a clear and
Jose left.
precise and definite measurement of the curvature.
What was it, Greg that was talking to him?
Are there any clovers in the room other than myself right now?
No, but I'll back you up. Go for it, Peter. You can do it, bro.
Well, I want to ask a Glover a question, and then I want to ask the same question to a flat earther. So I want to start with a Glover.
I'll pretend to be a glober. I'll play your game.
Okay. And I'm going to ask a question that I actually picked up on this VC that I think is really useful, and I mean it, I'm not being sarcastic now, in framing these conversations. So it's a quick question. Please listen carefully.
I'm sorry.
If hold on, let me think 1 second. If there is no measured curvature on the surface of the Earth, then the Earth is
Flat.
flat. Okay. Now I would like to ask.
Not curving.
It is flat. Yes. As curvature
Not
is zero.
curving.
Okay.
If it's not curving, it's not curving.
Okay. Now I would like a flat Earth volunteer to volunteer so I can ask him or her a question.
The same guy.
No, the guy is a Glover, so he responded. Now, who wants to answer the next question?
The same guy.
The same guy. Who are you? I don't think there's a person called the same guy right now in the room with us. No flat Earth volunteers? Too scary? We're just playing by your own rules here.
The same guy.
I think I can't continue. Maybe some other time when there are braver people in the room.
Ask it, Peter. Ask it.
Stephen, are you a flat earther?
Sure.
Are you LARPing or are you a recognized
I
member
can
of the flat earth?
consider it flat,
You
absolutely.
should go with one of
Yes?
the more
Okay.
regulars. Go with one of the regulars.
Well, they're shy.
Just
They
show
don't.
him your tattoo. Just show him your splatter tattoo. Show it to him.
You see? They're avoiding a simple question, and they even know what the question is because I just
You
asked
keep
it.
bouncing around about asking the question that you're not asking. So go ahead.
Can I ask it to you?
No.
I rest my case.
What case? What case? You have a case? Can you present the case? I haven't heard any case from you, Peter, yet. Well, where is it? Gonna rest the case. What case?
Come on, Pedro.
Don't rest the case. Come on.
I need a flat earther to engage me on a single question before I continue.
If you ask the question, I'm sure someone will answer.
No, they need to volunteer first, like a man. You need to stand up and say, "I will answer the question."
All right. Stephen will volunteer. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll answer.
Okay, Stephen. Um, if there is a measurable curvature on the surface of the Earth, then the Earth is.
So you're asking if there's a measurable curvature of water at rest?
Let me repeat the question. If there is a measurable curvature of the Earth, then the Earth is.
So I have to specify if you're talking about water at rest, because you can measure a
Stephen,
hill.
this is exactly the same question that you guys asked. Exactly the same question I just asked to CS Eager.
Yeah, he's trying to
Phrased
portray
exactly the
water
same
as
way.
earth.
Let me repeat the question. If there is a measurable curvature of the Earth, then the Earth is.
Okay, dude, I
Not
suppose it
water.
would be curved then.
Okay. It wasn't a tricky question. It was just, we admit it, globe or
I don't
system.
know why you refuse to clarify.
Well, because this is just a warm up, this is just foreplay. If there is no measured curvature, then the Earth is flat. Let's just say it. Let's not be shy. A lot of globers are very shy to even say it. If there is a measured curvature, then the Earth is curved. Now, what I'm doing here, I'm presenting to you a clear and concise measurement of said curvature. Therefore, the Earth is curved. End of story. GG.
So you just say words like that, and I show you a curve right here. Therefore, Earth is curving. Is that how it works?
Yes, I show you a curve, therefore Earth is curving. That's right.
You you
It's that simple.
you just say it. You say something, and therefore Peter said it. Therefore,
Yeah,
can you
that's
show
what's
can
happening.
you show it besides you saying it, or just like coloring a book with a
Yeah, of course. I
curved
can.
line?
Yeah, I
Can you
have.
actually, like, in reality,
Oh,
like,
yeah, in
show it?
reality, yes.
Okay. Besides you just saying it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Is that the
Yes.
curve? Yeah, yeah.
No, the answer is yes. I could show it in reality. Yeah.
You could, but you won't.
Well, I mean, how would you like me to do it?
You won't. You could, but you won't.
I absolutely would and will. How would
But
you
you
like me to
won't.
do it?
But you won't do it. You will not do it.
Well, depends on how you want me to do it. I might refuse certain ways. Yeah.
So it depends on me. How I want it. That's yeah. I want the curve to be blue on your screen, like a straight horizontal line, and then you right next to it, look, curve right here. That's how I want it. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, do that. Just put curve on top of an image and mark it and say
Okay.
right here.
Okay.
Yeah, do it like
I
that.
have an image like that handy. It's on the screen right now.
Ooh, is that what it is?
I think you're reading my mind, yeah.
Is that the water curving with the geometry of the ball?
Absolutely. Because it's seeking level.
So there's water on top of the ball, and it's the curve is like a drop rate. What is the when you
It's a
say
curve.
curvature? What does that mean? What does that mean?
It's an arc of a circle if you look at the cross section of it.
Are the circles flat? Like you do? I remember doing a circle the first
No,
time when I learned it, and it was kind of flat.
they're not. They're not flat.
Oh,
The arc of a circle is not flat in that sense.
Is that it?
I think that's it.
so the image that you posted is saying curve here, marked, and then above that it says water here, above the curve. Like what's happening here?
What's?
Water.
Yeah, I'll answer that. No problem.
Also six levels. So there's water above the curve. So there's a curve that is of water, and then above the curve of water, there's other water that is also six level above that water.
I can help you with that one. So what's happening here is, in the past when I would show this photo, people would ask me to show them in which part of the photo the water is curving. So I placed those helpful annotations there to show them that the water is curving along the blue line. I don't know if you have an idea how to better represent what I'm
Yeah,
trying to
I
convey
like
here.
blue lines. I've drawn blue lines. Yes, yes,
Okay,
I know how
all
blue
right.
lines work.
So
You
it's
you
working
draw
for
a
you,
blue
yeah?
line, and it is a blue line because that's the blue. That's how blue
Oh,
lines work.
Okay,
You grab the blue color, you grab the
yeah.
paper, and you draw the blue line.
any
Yeah,
flat
so
earther,
you are the
pretty
person for
please,
whom I
buy a
created
laser
this.
and point it toward the ocean, right? You go to the seaside, and you point it over the ocean, and you watch it
Shut
curve.
up!
And you won't find any curvature.
But you will.
But you
Go
won't.
watch a
Get
video.
rid of that
Any video.
useless
I'm not
guy.
gonna find it for you. You gotta use
You're
Google.
just gonna say it. You're just gonna open your mouth
Yeah, I
and
am.
jab
Yeah, I am.
and say, "Hey
Please.
guys, I imagine that this
Yeah, I
happens.
am.
Therefore, it
Because
happens
I find it so
because
funny
my
because you
name
get
is
impressed.
Jose.
You're Jose. I'm not actually Jose.
JOS. So host without the e, host.
I get hose.
So
I
my
get
name is
hose. Yeah, that's
host.
true. I get
My
more
name is
hose than you.
host. No Jo, no hose. Host.
Well, no,
It's a different.
I get hose.
So not curving, but curving in your imagination. Therefore curving.
Right. My mate's just invited me, but you guys keep on
No, he
believing. I
didn't.
believe
No,
in you.
you wishing he invited you. You wishing. You wish. That's
He
what you
just did.
want. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Prove it. So two water levels. The one that is curving, right, Peter? One that is curving, and there's
Yeah.
another one above that that is not curving and is there above the curving one, right?
No, I could put a third. I mean, that's
Yes,
gonna make
that's the
it
image
better.
right there. That's what I see
Yeah.
right there. That's where you move it. You have a straight line, you say curve right here marked, and then above that you have more water. It looks concave like that to me. Like I'm trying to picture it in my mind, like you know, and it's forming like a concave thing.
Do you see that
Um,
little bit of text that I just underlined? Does that help process the image differently? For the audience, it says, in here, water also seeks level and is therefore curving along the entire blue line. I think that's better than putting these arrows like 1,000 times
So
in an
that I think
incremental.
one that you haven't noticed that you think that you just are gonna grab an image and put letters that curvature here, level water right here, and you mark it like this, and you really think this is gonna show that the Earth is a spinning water ball, Peter? Come on, dude.
I believe so, yes.
Why are you trolling, Peter?
I'm not. I'm presenting a measurement of the curvature.
Bro, can I get into this job? Like, is it what is it like money or like boyfriends or what is it? What do you guys get out of this?
Power.
Power. Doesn't God has all the power?
He does.
So why are you lying about his creation?
Oh, God forbid if I were.
Did God ask you to do this?
In a way, yeah.
So God's a hand under God, like here on the realm of man. That guy asked you to do this, and that's why you're doing it.
In some sense, in a poetic sense, God asked
So
me
you're
to do
under
this.
orders to do this stuff, basically.
Not direct orders, not the way you think God speaks to people. No.
Not direct orders, no. Just doing it because this is what you do. This is your job, and
It's
this is what you got to do.
God gave me a
If
set of talents, a particular set of talents, and the passion for engaging in such conversations. I don't know why. It's in His wisdom He did that.
and you have that position, if you want to keep it, you gotta keep doing it.
At the moment, yes.
Yeah, eventually you'll get like a promotion, and you can retire. You don't have to do it anymore. You'll pass the banner to other people.
Maybe, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. How do you feel about doing a job that is not non-productive? Like it's not producing anything.
Uh, I
Is it well
approach it with
paid or
humility.
like just deceit and lying? How
I
does
try
that
not.
help anybody?
No, I don't think that would.
Do you, it helps you obviously because you get a benefit from it, but who else does it help?
Hopefully, some people that are curious about the shape of the Earth.
Some people that like lying to you, like just bring this BS and present it to other people. Like you benefit from other people learning the lies and keep going with this, right? You benefit from that, and that's why you do it.
I don't think so.
You don't think so, but you do so.
I don't think that's what I'm doing.
Ah,
That is
you
your
don't think,
perception.
but you do. You do it, but you don't think, but you do it. You do it without thinking. It's
If
like
I'm doing that,
that's what.
that information is not readily available to me.
Is it like a good job being a time waster? Is it pays well?
No,
Doesn't pay well.
no.
Like, so your job is about the shape of the Earth?
That will
What
be
is?
an unknown. The shape of the earth will be an. Are you asking Peter? Because Peter
Yeah,
claiming that he knows the shape of the earth, but that in reality that will be an unknown for men because we lack the outside view. We lack the God's eye view to be outside of this system, right, or this creation to say, hey, this is the shape of it. But you have men like Peter that probably think that they get a benefit, or maybe they do
wait, do
get a
you
benefit,
think
and
that
they're gonna claim that they know the shape of existence. They know, and they're gonna tell you, bro. So trust them.
okay,
Trust him.
do
Go
you
ahead.
think that everyone that has claimed to go out in space is lying?
Everyone that has gone out of space, who has been out of
The
space?
the one
Who?
no no
How many people?
the ones that say that they have.
Okay, that's probably what, like less than 50 people, maybe like how
Do you
many
think
people?
they're all lying?
Do you think 20 people can lie?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know the
a lot of
number
people can
though.
lie. But imagine men telling you that they can go outside of reality and tell you how stuff works outside of reality that is contrary to what you experience, observe, test, right? All of the things that we know, they go to this outside world that you cannot go to and you will never go to. And they tell you, this is how stuff works out here. Therefore, we're going to tell you that your own experience and what you can check down here and what your senses are telling you here in reality, that's wrong. And they going to set you good and they going to tell you the truth.
Why do you think they're lying?
Why does a liar lie? Some liars lie just to lie. They just lie because that's what they do. But I cannot speculate on why liars lie, right? Because many liars will lie for many reasons. Some monetary reasons, or Peter said power. He likes power, so that's why he does it. Power.
The why doesn't take away from the how.
Good, good. Yeah, exactly. Because remember, even though if the 20 liars have 20 different reasons for lying, the fact is that if they lied about water, water is gonna be truth, and their liars are gonna be liars. You get that?
Yeah.
And not everybody needs to be in on it. People just need to be misinformed.
Yeah, like your teacher when she told you, "Hey, leader, guapa, you see this globe right here at the corner of the room?" And you say, "Yeah, teacher." And she said, "This is where you live, guapa, G guapa." And you say, "Okay, yeah." She wasn't lying to you, bro. She believed it too, and
Yeah.
now you believe it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you know your neighbor, the one that watched all the Star Wars movies, and the globe believer neighbor, and he's like, space, and always talking about that stuff. He's not lying. He believes it.
Wait, what about the people that are covering it up? How many
You're gonna
people do
have
you think are covering it up?
Well, the guy at NASA that cleans the restrooms, or the security guy. They're not lying. He's
Hard to
cleaning the
say, bro.
toilets.
What about the people like what's his name? The astronaut, the famous astronaut?
Buzz Aldrin?
No, Leonard, the first
Neil
man on the
Armstrong?
moon.
Leonardo da
Yeah,
Vinci.
yeah, Neil,
Neil
yeah,
Armstrong.
Neil Armstrong. Yeah, yeah. Do you think he was paid
Well,
by
he
the
lied
government as
because
an actor?
he said he was the first one to walk on the moon, but the cameraman was the first one.
Can I ask a question too?
There was no
Piggyback off of what
cameraman.
he said. What about
Camera was attached to
museums
the
that
outside of the
hold
ship.
pendulums?
No,
Shut
it's
up!
Okay.
in the ship.
I
Stop
thought that
giving secret information.
shut up about
No,
Foucault.
that's just how it is.
I
Top
think
secret.
Seeger has a question. If you guys can wait a second.
What's your
Go ahead.
question, bro?
Does the deep state op of the flat Earth conspiracy extend so far as like every museum with a Foucault pendulum, as well as every NASA astronaut, scientist, and bridge builder?
Wait,
What are you talking
bridges?
about?
I mean, wait. Are you saying that the structure that is the pendulum is built on, that structure that is used water level, horizontal frame of reference, right?
Yeah, bridges use.
And it's a motionless building, because if you believe that building is moving, you have some issues, right? But that building that is horizontally placed, and then there is the vertical as well, and you're saying that because they build a device in it, a pendulum, and it's doing a movement, that's gonna tell you that you live in a spinning water ball in the vacuum of space?
So yeah, you think the people who built the museums are also in this like deep state
No,
conspiracy?
you think that. You're the one thinking that. You.
That was the question I had. Was do you think it goes
Listen,
as far as the people who built the museums too?
no,
Because
you're the one imagining that. You're imagining that people that build blocks and put the blocks together, the first brick, and establish a level. You have a conspiracy that they believe that they're building it, like for some time of spinning water ball. You believe that.
I'm not going to assume that you know I'm gonna assume you're just trying to avoid the question. I'm not gonna press you any further. I'm gonna assume everyone else heard what you just said.
Yeah, you think that people in here know the people that build the structures and they know what they're thinking, and then, yeah, we're building this to lie to the people. Yeah, that's stupid, dude. The pendulum can be built, and it's a mechanism that has to be built. It's been built in many ways, right? And some of them even have magnets, and they have to start it, and it will stop eventually. So what? What about pendulums? Tell me, what about pendulums? What does that prove? He's
They
saying
they
people in
process.
museums, they
Pendulums process.
process.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Does the sky process? See the luminaries processing?
Hey,
We're
what
gonna
do
have
you think
pendulums
about
now,
the
right,
stars
right.
that you see in the
Is that a
sky?
conspiracy? Is that a conspiracy? Like the stars are processing, they're moving, doing stuff. Is that a conspiracy?
What do you
According
Because
to
what
you,
do you think about
according
when
to
you
you,
see it? Like, what do you think it is?
observable phenomena that move like
What?
clockwork in cycles. The luminaries move like clockwork in
Oh,
cycles, gears within gears. Like the Swiss watch that you probably 100,000 that you pay for. That
I
watch that has
wanna.
you know how you see the hands of the clock, right? You see the hands of the clock, but behind the dial there's a mechanism, gears within gears, right? A lot of stuff that
Yeah,
you don't
yeah,
see and you don't know. But you can look at the clock and tell the time precisely. It's pretty precise, but you didn't make that clock, but there's a designer behind it, even though you never met him.
yeah. Mashallah, mashallah.
S- So the luminaries move like clockwork, and there's no sick.
Huh.
There's no. We observe them, but to go there and check the mechanism in place, that's the thing that the Globers are trying to tell you, that they tell you that they know, and they're trying to tell you they know better. And you got to believe their construct of the whole universe because they know. But in reality, that's how do you say in poker? They're just bluffing with the money in the bank. They're bluffing with the money, and
Do you
people are taking
think
the
that
bluff.
the living resources beyond the ice wall, bro?
You mean the what you when you say the ice wall? You mean the geological location that the United States geological surveyors label the ice wall, and they say is a wall of ice, and you're saying that location there's something beyond that? Yeah, the surveyors tell you that beyond that there is a lot of land, and there's resources, and yeah, sure, why not? What's the big deal about that?
Maybe they're hiding it, bro. Maybe they're
Hiding?
saying, "Oh, there's
How
snow."
can how can you hide the
Maybe they're
world, bro? Can you hide?
no,
Can you
no,
hide?
no. The one
Can
behind it.
no? People
The
go there
one.
in cruises. Don't you know that? People go there in cruises and play with the penguins.
Okay.
There is a lot of land, so you can't just hide it all, right? You go to little spots, but that's it. What are you gonna hide? What are you gonna hide? No, who can you go there? You got to pay a cruise, right? And then go to a location and come back. What are you gonna do?
You got any more
Hide what?
questions?
I'm thinking of a question. Okay, so how do you think the moon lights up? Does it light up like that because God makes it that way? Like, not the whole thing lights up, only parts of it?
What a great question, man. Maybe you asked
I
the
want to
Yeah.
hear
creator
that
about
one.
that.
Wow, that's an
Have
original
you looked up?
question.
Or have you looked at polarizing light? Like light can look black. Light can
Oh,
look
yeah,
completely
yeah.
black, right?
So, like, do you think a part of it is black light?
Look at it.
Alright.
I'm
Oh,
not
yeah.
sure you understand what polarizing light means.
Bro, the moon looks so cool, bro. Have you ever looked at it?
Only on the
It's
weekends.
down, like when it's full, and like it's just light. Oh, yeah, I love that.
Does it love you back?
I hope so.
It's giving you light, right? So it's giving you
Yeah.
something. Are you giving it anything that
Oh
shows
yeah,
love?
yeah,
Because
I am. I'm
love is what we
Christian.
do for others, right?
I'm Christian. I'm Christian.
So you say you love the moon even though you don't do anything for it, but the moon is giving you love, light, doing
It's
something
God.
for you. But
It's God, bro. It's God.
It's God mooning us.
wait,
Yeah.
the moon is God?
No, no. It's God is
What?
making it light up.
Like every day, or
Yeah, like when the moon's
No,
shining.
only
That's
during the
God.
night.
Oh yeah, yeah. During the night. No, during the day you could still see the moon.
so have you ever put a flashlight on like a cue ball or played pool really any at all?
Yeah, bro.
So why doesn't the moon, being supposedly a spherical object, have a hot spot from this bright hot sun? And it's
It's a
just this.
specular highlight. Specular highlight.
Because it's behind us. Because the moon is we can't see the backside of the moon. You can only see the front. We
That
don't know
shouldn't
what the
matter.
backside is. Huh?
That shouldn't matter if it's a sphere. If it has any spherosity, then it should have a hot
Backside of the
spot.
moon.
Like
The
even
moon
if
is
it
an
was
ass.
half of a circle, it would do the same thing if that half circle is facing us. So it's not really light doesn't play on the moon like it is purported.
Oh shit.
What about
Okay,
the
okay. So it would light up, right? Maybe the material can take the heat. That's why.
Well, what material is it then? How do we test that? How do we know it's a physical object
I
to begin
guess.
with?
I guess like because a part of it would be destroyed if it can't resist it properly.
maybe it is being destroyed and rebuilt at the same time?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
Um,
maybe it produces its own light, which in turn produces its own heat, and that's why the surface of it bubbles as if it's some molten substance.
hey, do you guys have a relative that lied to you?
Maybe it's just a reflection of
Wait,
light on the ceiling.
wait,
Maybe
do
it's
you
just
guys
its
have
own
trust
luminary.
issues with your relatives?
This is Sunday.
What do you mean? Do you say
Like,
trust issues with their relatives?
yeah, because the government lies to us all the time.
No,
So
no, and that's
maybe
incorrect. Listen, bro. When the government
what?
says you're under arrest, they're not lying.
No shit.
No shit. So when you're lying right now by saying that they're always lying and lie about everything. That's a lie.
No, no, not
Yeah,
everything.
yeah, yeah,
Sometimes.
yeah, yeah, yeah. If you say that they lie about everything, that's definitely a lie.
Sounds a little bit like that.
Wait. No, I said they lied about the moon.
Yeah. So is it
No,
more
bro.
believable to state that the government lies or tells the truth? Like, is the government there to save your
They
soul and
do both,
enlighten you?
bro.
Are they really just trying to enlighten you and make you a higher being, or are they just trying to corral you into a small mindset where you can be controlled?
Yeah, how are they controlling me?
Well, they force you into a smaller dialect so that this is all you can fucking think the world is.
Yeah,
Oh, they're hiding shit.
you carry their
Oh,
water left and right, and you
hey,
say
do
you
you
thank you.
think that giants they're hiding the existence of giants, dude? A lot of people think that.
What, like giant trees, sequoias,
No, giant humans, the Nephilim. You know the Nephilim in the
humans?
Bible?
Aren't
Yeah,
humans monkeys
yeah,
that came from the
Nephilim.
big bad boom?
No, no, the Nephilim, bro. It's like they
Who?
look like they're giants and they look
Can you show it?
humanoid.
Can you show it?
It's in the Bible, the Nephilim.
All right.
It's in the Bible. It's the Bible.
bruh. Hey, hey, what do you guys think about Israel? Should we support Israel?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We're not going to talk about
Anytime.
that in this VC. So
Yeah,
back
but
to the
yeah,
topic. Thank
that's
you.
actually a derail. It's 24/7 flat Earth, not Israel flat Earth. Okay.
Okay, well, what do you think Israel thinks about the flat Earth, huh?
I don't care. It's their least. That's the least of their problems right now.
Damn, you hate Israel?
Yeah, so people, some countries need welfare, and yeah, they need welfare. So yeah, they need
I mean,
they need all that stuff.
sounds like you just put that conclusion in my mouth, contrary to what I said. So
Yeah.
that's cool though.
No,
You could do that. It's your own logical fallacy. It's not going to get you far in life.
Damn, bro, what do you have to say about that? Okay. Okay, alright. What are we gonna talk about, bro? Hey, what do you guys, if someone offers, right, to
so
give you a free ride to outer space, would you take it?
you can't go to
Like,
Narnia. Even if someone offered you to go into the wardrobe and go see Aslan, the talking lion, and speak to the witch, right? That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, it's a malformed question. You
what do you
started your
think?
question with if. Like, hey, if this fake thing exists, would you believe it? Yeah,
Okay,
fucking I
If
would,
I
no,
but
can
guess what?
imagine
It can't
whatever
happen.
fantasy, if
no,
I can
that's
imagine
not what
whatever
I mean.
fantasy in my
When,
It's
mind,
when,
not
if
what
if
I
you
can
meant. It's
someone
what you
imagine,
said.
claims that they will take you, like,
if unicorns
would you like,
are
what if
rainbows,
they give you money, bro? Would you take the money?
Does your brain work off of what ifs?
yeah,
Because
if they
we
give
Like,
don't
me
give a fuck
would
money,
about
they,
that.
hey, I'll
bro?
take the money.
Like,
I'll
would
take the
you
money.
go
I know
with
I'm not going to
them to
Narnia.
wherever
Listen,
they
money
want
is
to take
real.
you?
Money is
What?
real, right? Money is real. So I'll take the money, but I know I'm not going to Narnia. If I get into, let's say, a high altitude balloon or whatever device, we're gonna go very high up, just like the billionaires. You saw the billionaires going high up. They didn't go to space. They went very high up and they came back down. So that's it.
Bro, but what if they pay you money to make a video about outer space? Would you do it?
Oh yeah, I'll make it. I'll be drawing cartoons, like the lightsabers and the guys with the force power, and they'll be in outer space.
Yeah, I
Why
I'll
would.
won't
make
you
the
do it?
video.
Would you do it?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, I'll draw. I'll
fake.
draw. I'll draw.
Would you fake the main landing? Like, if they offered you
I'll answer
money.
your question right now. You couldn't pay me to lie to my fellow man.
Oh, come
Simple as
on.
that.
There's
Bro,
got to
what
be a
if it
price.
was $1 billion
No, come
No, you don't have to lie.
bro?
You
Would you
just
Could
you
do
just
be.
have
it?
to put. This
It
is
could
an
be the
artist's
keys to
rendition
fucking
of outer
BlackRock. I
space.
don't give a fuck. It's not gonna happen. You're playing with what if fairy tales right now.
All right.
Yeah, but he's asking
So
about
can I
space,
hold
Yeah,
and
on.
to
it's
make
hypothetical. Would you do it, bro? Would you accept the
listen.
money and do
Look,
the job?
No, hold
hello,
on,
Speculation
hello,
hold on.
bro.
I'm
Sunday
gonna
was
make no,
3
no, no, no,
days
no.
ago.
Hold on, hold on. I'm gonna make this hypothetical a lot more based, okay? Because I like where you're going with this.
All right, go ahead.
So instead of just talking or perpetuating the globetard to say just the general population, could you be bought out to go to actual elementary school, not even kindergarten students, and talk about the globetard as if you're Neil deGrasse Tyson? What price tag do I have to pay you to go talk to the youth about
I
the
wouldn't do it.
globetard?
I
Oh,
don't
come
believe
on,
indoctrinating kids.
bullshit!
I don't believe in
You
indoctrinating kids. It's fucked
I
up.
pay you $1 billion. $1 billion.
Shove the $1 billion up your ass. I'll live like a bum and be truthful. I don't give a fuck.
I love you. That is
yeah,
morals.
right, bro.
I
You
love
would
you.
spend
No, that's
on
amazing.
like women.
You're
You
right,
would
bro. Like you
spend it
fucking
on
know me. Fuck
having a
off.
harem, bro. You would have
Come on,
lots of
bro. It's
women.
money,
You'll buy
bro.
their.
You won't
You'll
lie to your
you'll
fellow man
be
for
their
money. No,
sugar.
I wouldn't.
I have no morals at
You
that
do it
point. There's
for
the price
women.
tag.
Okay. What if she was hot? You would like do it, right?
Who?
Like if
What are
you
you
made
talking
No,
enough
about?
money
She
to get a
now.
no,
hot girl.
no.
No,
Because
no,
even if she's
bro.
hot, she might have parasites, and you don't know that.
What are we
No.
talking
What
about
if
women
she's a
now? Like,
virgin? Okay,
how
what
many
if she's
times
a
are you gonna
virgin?
gish gallop?
Okay. If the woman was a virgin, would you lie
All
to
right,
the
we
woman?
already know his
All
answer. He has
right,
morals.
No, because
Stop.
she could
he's
be.
done.
It's not about that. Like,
What if troll?
seriously.
What if troll? Yeah, yeah, that's a good one. That has
Here's
to
a
be some
what
type of
if.
label.
Here's a what if. What if we stayed on fucking topic?
What if? What
Well, that means that
if?
we actually have to, like, make the globetards talk about science they don't know.
Yeah, it's like they'd have to prove their claim, which has been unproven for what, 500 years now?
It's too much work.
Amazing. Yeah, it is too much work because they're too amoralistic.
Bro,
to
but
go
you
about
would
their own
lie
thought.
though. You would do it.
I would do what? Like, you're projecting hard right now, bro.
Okay,
You have
I
no
guess
idea who I am.
maybe I'm just materialistic. I don't know.
I'm not materialistic at all. I don't like material things are cool, but I wouldn't sell the futures of children for it. Like that's
Hey,
stupid. And it's also how we're in such a fucked up position in our world right now.
But you know what's crazy
hey,
about that, right?
What?
To your point, though, I'd be willing to bet you, right? And I appreciate your answer to the bullshit hypothetical. I'd be willing to bet you if we asked that same hypothetical to the globetards, they would take the money. If the shoes
Absolutely.
on the other foot, they would. They'd
They
be like, yeah, I'll
sold
be a
out
flat
for
card.
nothing. Of course they would
Yeah.
take money.
hey, what if you gave us globe proof? What if?
Yeah, what if
That's
You
one
mean
of the
like the one?
worst what
You
if.
mean like the one on the screen right now?
It's not proof, you're just presupposing.
Absolutely not. That the whole point of this is not to presuppose. It's explained right here.
Well, I mean, I looked at your screen earlier and there was a presupposition
Hey, what do you
immediately.
guys think about
No, look at
Space
step
Force?
one. There is no
Is
presupposition.
it
Look at
just a
step one.
way to get
You
free
think a
money?
horizontal level is curved. That's a presupposition right there. You can't prove or show that it's curving. You just see air quote curvature plus the horizon behind it. So like, are you arguing for both sides here?
Yes, arguing for both sides and then showing which side wins, which is demonstrated here.
Peter is arguing for both cartoons. He draws the globe cartoon, then the flat cartoon, and he's saying, you know what? I like the
Yes.
globe cartoon better.
No.
Well, I mean,
Nature
Yeah,
likes it better.
nature.
you do you, but
Yes.
these rooms are primarily for
Unfold
people
nature.
trying to find out more about why the globe doesn't exist.
Well, if we measure it curving, then it curves, and it does
Yeah,
exist.
if.
And here is
If.
the measure. And here is the measure.
Well, what if that measurement isn't really accurate? Do you
Then
have
we
a
should do
consensus
many
on this
more.
measurement?
Of course, yes.
Is it the
What?
same curve rate as the globe model proposes?
Absolutely. 6,371. Every single measurement made on Earth in the last
What?
From a
thousands
flat
of
plane?
years performed under different conditions regularly converges onto that value. It's that simple.
What if all of them are wrong?
What's your go, Peter? What's this new Peter that's come back in here? Sarcastic.
My goal is to deliver the holy grail of this VC.
Well, didn't you
Lofty
say
goal.
6 months ago that in 1 week this will be a Glober
Well,
channel?
we gotta
Yes, I
correct
did.
Peter because it's not his goal. He was proposed this by someone else. Like he's probably like the right hand of God or something. That Peter is under that guy, and that guy told him that goal, and Peter is here doing that. So, your goal.
Peter is probably measuring this whole time in equal to how they measure we going back to the moon, for example, or some other great adventure with space. So Peter is just trying to put it in the same timeline as with the rocket technology. It's just every decade you just say, this decade we're gonna make it, just wait another decade, kind of like that.
No. Actually, he today he draw like lines on a
On the paper.
screen, and he
He's
draw
got
the lines, and he put curvature here and water
and
here,
here.
water level. He draw it, and he said, "Look, it's on the screen." He said it earlier. Where's the
Yeah.
water curving? On the screen. Because
Curvature
he
in
drew
two.
it. He drew it on the screen, so that's why it's on the screen.
Yeah, Earth curvature in two separate places. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Here and here. And draw a line.
Not anymore. I've updated that.
Really good work.
Yeah, I had to update it because I called in the nonsense, and he was like, "Oh, let me fix the nonsense," and he added more nonsense.
That makes nonsense.
Yeah, that makes nonsense, but for Peter, yeah, that nonsense makes sense. But yeah,
Here's the
that's how it
updated
is.
version.
Just give it another decade, Peter. Maybe then this will be a global channel. But
Hey, Peter,
I don't think so.
in 10 years, maybe
I
another
agree.
flat earthers will prove the globe for you.
Well, too late.
So
Even
when
too
are we
late.
going to see you in these scientific magazines, Peter? Peter the Great proves the globe.
Again.
Undeniably.
Undeniable.
I like the
I would
part.
get locked out of those places.
I like the part where most of the globals always ask us for everything to be answered.
Yeah. Peter has to talk with this like this in public because he doesn't want to, get not invited to the cool parties, and he doesn't want to be laughed at in the party. So yeah, he has to,
So Peter,
push the globe.
what do you want to learn? Just ask us. We actually always know everything.
And you guys are not getting invited, and he is, so you're just jealous.
Peter, you want to learn something? You want to learn that the Earth is not a spinning ball?
No, not right now, thanks.
It's not the universal intro, you know. That's not the world. That's not reality. Every time as a child when you have seen that universal intro with this dramatic music, you know, that is not reality, you know.
I agree.
Hey, what if I draw on your picture and just drew the same lines as you did, and instead of writing curve starts here, flat. I say flat starts here.
No, Timbo,
Does
just
that
put
make it flat?
next to the curve, next to the curve, put not curve, and just
You
put
could,
not. That's
you
it.
could
You fix it.
That
definitely
make
do
it
it.
not curve?
Yes, you could definitely
Yeah,
do that, but
yeah,
it
Yeah,
wouldn't.
if you put
It wouldn't
not
match
yeah.
the measurement.
next to the
That's the problem.
curve, it will make it not curving, Peter.
Yeah, but the measurement would still stay the same.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
Yeah. If we just add a not NOAOT to the curve, it's not curve. So there you go,
Yeah,
Peter.
but the measurement would still
Yeah, but
yeah, that's the
what
only
measurement?
the one
I'm
that I'm
measuring the
showing.
screen as well. I'm measuring the
The
screen that
measurement.
blue line that you drew, it's not curving, Peter. So that confirms
It is
that when I put
measurable.
not curve, listen, when I put not curve next to the not curving blue line, guess what, Peter? It's not curving. Pretty obvious. Observably so.
Yes, but what you're saying is measurably
Yes,
untrue.
exactly. But you're looking at the straight line, at the not curving line, and looking at the not curving, uh, letters, words, right? And you're saying it is curving, even though it's not, but it is, right, Peter? It's curving because it's not. Peter!
Globe proof. Globe proof. Globe proof. Hey, globe proof. Oh, yeah.
What the fuck am I listening to? Oh, that Universal Studios music gets me every time.
Yeah, right? It's like magic. It's like
How else would the
like
word bend around the Earth
It,
if it wasn't curved?
it's mentally
exactly.
getting your mind ready for Fantasyland, and that music is kind of like turning you on into the fantasy, and
Ah,
then you jump in the fantasy.
That's a good point. It's almost as if we've been bombarded with imagery of a globe since before we could talk. It's strange. It's almost like an indoctrinative, practice.
It's almost
And
like as if they keep on showing the globe because it's so necessary to always remind you that you live on a ball. You know, that's why they
Right.
always need to show it.
Because a lie
Very important.
repeated often enough will be misconstrued as truth. That's why today they have so many misnomers being construed as truth.
Yeah, that's why Peter comes in every day, puts that image up on the screen and says, look, curve here, and draws
Well,
2 lines.
Well, to
That's
be
what he's
fair,
trying to
there's
do.
like 8 images that I have that explain it. And I do this because you guys have been so consistently, I respect this VC compared to other flat earth communities. You guys have been consistently asking for the basics. You have this mantra, which I love and embrace. If there is no measurable curvature of the earth, then the earth is blank, and the
Not
correct
curving,
answer is
not
flat.
curving. If it's not
Exactly.
curving, it's not curving. Peter, it's pretty
Exactly.
simple though. You're adding the wrong words, Peter. In the blank,
Right.
you got it wrong. If it was an
Yeah.
exam,
Thank you.
you got it
Thank you.
wrong.
Thank you.
Wrong.
I appreciate it. I got it
Uh,
wrong. I'm sorry.
So if it's not curving, it's not curving.
Yes,
Pretty simple.
absolutely.
Yeah, it's not
And
curving.
unlike other
Yeah, yeah.
places I know of that talk about ether, the Nephilim, ice walls, freaking firmaments, you guys stick to the basics. I like that.
we
And
don't
here
need
I
to do
am
anything but stick to the
with
basics.
the with the holy grail of this VC, which is a measurement of the curve. Here it is. Why would I show anything else? Why?
Measurement of the screen.
Sure, sometimes
Measurement
I
of the.
indulge in a conversation with Larry about why things fall and so on. These are of interest to me, but the core question, demonstrate the curvature of the Earth. That's why I'm here to serve you guys, okay, with the answer to that ultimate question.
That's
To
nice, but I
serve
don't
us.
agree with your presentation personally.
That's okay. We're
No.
here, you know.
That being
You
said,
disagree. That's okay.
that being said, I like how you're presenting yourself. It's in a better format than most of the Globers that I've seen.
Thank you.
Isn't he doing the same thing Jesse does? Like the same
Yeah,
proof?
yeah, same shit.
Okay.
He's shooting a
Yeah.
theodolite over 30 kilometers and expecting to get
Yes, this is
the
Jesse's
measurements that he's looking for.
the zenith angle measurement shown in the photograph was performed by Jesse, whom I know
Yeah,
personally.
but no one can give us a max distance of these tools that they're using.
They can. The manufacturers can give you that.
Okay, go ahead. Can you please post it? Because I've been looking for years.
Oh, okay, that's good. The good
Yep.
news is that the only thing we're using here is the zenith angle measurement, which is not subject to any sort of limitation other than the resolution of your eyeball.
Okay, that's not true. So I'm
It
looking
is true.
for so I'm looking for a max distance of
For a
accuracy
zenith angle
of the.
measurement. Zenith
Peter,
angle
if you
measurement.
talk over me one more time, I'll fucking exit you from the call. All right. So we're looking for max distance of accuracy for that theodolite that was used. If you can give me a graph or a table that shows these max distances and the accuracy and the error are involved, then we can go from there.
I shall not do that.
Okay. That shows what you're really doing then, doesn't it? Peter, what's a theodolite used for?
Many different things.
What? What in particular is it used for?
I like to use them for zenith angle measurements.
Well, it's measuring angles, isn't it?
Yes.
Yep. So what angle did you get when you shot the theodolite over 30 kilometers?
I obtained an angle from the vertical plane to the point where the crosshair was pointed at.
Okay, so 0.004 was it?
Negative 0.0440 is the angle, yeah.
Yep. So what's the error in the theodolite over 30 kilometers?
The error for the theodolite for this measurement is, for this theodolite is 10 arc seconds, and it's agnostic of the distance.
Can you show me that table, please?
No, there is no table. I can show you the quoted accuracy of that model of the theodolite. It's shown on the screen right now.
Yeah, over that distance?
It's not a function of distance. I'm sorry.
Yes, it is. It has to be.
No, because any object placed where the crosshair is, no matter how far it is, will have the same angle measured, right? Could be your hand, could be a ping pong ball, anything you place. The measurement is between the vertical plane and where the
Okay.
crosshair is pointed.
So
You could even
yeah,
you
exactly.
can
So
put
you're
a
with the
cardboard in front of the
crosshairs. So
cross
with
for
the
your stuff.
crosshairs, you're shooting across, aren't you?
No, I'm not shooting.
In
What
a
am I shooting?
in a
What am
linear.
I shooting?
Shut the
I'm not
fuck
shooting
up,
anything.
Peter.
Isn't he saying
You fucking.
the longer the distance, the greater the chance of error? Isn't that right?
Only in the sense of you placing the
That's
crosshair
right.
off the target.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Kind of funny he's using the same busted proof Jesse is.
There's only one truth.
I'm still trying to figure out what is so important about this ball idea in general. Why do you just can't let the ball go? Why you can't accept natural observation of the Earth?
Because they never entertained a position where they might be wrong about something that they learned.
But that's exactly what I'm doing here in this slide presented to you on the screen right now. I'm
Well, hey,
entertaining both
maybe it just
positions.
takes. Maybe it's just gonna take more time. It's no big deal.
That's true. Maybe just take some time. You
I
know?
mean, not everybody can learn the same lesson at the same time.
That is right.
Okay. I had my own cognitive dissonance to fight through, proving to myself that it's not a globe, and it's not easy.
For me, that cognitive dissonance was only like for like 2 or 3 weeks.
I went years going against flat Earth. I thought it was the stupidest thing. I
Whoa.
wouldn't entertain it, just like many others wouldn't.
Well, when did you start looking into it?
When? A few years ago.
Was it before they quote unquote said dangerous misinformation, then censored the whole YouTube and put like information boxes underneath flat Earth videos redirecting you to the heliocentric religion?
Oh yeah, it's everywhere. You just have to know.
No. Was that before?
Oh.
Like our for me it was 2015, where YouTube was still a literally like a, let's say, a democratic platform, if that's the right term. So it was not a censored platform. They weren't scared of like GoPro footage, raw GoPro footage from the Russian space junk, where you could literally see all the bubbles and hear the water splashing left and right. All the stuff is gone, by the way. Like, it's so hard, like you can't literally find it anymore. Like, Russia Today had so many raw GoPro videos of them in a swimming pool. You could literally hear like the water rushing. And when you then, when what I did back then was, when I was still in denial, I would search up GoPro footage of people who dive underwater, right? Like deep dive and whatnot. And was like, man, golly, this is like exactly the same sound, exactly the same way the noise of the microphone changes in that GoPro. And then I was like, man, and then I was like, man, I see bubbles that rise the same direction all the time, like in a pool. And then the GoPro sounds like it's in a pool. And I was like, shoot, you gotta admit, this stuff is just all fake. And today, if you try to find these raw videos, there's a few of them, but what they did is they either deleted the sound and made some space meditation music behind it, or they changed it to white noise. So they literally censored the GoPro original raw sound, right? Because they realized, oh shoot, this sounds like it's underwater. Like you when you have been into this whole scheme since 2015, when they started introducing censorship on YouTube, you see how they step by step have made damage control to the parts that have been exposed through the flat Earth community. This is why it's hard for
Explain,
people
man.
like Peter.
You just started doing a whole monologue, bro. We were on angles and measurements and stuff like that, man. Come on, man.
Loom, do you know what the difference is between challenging commonly held beliefs and accepting anything you watch on YouTube?
Yep.
I'm not sure you do.
Okay, well, nice opinion. I don't really give a fuck about it.
If I may,
Honestly, next time you could just keep that
if
type
I
of
may
shit to yourself
ask,
because it doesn't really help your position.
The
so
most
this
sus
guy's
thing.
claiming that he. Sorry, I was just wanting to ask about his presentation. I just came in. I didn't mean to interrupt anything. Go ahead.
Nothing was interrupted.
I was just curious. The guy that was doing the presentation. What's the claim? Is he claiming he filmed geometric Earth curve with his camera and theodolite, or?
Yes.
Okay. What was his height above sea level in the distance that he was shooting?
Shown on the screen
Thinks
right
that's
now.
part of the Earth curve somehow. But Earth curve should negate anything you see after it.
All values that you need and you're asking about are shown on the screen right now.
Yeah, he says water seeks
Oh, are
level, but
they?
then level is also curved. Like, that's not a leap in logic. So, like, is the definition of level curved? Because, I don't see it.
Anyways, I have a question to the Globers in general. Is it strange that if there's channels on YouTube that point out errors within the heliocentric paradigm, especially on NASA website and so forth, is it strange that after these things go up online, that 2 or 3 weeks later you find the damage control has been done and they've literally corrected themselves or deleted imagery that showed, glitches and all that stuff? Is that a coincidence, or is it maybe because they follow the crazy flat earthers and then they can, get rid of whatever is inconsistent with their paradigm, if it's possible to get rid of it, because we have seen this a lot of times, things being pointed out by us crazy people, then it disappears from their website or is being changed. Is that like something you can cope with? Is there like a great excuse you Globers can come up with?
I think it's very concerning.
Yeah. I think you're not honest to yourself, so that is very concerning.
It should be concerning when half of a topic is being censored. Like,
should.
what happened to
Yeah.
free speech and being able to have a proper debate about things? Nowadays, it's all posturing, and you can't think that because it's false.
Well, the censorship is not the worst thing. What is the worst thing is how you can obviously see step by step whatever they censor or they, or what is pointed out as an error within the heliocentric paradigm. You see them damage controlling, which means they either change stuff on the NASA's website or they edit live streams to get rid of certain things being pointed out. I mean, this is not like, this is something you can't cope with. This is obviously showing you that they try to do their best to hide their errors pointed out by us crazy flat earthers.
You mean like
There's
how
many.
the blue marble picture used to have, when you change the exposure on it, would have a box behind the blue marble?
Yeah,
And
with the
then
moon, with the
nowadays
Apollo
it's
mission.
and
Yeah.
nowadays it's doctored to where if you change the exposure levels, it looks a lot less doctored.
Cleaner. Yeah.
Much cleaner.
That's one example. That's one example. There's other examples where certain YouTubers, which names I'm not going to mention, have pointed out obvious fails in their rocket live streams and whatnot, and then a few weeks later you go back to the same live stream and it's gone. How, like, can you tell me which other YouTube channels edit their live streams? It's such a joke, to be honest. I mean, it's so obvious. But it's only obvious to those who have been followed the past, what is it now, 9 years, to see step by step how they censored, rewritten, edited everything that has been pointed out, as much as is possible within their framework.
Not only just that, it's just anytime somebody points out a hole, they fill that hole and then fill
Yeah.
it with some other incredulous explanation.
Exactly
And
that.
it's only these incredulous explanations that you get. Like, yeah, it can make sense on paper, but you can't make it. You can't demonstrate it in reality. Like,
Yeah, you were talking about when Jaron figured out that Elon Musk like went back and edited a live stream or whatever with the car.
Yeah, he first pointed something
Elon
out
Musk
and
car.
he first pointed something out in the live stream, and then later on it was edited after it was pointed out.
yeah, you can
You
tell
know?
it's real because it looks so fake. Like, that's not a great little insulation fucking chime in on.
It's funny, just this year actually, when he was talking to all his little slaves that work for him, he was standing in front of all his rockets and he was giving a speech, and he literally said, you know, what you guys accomplished, it's almost like if it's all CGI. That's what he said. And they were like clapping, you know.
Yeah.
And he's literally lying in the face of the people, mocking them.
Well, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, definitely. But if you're a Glober, you just gotta cope with it, you know? You just gotta come up with something in your mind to lie to yourself. Literally lie to yourself to make it, to play it down, you know? Or, you know, even though he makes these jokes, it's just, it's, you know, so exhausting to live like that, in denial. Imagine how exhausting it is to be a Glober.
I mean, for some of them, I doubt it's exhausting at all. Puts them in a beneficial situation.
Well, yeah, true.
Yeah, if you're making money.
Like, there's so much money in this type of thing, and it's not even just a cosmological problem.
Yeah, I bet there's a few people who are being paid as a chill, working for some kind of government agency.
Yeah, and that can be with or without the, ultimate knowledge about the subject they're representing. Like, they could just believe a lie and get paid for it, think it's truth.
Okay.
Okay, what? So,
I was looking at that guy's photo. Okay, so he's 56 feet above sea level, and the target is 20.58 miles away, and the target's like 64 meters or whatever. So I don't know, it's just I don't see where the I don't see where the Earth curve is, to be honest. I don't know what he's talking about, because the geometric horizon
It's highlighted on the
should
photo
be
for you.
yeah. Oh, okay, you changed the slide.
Wait, so you think the Earth is flat?
Wait, where's what's highlighted?
not perfectly flat.
curvature.
Topography exists. General Earth
Water
curve of
seeks its
drop over
level, therefore
distance
water is
doesn't.
curving here.
You think the Earth's like a plate, like a yarmulke or something?
I don't know.
Why would
Where
you
are
think
you
that?
imagining this plate? Are you imagining this plate as a disk in space?
No, I'm asking you what you believe.
Well, I try not to.
Why would you lead with,
beliefs.
do you think it's a saucer in space?
Yeah, I asked, what do you think it's a saucer in space or a yarmulke? I'm asking you what you
Why
believe.
would you ask us those two loaded questions? Why wouldn't you just ask, what do you think the Earth looks like? I would say it looks flat. It's
I'm
measured
asking you a
flat,
simple
right?
question.
Yeah,
When you
so it's
draw a
neither one of
picture,
those.
when
Trying
you
to be
draw,
more
Do
clear
you
about
think
his
it's a
question, right?
yarmulke?
when you draw a picture of the Earth,
Dude, bro, Roy Rage, do you believe it's a yarmulke?
what do you mean roid rage? I'm perfectly. I'm not even angry. What are you talking about?
Just
I'm looking at your PFP, bro. Have you not remembered what your PFP is?
Was
So,
your
do
sculpture
you think
like
the
a
Earth is a
palm trunk?
yarmulke? Do you think the Earth is a yarmulke?
I asked you the question first. You should answer.
Yeah, I already answered it. Do you think the Earth is a yarmulke?
You didn't answer my question. You just started
I
jumping
did
around
answer
like
it
a damn
directly.
rabbit.
So, do you think the Earth is a yarmulke, Roy Rage?
You didn't answer the question.
I asked
answer
it
the
completely.
question.
I said, no,
You didn't
it's
answer my
measured
question.
flat. So,
Yeah, and then I
is
followed
the
up
Earth
by
a
saying I'm
yarmulke, Roy
looking at
Rage?
the. Listen, I'm
I
asking
just
you.
told you.
I'm
I just
supposed
answered the question. Are you not listening
stop
very well,
raising
Roy
your
Rage? I
voice.
told you.
Stop
I
raising
answered
your
the question.
voice.
I said
Calm
no,
down.
and I gave you exactly what I
Stop
think it is.
yapping.
In fact, I know what it is. So you're going to talk while I'm talking, and I'm just going to mute you, and you'll probably cry and run away just like that. Called it. See, they got daddy issues. Their dad didn't whoop their ass. They come in here to get their ass whooped, and then they leave. They get what they need.
Yep, got his spanking for the day.
Golly.
I don't know.
They just want to
Maybe I'm
talk over
dumb.
you.
I just don't see the geometric horizon where the sky appears to meet the ground in his picture.
I think Globers talk over you because all they've ever learned is regurgitation of words.
Yeah, it's stupid.
The Earth must be the universal intro. I've seen it so many times on TV.
I don't
You can't tell
understand
me
where
universal is lying.
all these people don't get that falsification is independent of replacement. So I don't know. You prove somebody's model is incorrect and they have to believe it or not believe it. They can't just know it based off of what you give them.
One thing you gotta know about people. People are dumb. Easily controllable. Okay, let's say I want to make everybody believe the opposite to what they experience in reality. How would I establish a program since childhood that would make people believe in a spinning, wobbling, tilted space, both length and ever expanding void of darkness? How would I do it? So maybe I should start young. Let's put some dinosaurs in front of the kids and the blue planet with dinosaurs on it in comic books and TVs, kids series, and always repeatedly show them dinosaurs and the globe and pond scum, whatever. And then also show them when the mom and dads watch news. Also put a big globe in the news broadcast of
Repetition,
every
baby.
intro. Make sure to always show globe every time. Also make sure to put the globe
Always.
on big companies that drive around in their trucks. So every truck that drives around will always show a globe. Put it on airplanes.
Paint balls everywhere.
Yeah, basically put the ball everywhere that is possible.
Just ball, and then everybody's like, how could it not be a ball? How come we're
Put it
not
in
on the
every
ball?
classroom.
Yeah, all the things in the sky are balls, therefore what I'm standing on is a ball. My eyes are blue. Brad Pitt's eyes are blue. Therefore I'm Brad Pitt. Same fucking logic.
Hi, Brad.
What's up, Brad?
How's it going, you guys? Want to kill some Nazis?
I'm gonna point my finger in the sky and I'm gonna say, yeah, that's globe proof. Ain't nobody tell me otherwise.
You know, I remember taking leaps of logic like that myself, and it was really because I didn't hold myself accountable to anything, any kind of standard. I just kind of believed what was given to me in school.
Yeah, that's beautiful that you say that.
Because what it highlights is their moral laziness. They're complacent. They don't give a shit. They just want it to be a settled matter, and they want to trust their priests. But
Well,
really,
yeah.
that's the same argument. Like that's how they took everybody away from like actually listening to priests. They just replaced the caste with another caste that does the same fucking thing and claim superiority over it. Like our new priests know better. We have technological revolutions that lets us know things that you can't know by yourself. You need these billion-dollar instruments that, you know, give you CGI.
I said, I don't want to kick a dead horse since I think the guy's muted anyway. Is he claiming that the horizon that it's 34.12 kilometers of water before it starts curving?
A horizon.
I mean, there's no horizon in his picture.
That's what I'm
I mean,
saying.
there's land and
He's not claiming a horizon.
so he's claiming geometric Earth curve with a mountain behind the geometric Earth curve and a crane and buildings.
Right. You're just taking a picture of a phenomenon, labeling it curve.
It's essentially a white swan.
Hmm.
I mean, it's a better argument than most globers, but wrong is wrong.
Well, it's not a good argument at all because
I didn't
I
say it
mean
was
we got
good,
video
just
of
better.
yeah.
Better than
Well,
their
I guess
feelings
that's
and beliefs.
yeah. I mean, according to his radius value, the geometric horizon should be like 9 miles away from 56 feet above sea level. That looks a lot more than 9 miles to me. But again, it's stupid because, you know, we already got a black swan. He's just trying to claim all swans are white. It's not true. Because his view, if he was to sit here all day, that view is going to change throughout the day. Baseless assertion.
We live in a clown world.
Jesse been in here lately? I ain't seen Jesse in a couple weeks. That kid. Trying to claim he's got an experiment and his natural observation is a boat. I guess it's late in the day, everyone's getting tired.
Yeah, these Globers and their arguments just remind me of really bad used car salesmen. It's terrible.
They're all on the same script. They usually all come to the same conclusions and say the same shit. Yeah. Like, no, I don't
Well,
want to take
geometric Earth
the.
curve.
I don't want the A package. Can we try talking about something else?
Yes, technically that car was flooded, but it's good to go now. You really should look at it.
I say gravity is a force. Yeah, and my vacation in Narnia was fucking spectacular.
So let me get this straight, guys. You're saying because we all come to the conclusion that 2 plus 2 equals 4, that's a problem?
No, not when it's actually true.
Well, that's the whole point, though. How do we determine what's actually true? Nobody wants to offer a method to figure out what's actually true.
I mean, I wouldn't suppose it's just one singular method.
Okay, give us some possibilities. Give us a multitude of methods. What do we do to figure out what's actually true? You know, maybe it's just me, but I would think that if everybody's walking on the street and they see a dog and they all agree to see a dog, then that's a good thing, right? And it's the person who, I don't see a dog, that's the person we need to concern ourselves with, right? Or even the person who won't look towards the dog. Just turn my head, I'm not going to look. You can't make me look. You can't make me look. Nope. Isn't that person the problem?
Are you saying you can trust your senses? Is that what you're getting at?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I've been saying that all along.
Oh, okay. Well, you would have to take that up with a lot of your globe friends who would disagree with you.
But they're not here right now.
Yep.
So, yeah, when I see a sunset, I say, oh, the sun's going down. I trust my senses because that's what it looks like, right?
Looks like it's
Well,
going
no,
right
that's not
now.
true. That's not how it looks like.
Really?
It appears to go down. That's an
Oh, if
apparent.
it appears to go down, that's what it means to look like that, right?
No, for me it looks like the sun is going away. It doesn't even look like that. It's literally what I feel every day. If the sun is very close to me, it's the hottest. It's most of the time right above my head during midday. And when it goes away, I can stand in front of the sun, even though it's right in my face. The sunlight is way, way less energized than it is when it's right above my head. Therefore, the sun is actually moving across the sky. It's sensible. It's repeatedly observable. It is the truth. The only people who can't accept that are globers.
So about 8 billion people then. Okay. I agree. Those are the only people who can't accept it. Roughly 8 billion people in this world can't accept that.
Where probably 80% of those people have never thought about it, to be honest.
Okay. Possibly, because it doesn't concern their lives at all, right? But
yeah, because
there are some of us who have thought about it.
Not that they can perceive.
Ignorant.
Sure. It's hard to get
What
somebody
can't
to
they
care
perceive?
about something. Well, if you're trying to get them to perceive that it's important, like, yeah, obviously that's a challenge all to itself.
Well,
Can't
but
just
they all
get
watch.
everybody.
But they all watch the sun go down, right?
Yeah.
And as I think it was you who just said, it appears to go down, right?
Yes, because to me, it appears to travel just away. That's why the light dissipates slowly and all that, instead of having a terminator line, derived from curvature.
So what do you, when you see something go away, what do you tend to see? When you want to trust your senses and you want to trust your own ability to determine whether something is going down or moving away from you, what do you cue on?
Well, you just contradicted yourself because you says we can trust our senses, but
No, it sounded like he was looking for a certain answer.
yeah.
I'm looking for
But what we
anything. I just
see
want to know
is
how
the
you guys
sun
think.
going down.
Okay.
But you're wanting us to believe that the Earth is actually falling backwards, and that's not what we're observing. So
We're observing.
you're
Or
saying,
experiencing.
yeah. So either we can trust our senses, or we can't.
See, I understand that the further an object is, the more it appears to be smaller. And what happens is it travels out of the realm of our vision. Now, I don't think it's because of Earth curve. I think it's because of angular resolution, and light doesn't travel infinitely.
Well, that's not. We're not back on it. We're not on trusting our senses anymore, right? We're trying to explain. We're trying to explain away what we see, don't we? Because it looks like it goes down.
You can't see forever.
But that's just your attempt to explain away what you're seeing. That's an attempt to say why your senses aren't being accurate in this
Okay,
case.
then why can't we look at both sides of the conversation and say that about both sides? Because that's exactly what globers do. Is they see this phenomenon and then they try to explain it as globe.
Well, but it looks to me like it's going behind the water. I've seen millions of things, well, at least hundreds of thousands of things go behind other things. I'm looking right now at behind other things, right?
Would you want to find out?
Behind the level water.
So should I trust my senses or not?
Would you want to find out if there's certain observations that show you that this is not what the sun do? This is not what the sun is actually doing. Would you maybe expect in that at that time?
I've been around for 60 years now, and I've seen anomalies and things, right? I think something, well, that's weird. And then you look into it and go, oh, that's why it's weird, and you explain it. But for the most part, you see the things that are weird, and you note that they are weird. Whereas I've seen hundreds of sunsets, not thousands even, hundreds over the water, and it's always looked like it's going behind the water.
Okay. So
what do I do with that?
Okay,
what do I do with that?
Yeah. I help you. Okay, I'm gonna help you now. So my question is, since we're talking about what we observe and feel and so forth, when you see the sun in the morning, let's take an ocean. I hope that has happened to you in your 60 years. I bet it did. You've seen the
I'm on
sun
the West Coast.
rising.
I don't see them in the morning.
What?
I'm on the West Coast. I see the sun setting only over the ocean.
Okay. So, anyways, have you ever noticed that if the sun that is supposedly 93 million miles away in that moment in your paradigm, if it's right in front of you in the morning or at right before it sets, you know, you can have it directly in front of you and you feel like there's almost no heat radiating towards you. But when it's like 4 hours in the past, when it's above your head, right? For some reason, it can burn you to a point where you shouldn't be exposed to it. So my question is, especially in the summer, why is it that if the sun can be right in front of you, facing you, if that light is 93 million miles away, and the same with the radiation heat, is very minute, almost to a point where it's, you know, nothing, where even a breeze can feel pretty cold,
What does it have
and
to do
then
with
it
flat
goes
Earth?
away to you.
What's your point?
I'm
Let him
not
go,
talking
man.
to
Let him
you.
go.
I'm not talking to you, Brandon. I'm talking to
I
Scott right
don't.
now.
You're addressing the room. What does this have to do with
Yeah,
flat Earth?
okay. It's has nothing to do with flat Earth right now. We're just talking about what we both observe. I'm trying to help Scott here. So
Such a
Scott,
sidestep.
if in your paradigm the sun is just moving because you're falling backwards because the whole rock you're standing on is spinning,
Sure.
why is it that the sun feels so drastically different in heat? And why is it that it matches what we would experience on a circuit if the sun would do a circuit, which means it comes closer to you, which then the heat increases right above your head. It's the hottest part where most of the time smart people don't go directly to be exposed to the sun. And then later on during the day, when the circuit goes away from you, the heat decreases again. Why is it that this
That
makes absolutely perfect sense if the sun is circuiting above your head?
that
Why is
doesn't
it that
happen.
only
That doesn't
uh,
happen in the winter.
yeah, in the winter the sun is almost in the winter it does happen. Yeah, it's in
No,
the
it
winter it's
doesn't.
even thank you that you actually said this. It's even better
No,
except in the winter
listen
the
to what I
sun
said.
in the
Clay,
winter, 1 second. In the winter, the sun is way lower on my horizon here in Germany. It's way
not
further
at noon.
away,
Not at
and the
noon.
circuit and also at noon it's way further away from me.
No, it's
Literally,
not.
it is, man. Dude. I'm living. I'm 24 years now. I have watched the sun a couple of years. I have looked at it, and in the winter time, it's way further away from me, and it makes sense that it's winter because it's further away from me. The circuit is now over Africa, over Australia, and they have summer in that case. It makes absolutely perfect sense.
No, it doesn't.
If the sun,
The
it
sun is
does.
actually closer in the winter than in the summer.
It does perfectly
Allegedly.
make sense.
The
It
reason,
is not closer at all.
the reason to answer your question is because in the summer, the sun is illuminating a smaller portion of the ground. So a smaller portion of the earth is getting all the energy. And during the winter, it's spread out over a larger area. So a larger area is getting the same amount of energy. Therefore, it's cooler. That's
Show
why we
us.
have winter and summer.
I
Show us,
don't know
Sundry.
what earth you live, but in the winter I can definitely see, experience, and feel that the sun is further away from me. Therefore, less heat is reaching me.
No,
This
you
is
can't do
literally what I
that. You can't.
experience
You
every
can't. You've
time.
done no such thing.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
why
Okay.
you
do you
do.
Then
ask when you
Like
don't
the
want the
sun
answer?
too. The sun's
She
not
just
as
told you
bright
the
either.
answer.
The sun's not
She
as
just told you
bright
the
where it's
answer, but you
not
don't want it.
blinding you. You can stare right at it. You don't want to know that, do you? How do you prove your claim? How do you substantiate the goofy claim you just made about the sun and the temperatures? How do you back that, Brenda? Maybe go in a lab and show
By
us your model.
observations. By observation
Of what?
of the sun during the winter and the summer.
Show us in a lab.
Oh, you go outside. You go outside
No,
to
I want
observe
you
the
to
sun.
reproduce it inside in a lab.
No, I don't have to do that. I go outside
Well,
and I
you
watch the
proved it.
sun outside.
That's not proving anything.
Yeah,
That's
it
just being
is.
like Dr. Seuss. No, it's not
That's
Dr.
yeah, it
Seuss.
is. That's science.
No, that's one fish, two
Yeah, it
fish, red
is.
fish, blue, Brenda.
No, it's observations.
No,
Yeah, so
Brendan, you said
you were
eyes,
just
light
saying
bender.
to Clay about observations, and now you're backing it up with
Yeah, you
observations. Is that
can't
right?
trust your eyes, light bender. So
No,
you're not
I
going to be
wasn't
able to
saying
do
due
observations.
to observations to Clay. I was explaining to him how we understand that there's a
You don't
difference
trust your
between
eyes.
summer
But
and
you
winter.
don't understand
Right.
though.
But I just
But
Demonstrate
explained
Clay,
it.
it how you
but
understand it.
I
Clay
bet you
asked a
don't
question.
understand though.
But Clay asked a
I'm
question and
asking
Brenda
for your
answered it.
understanding to be
That's what we do here.
relayed and portrayed in physical 3D objects, but you won't do it. So all you have is, I think this is happening, you guys. Well, good
Yeah,
thought, Brenda.
and I think I see it, so therefore it's happening.
Yeah, that's not that's not a scientific
We
observation.
know that's what we're
No
telling you.
shit.
So stop doing
That-
that.
That's
So
that's
demonstrate
not
in
what I
a lab
said.
a heat source. Do what you claim with a ball next to it.
Yeah,
Why is it so hard, Sloppy Joe?
just do it.
All
Just
right,
do your observation.
Brendan, what did you say?
What did I say? What do you
No,
mean?
not you. The other Brendan.
Oh,
My name is Brenda.
Oh, is it? I
Yes.
couldn't tell.
Use
All
it.
right, dude. I'm not using you. I'm not using that name. I'll just call you dude. All
Harder.
right.
No, I won't answer you then.
Okay. Fuck off.
You won't
See
demonstrate
ya.
either, will you?
oh, I see. He's doing that gender pronoun stuff. Okay. Yeah.
Ew, identity politics.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
I
well,
refuse.
individuals,
I
let's talk
refuse to
about
jump
identity
into your
politics.
delusion.
I'll call you
You can't
Brenda.
make me do anything.
Yeah.
Wait,
He's so, he's so tough. He's so tough.
Wait,
That's
wait,
all.
Brenda,
I'm
Brenda,
not.
are
I'm not
you,
trying to be
Brenda?
tough. No, stop, Clay. I'm not trying to be tough.
No, you're so
I'm just
tough.
telling.
You're
I'm
so
just telling you that
manly. You're
you're
so
telling us
manly. You're
about
getting
reality,
wet.
and
You're
you
getting
don't even
wet. You're
know.
so manly.
You're telling us about reality, and you don't even know reality.
I do
So
know
how can we?
reality.
How can we trust
You're
what
so
you say
womanly,
about
Brenda.
reality?
Oh, because
Wait a
what I say is
second.
true.
Wait a second. Why don't you want to be inclusive about Timbo? Timbo identifies as I guess as as someone
It's a
who's
kangaroo.
controversial.
Yes, do we
Oh
really
no.
need to go down this path?
Yeah. So, anyways,
have to
I think Brenda,
because they're sad little losers who
no, Brenda, I think you should
No,
accept.
that's a projection.
That is very
That's a
mean, Brenda.
projection.
You should accept that he is identifying as what he's identifying
I'm not
as.
the one being mean
Oh
here.
wow.
I'm not the one
Why don't you want to be inclusive?
moral degenerate. I'm not the moral degenerate here. That's you.
Wait, wait one second.
Yes, you are.
I thought it's all off. Don't we need to be inclusive also to the people who maybe beg to differ?
Obviously, none of you work in a corporate environment, do you?
Yeah, well,
Brenda, you seem upset. You don't seem to be inclusive. You don't seem to be inclusive.
None of you work in a corporate environment, do you?
Why are you not inclusive, Brenda? Why don't you accept the same standard on the opposite side?
Clay,
you gotta be more inclusive.
Clay.
Hey guys,
Yeah,
you're falling for the
I
chef
think
and redirect. Time out. I'm trying to moderate. We're falling for the chef and redirect. Going back to the sun. And when it feels warm, it's because it's closer. Brenda's claiming it feels warm because the heat source is further. Go ahead, Brenda.
Yes.
That's false. That's false. That's not what I said.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. I said that
Wait a
the
minute,
reason.
Brenda. Didn't you say it's
just said
it's wintertime and the sun is further for us in the northern hemisphere? And when it's summertime, the sun is further away?
It can't be further and then further. Surely you mean further and closer.
Well, maybe I misspoke because I just woke up and I'm a little
Yeah.
sleepy. So
Okay. Well,
when
I'll
it's
tell you.
summertime, is the sun further away?
I'll tell you. I'll happily tell you. During the winter, the sun is closer to the earth, and during the summer,
Incorrect.
the summer.
Incorrect. Incorrect.
Do I get to answer him? I was answering him.
Well, not when it's incorrect.
No, I get to answer him. So during the summer, the sun is far away. During the winter,
Incorrect.
the sun is closer. The reason that summers are hot is because of the angle delivers more energy per square foot during the summer than in the winter. That's why.
How do you know how far away it is, Brenda?
That wasn't the question that he asked me.
Yeah, but in your answer, you've said it's further away. So how do you know that?
Yeah, we measured it. We've measured the Earth's
How'd you
orbit.
measure? How'd you measure that?
Tycho Brahe measured it years ago.
Measured it in what way?
Yeah, by observations.
So you measure by looking.
Yes.
Do we have the ability
Is
Okay,
there
to do
some
that?
other way? Is there
Can you
some
show
other
me?
way?
Can you show me how that was done?
No, I can't. I don't have a telescope.
So you don't know how it was done, but
I know
yeah.
it was done. I can't show it to you.
Okay, you can't show it, or you don't know.
I do know. I can't
Okay,
show
so
it
how
to
did
you
they do it then?
by making observations of
Okay,
the.
you're just saying they made observations. So how did they do it? What was the method?
They were Tycho Brahe was an astronomer. He made
Yeah,
observations
that's great.
with
How
his.
did what was the method on how he got the measurement of the distance to the
I
sun in the winter
Again, he
and the summer?
measured. He didn't measure the distance. He measured the eccentricity of the.
Okay, can you explain how he measured the eccentricity of
by plotting measurements.
what kind of measurements?
I did it in high school myself.
What kind of measurements? You should be able to easily explain it then.
I'm tired of you interrupting me in mid sentence. Stop
I'll
that.
do whatever I want, man. So how did he? What measurements? Go ahead, explain it. Explain it to all us. Seeing as we're dumb flat earthers, you've got the chance now to show your prowess of how you know how they measured the distance to the sun in the winter and the summer. Go ahead.
I'm excited. I like to hear this kind of stuff. I'm stoked.
Yeah, the ping should have took longer, right? When they hit it with the laser, it should have been a 5 million mile difference.
You don't know shit, Brenda. You go around in circles and you say, well, we do know because they measured it. Okay, well, how did they measure it? Well, they just measured it by observation. Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Oh, how did they measure it? Oh, they observed it. Oh, so they measured it by observations. Oh, I didn't say that. You're full of
Good old
shit.
looky Lou. That good old hamburger helper looky Lou science. Look at the rainbow. It must be 93 million miles away, according to the shadows.
Is observation and measurements the same thing?
Apparently.
That's what Brenda's saying.
Now, not all observations would be measurements, right? Measurements would be measuring something, right?
I don't know. Have you ever measured the sun?
Have you ever
So why did you mention Tycho Brahe's observations when he asked for measurements?
Because he made measurements
That's all
based
he's
on his
got.
observations.
Where's the nearest curve to you, Brenda? Can you
Ow.
measure that?
I didn't do that by looking.
Can you get in your car and drive to the nearest curve to you and measure it for us real quick, Brenda? Would that take all day or?
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Oh, it's on.
So you just said that he made measurements based on the observations. Could you provide that, Brenda?
Flying a drone, Brenda. Fly your drone out and measure.
Oh, let's stick to the point. Could you provide that,
Yeah,
Brenda?
let's get those measurements.
Yes.
I have my
I think
pen.
Brenda means calculation.
But she said.
Yeah, but he said measurements, so.
Yeah. How does the telescope hover in space and look around this way or that way and like do whatever because there's no like they don't have no control of shit and they lose it and find it and all this other like but they got this one right. So they're staring at the sun, and how do they know by staring at the sun through this lens how far away it is, Brenda?
Brenda.
Brenda, we're waiting for you.
Please, Brenda.
Dude, come on, say something.
I have to walk my dog, dude. He's waiting for me.
I mean, what's the key legend that they put in the Tycho Brahe like camera that it knows the distances all of a sudden just by staring this way and staring that way, and it knows where it's at somehow in space, and then it looks back at Earth. Like, how does it know its distance from Earth even at this point? Pretty
Well,
sad,
there's a
huh?
certain part in this whole process where you have to think.
Spinning, wobbling till the space wall.
Well, yeah, but it's just one of these things, right? Human beings are probably the only creatures on this planet who can think about these things, but it requires us thinking. It's an active effort, and you got to
No,
put
it
in the work
requires you
to understand
demonstrating.
stuff. We can't
No,
just drop it
demonstrate,
in your
then
brain
you
somehow.
understand
We
it.
can't do that. You have to put in the
No, you
effort
don't
to understand
imagine a
it.
stove. No, you don't imagine stoves and buses and cars, and then you've never had one before in your life because we imagined them so great. They've been so good to us, and we couldn't use them out of our imagination, but we're going to ride our imaginary tricycle everywhere, aren't we? I don't fucking think so. We need the physical attributes of this imaginary tricycle because I want to actually ride it.
Man, I'm so happy that I'm not in your shoes, Scott.
Right.
Like, this is sad.
Having to think to get by this world, it's a good thing.
No, to eventually, which we all do, die at some point and think you live on a planet and have never made the connection that you have been put here for a higher purpose.
Yeah,
That's the
other than
saddest thing.
lying.
Oh yeah, that's not sad. I'm fine with
Make
that.
shit up, Scott. You're not
I
supposed to
think that's
lie.
one of the main differences between me and a lot of you, is that you think there's a greater purpose here, and you're fighting this mythic battle. I'm not fighting any battles.
Remember these words
I'm
you
just
said.
getting through each day. I just get
You're
through each
fighting
day,
reality. Yeah,
and then
you
I will
are. You're
die
fighting
someday.
against everything that's
Yeah.
real.
My purpose is to have a good time, and I'm having a good time laughing at
You get those
future.
measurements?
Paid to lie. All
I'm not
liars get
having
paid
it. I
good.
was waiting for the measurements. I got my pen and
The
paper. I was
highest
waiting for the
paid
card.
liars, the highest paid people are some of the best liars we know. The connivers, the cheaters, the liars. Brenda,
No, I
put
think
yourself in that boat.
I think the basketball players get paid a lot of money because they're very talented people.
Talented at what?
Putting a
Putting the
ball
ball
through a
down.
basket. Yeah.
Shooting a ball in a fucking worthless hoop. Tell me
It's
you had career.
entertaining as fuck.
Yeah.
It's what?
So cheer on the fucking
Basketball
sports,
is a
Caesar.
fun game to watch.
Globetrotters are NASA shields. Shut the fuck up, Brenda.
Brenda,
It's
are you
also a
retarded?
nice distraction.
You
You
just
think
named some retarded ass shit, dude. Fuck all those sports. That's the most retarded shit I've ever heard.
I
I don't
think
give a
quite
fuck
a
who
lot
you are.
of people in the
You don't get
United
a
States and
fucking
throughout the
$1 million
world.
for fucking putting an orange ball somewhere, you stupid bitch.
A lot of
You shouldn't get $1 million for fucking running around back and forth when every little
Sounds
kid
like
does it
someone who
all
was
day
no
for
good to
fun.
me.
So, yeah, I agree.
That
There's
bitch sucks.
people all over the world. They like cricket.
Yeah,
They
they're
like
all more
soccer.
famous than your fucking scientists that do squat.
Yeah,
Nothing.
they are. They are.
You
Yeah, I
just
know.
hand waving these measurements, Brenda. What the fuck happened to that? Where are they? Or you just forgot?
Yeah,
All
guy
about
that
sports
endorses.
now.
Where are these dirty sneakers on your feet? That's more than science. That's more than moving
Why
mountains.
don't you like sports, Democ? What's wrong
Why
with
don't
you?
you like real science and physics anymore, Brenda?
Because it's
I
all
do.
rigged. Most of the sports in the US is rigged
If you,
by
no, I
Masons.
don't
That's
know.
Cory
How do you rig
Booker.
a fucking football game? Are you kidding me?
It's really must be sad to be so paranoid that you think
What in the non sequitur?
to be
Yeah,
so
who
Yeah, hold
cares?
on,
paranoid, you
Democ,
think
you're
that
kind
all
of
sports
motormouthing
games
here.
are
Get
rigged.
back to the point.
Brenda,
Do you have the
percentage
measurements,
of
Brenda?
what
talking
percentage of
about?
football players are felons?
I'm sorry. I'm just having trouble fathoming that Brenda can't fathom someone taking a dive for money. Like no one's ever been corrupted in the
Of
history of
course they
sport.
have. Of course they have.
Very first game ever
Just
played was
doesn't
said
happen
it wouldn't be able
anymore.
to rig it.
No.
It said you'll
Yeah,
never be
they
able
used
to
to
rig
do MK Ultra
baseball.
back in the '60s, but they stopped doing that because the government found Jesus.
I don't know if they've stopped doing that. They may well still be doing that.
Why are we talking
They
about the
moved
circus of
around.
Rome?
I just want some measurements, Brenda. How did this fucking drone,
They love
Tycho
Rome,
drone,
man.
measure the sun?
All the roads lead to Rome. They love it. They love
He
their
doesn't have it, dude. He
bread
just won't.
and circus.
He's here to make
Tycho,
claims.
where's this paper at sun measuring? How did he do it?
How did
What
it
was
happen?
his reference? What did he base his measurements on? His mileage from where to where equals what distance? Like, where the fuck where is this shit at, Brenda? Is it a secret? Are you the only one that knows? You and Tycho?
Brenda's painting the backdrop for the Mars.
Did he
Why
use
do you
the
guys let
circumference of
Denmark
a
ruin your room,
t-shirt?
man?
I think he took a picture off a t-shirt and he said, "Yep, there's a globe. Okay, we're going to do the math from that to my drone, my space balloon drone. and we're going to take that measurement off the t-shirts, somebody's t-shirt picture. Is that what they did, Brenda?
Do any of you guys think that if a new person came in, they heard Democ, they would go with you?
I think.
I don't think so. I don't think they would.
Hey,
chosen one.
hey, it doesn't matter what you
I
think
would think
because, out of the people I talk to, out of 20 of them, at least fucking 10 or 15 of them that are not losers like you who don't lie about shit or that are truthful, they all say, hey, we got to come back and rethink what we were saying. Holy shit, you almost got
I think most new people.
and when they go demonstrate a real ball, guess what they do? They don't come back and talk shit no more. Why don't you try doing the same, retard losers?
I think most
Go
new
get a real
people have
ball.
a pretty good idea of what's going on with Democ.
Go get a real ball. Go film you doing stuff on it so we can believe you fucking liars. Show us the film, and then we'll believe you fuckers know what a ball is like. And then you come back just like nobody else.
Why are you so angry,
You see
Democ?
them in here today? You see the 20 people I talked to in here today next to you being stupid? Nope. They're flat earthers now. Shut the fuck up.
Has
Yeah,
this life
Glober's
really fucked you
attack
that bad?
people, not ideas.
Well, put forth an idea. We'll talk about it.
Oh, you want to talk about Democ?
That's a total lie. You guys attack all the time. You attack people all the time.
Yeah, I know. But put forth an idea. We'll talk about it. That's good. What's an idea you guys got?
Well, why do you pipe up with everything but the measurements, Brenda? Can we just take a concession that you don't have them, don't know how they're obtained? Or are we just going to whip past that?
Well, there are some measurements in the world that don't make sense on the flat Earth map, aren't there?
No measurements make sense on the flat Earth map.
We don't want
Some do, some don't.
What?
Why is Brenda so quiet every time he's asked?
What measurement makes sense on flat Earth maps? Flat Earth doesn't have a map.
Any
I
north-south
take a
measurement.
tape measure from my door
Brenda's
to the tree. That matches fine every time. And if I go to your house with it or anywhere, it's going to match.
That's on a
and probably
globe,
match
Doc.
Google,
That's
too.
a globe. That's a globe measurement, Doc.
No.
Doc.
It's a flat phone, flat map, flat ruler meets the tree.
No, it
meets your
isn't.
house.
No, it isn't.
Oh, yeah, stupid. Where does the elevation drop below zero and become zero again? Where does elevation drop below a horizontal line, you dumb bitch, and become itself still? Show us, Brenda. Show us globe elevation versus a horizontal reference frame right above it. You lying fuck. And if you can't do that, yeah, I know. No globe for you.
I think to answer Scott's
Bye-bye,
question,
globe elevation. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, globe elevation you don't got. Bye-bye.
to answer Scott's question, yeah, most people have a pretty good idea of what's
Show
going
us on the
on with
wall.
Democ. What's going
There's
on
a
with
horizontal
Democ?
line on the wall waiting, Brenda.
And
My elevation's waiting.
they're pretty repulsed by it.
Flat Earth elevation's waiting for you, Brenda. Do you have anything else? Can you prove anything but this horizontal line, dumb bitch?
Brenda just attacks people, not ideas.
I gave you the answers to questions that you asked.
No, on the wall, you'll draw it out. You'll draw out how the globe works, the elevation, how zero elevation for a globe goes below the horizontal motherfucking line I just gave you as a reference, a ruler. Put that on your wall, super glue it there. Now draw your fucking earth curve to show us how it is, not that. All globers can hold hands and do this. I've been saying it for years. Why is it so hard for you retard knuckleheads? Use your math.
We don't want to give up their believies.
On the globe, roughly sea level would be like a sphere, like a ring.
Cool story though, isn't it? That's a funny ass story when I got a horizontal fucking line on the wall that none of them can draw anything different. That represents zero for me. Show me globe zero, go below that and still be zero.
I mean, you, but that's not really a counter. I mean, you just
What?
like the ruler.
What's what?
You just like
What's
you
your
like
globe
having the ruler on your
elevation?
wall. That's all that proves.
So you don't have globe elevation. So no human can calculate for globe elevation up close. Then it doesn't
Globe
exist. You
elevation
fucking idiot.
is height above sea level.
Show me the horizontal line represents sea level, fucking cunt. Show me your
It
globe
doesn't need
elevation.
to be a horizontal line.
Show me what globe elevation looks like, or shut the fuck up and quit making stuff up, Superman.
Okay, so the sea level below you, right?
No, there's
To
a
wherever you
horizontal
are in the
line.
air.
It's a reference frame, a horizontal line, a ruler,
You don't know what
or
a
a
reference
level.
frame is, Demok.
Put
You
it
don't
on
know
your
what that
fucking
is.
wall. It's going to be your horizontal reference. Show us your globe elevation now. That's my
trying to make.
elevation for flat Earth.
You
Proof
don't need a
every
There's
time.
no
horizontal
point,
reference.
You have
Terrence.
to have
There's
elevation
no
that works
point in trying to
different than that
interact with the angry dishwasher.
horizontal.
With the angry retard.
Well, he's not angry to retard.
Hey,
He's an angry
I'm not mad
dishwasher.
because you guys can't draw your globe elevation or prove it exists below my horizontal line.
Denmark, you're monologuing, Denmark. So
Hey,
you're
you're
asking
not a
questions.
logging. You're nothing a showing,
Okay.
right? You're not a logging a fucking line on the wall, your arc curve. Why don't you come a log that fucking arc on the wall?
Mark?
Why don't you ask Brenda what the math is again?
Hey, Demok,
Brenda
even
forgot.
flat earthers are embarrassed by you.
Come on, 8 inches per mile. Imagine that horizontal line's at the end of a mile.
Mark,
That curve.
even flat earthers are
Show me that curve, guys.
embarrassed by you.
This is the only cage
I'm
that allowed to
embarrassed
fit
by you guys not being able to demonstrate Earth elevation, globe. Only flat Earth elevation's all you got. I'm so embarrassed for you. It flatters me.
Preach.
This is so
The
funny.
horizontal line's waiting, boys.
Is that a flat earther
Don't need to
that he
draw a
appreciates
horizontal
Put your
line.
beer down. Everybody get your math out.
Just laugh at you, Demok. They just laugh
No,
at
they're
you.
gonna laugh at you not doing
Even
nothing.
flat earthers
They're gonna
laugh
laugh at
at
you
you.
just sitting there doing nothing.
I can
Proving
hear
your
them
globe by
laughing
talking.
now. In this room, flat earthers are laughing at you, Demok.
Globe.
Hey, I've never heard Brenda say anything of substance, to be honest.
I
Never,
already
ever.
told you. I gave you an answer. You want to interact with me?
No,
in some
Brenda, all you've been
manner
doing
than
is
Demok.
whining
The
about
writing
Demok.
is on the wall. You don't
I
have
think
to
so.
tell me shit. Show the kids.
Even
show
in the
the
live
old
streams
folks,
with Witzer, you never contributed
show all
anything
the
of
humans
substance.
how globe
I
elevation
give
works.
you
It's not a horizontal line, Brenda.
Yeah, Brenda's just a gas bag.
curb your dog, and maybe I'll talk.
Hey Brenda, do you have anything of substance would provide evidence for your spinning wobbling to the universal globe?
We don't have to. You have to provide evidence for your flat Earth.
Hey, whoever's paying Brenda, they better
What
get their money
evidence do I
back.
need to provide that the Earth represents
It's
itself to be a
called the
topographical
it's called the burden of
plane
proof.
where sea level water and horizontal horizons
That's a
are
reversal
common
of
thing to
burden.
observe?
Whoever's paying these kids
Gentlemen,
better get their money
you're
back.
speaking over one another and nobody can hear you, guys. Nobody can hear you.
Yeah, that's fine. It just shows people what this place is like.
Well, real quick, the burden of proof is on the claim. So whatever claim, doesn't matter. Flat or round, anybody making a claim needs to prove it. Period.
Yeah. So flat Earth needs to prove it.
But the default claim, if somebody's not making a claim, would be the globe claim. The globe is the claim.
No,
To be perfectly fucking clear.
Flat Earth is a claim. Flat Earth is a claim.
No.
Is the Earth flat? Is anyone willing to say that the Earth is flat?
Maybe we should just mute Brenda because we're getting the topic of the heat of the
that's all
No, real quick, guys. If you walk in here and you say, nah, Earth globe, and I haven't told you what my worldview is, you have made a claim, not I.
Doesn't it seem kind of cowardly to you not to make a claim?
No.
It does to me, yeah.
Seems like we're waiting for you to prove yours, losers.
Brenda.
If you're not making a claim, why on earth did you sit in a room called 24/7 Flat Earth?
I'm here to make sure that these full-grown adults, whether they're on the globe side or flat Earth, have a chance to talk to each other in a coherent manner where everybody can hear what they're saying. That is my primary objective.
Okay.
Well, I heard Brenda make the claim that everyone's laughing at Demok, so I think she should.
Tarnished. Become the ill lord.
No, we're not going to make these conversations about people, okay? We're going to try to keep it about the topic. So if anybody would like to make a claim, now is the time.
Globe elevation.
I'd like to make the claim that Burger King is better than McDonald's.
It's not the topic, so you're going to be on mute soon, right?
Is your curve the same as a horizontal line? You guys are claiming that, right? You're claiming your curve is a horizontal, right?
Exactly, Demok. This is what they claim. They claim something that is contrary to what is commonly represented in reality. So we don't even need to claim that the Earth is something particular. We just say Earth is observably horizontal.
1,000,000%.
Therefore, it's a horizontal topographical plane. There's sea level water appearing to be everywhere.
And
If
that's
you
how
then
I-
go ahead and introduce the opposite, which goes in contradiction to what is observable, and you want to claim that it's the complete opposite, which would be a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball, then obviously you will always have the burden. I don't know why you would give yourself this burden. Maybe you've seen a lot of television and universal intros, and maybe you started to have crazy ideas about
We can explain it to
something
you.
that doesn't exist.
No, I doubt it.
I wanna have an argument that proves that the Earth is the opposite of what it is observable to be, which is impossible to actually accomplish. You can't accomplish something that is in contradiction to what is observable. That is in itself ridiculous, but it's entertaining, obviously, because people just try and try and try,
Right.
you know. And
They look
Well,
out
not
at a
really. They
horizontal
can't, can
line.
they? They can't explain
It's
anything
a
to you. You won't stop
horizontal
talking.
line. Horizontal. Horizontal horizon. We're looking out at it. There's no hump in the center like a protractor. Therefore, no globe. If your
Then what's
math
got the
follows the
baton?
degrees and the aptitude of a fucking protractor at the angles and the degrees, your mathematical 360 is only a line. That's not a sphere at all.
There's no hump.
Number two,
There's no hump, Denmark.
we
There's no hump.
know. It's a perfect horizontal line, Brenda.
No,
Welcome
it's
to
not.
flat Earth.
No,
That's
it's
what I'm
not.
pointing out. That's what I'm pointing out. No hump, no curve, no globe.
There's no hump.
No curve, no globe.
It curves, but there's no hump.
No hump, no curve, no globe. Repeat after me.
Earth curves.
Where's the
There's no
curve?
hump.
Where?
Where's the curve?
Where's the curve
Where?
in the center?
Everywhere.
Everywhere, yes.
Everywhere.
Okay, that's not.
That didn't make any sense.
That's not a proof.
How
There's
does
a perfect horizontal line curving nowhere.
does a globe work other than it curves everywhere?
Not with a horizontal line.
Wait, your proof for curve is just a vague answer, like everywhere. That's it.
No, it wasn't
was
a
an
proof.
answer to a
You
specific
didn't ask
question.
for. You didn't ask for a proof. You asked where's the curve. We said everywhere. That's the answer to your
Where
question.
is it? Where is
Everywhere.
it?
Everywhere.
Can you
Hold on, please.
you give
on.
a?
They said it's everywhere, brother.
Mark, why are you interrupting other people talking? Other flat
Because
earthers.
we're going right back to the horizontal line on the wall, Brenda. You should be muted. The horizontal
very
line
angry.
on the wall. If the curve is everywhere,
What difference
go
would it
up
make
to
if it was
the wall
muted? No one would
and show
notice.
the curve against the horizontal as a reference. If it's not a horizontal line like we see, the horizontal perfect horizontal horizon for flat Earth, if your curve is not that, go up to the fucking wall and you say it's everywhere, then that means it's got to be next to that horizontal line. Stupid. Show it. That's everywhere. Let's go.
The horizon is not a horizontal line. It's
Nobody asked for that. You need to be muted right
you
now.
just-
It
but
says
you
right
just
on your wall. On your wall, you have a
That's
horizontal line.
blasphemous.
That's everywhere.
But I
Go
just-
to your wall and
I'm just
show the
replying to
curve.
what you
Stop
just
talking
said.
over me, Brenda. Brenda, this hurts. On your wall, you're going to put a horizontal line. Then you're going to show us what the curve is not that. You're going to show us the curve is not a horizontal line and how it works. You're going to keep showing us arc 0 degree arc elevation that follows a curve. Show us that. 0 elevation following a curved line.
The horizon is a circle around you, 360 degrees.
No, you need muted now. Brenda, you said everywhere. I'm going to point out your wall. On your wall, you can put a horizontal line. I'm going to give. What the fuck do you not understand, Brenda? Every kid understands this. Draw the curve elevation. That represents sea level for flat Earth. The horizontal line you put on your wall. It's going to match the horizon. Line it
Sea
up. to
level
look.
isn't a horizontal line, Denmark.
No, we're looking for the curve. We're looking for not that.
It's 8 inches per mile squared.
Show us under that arced fucking that horizontal. Show us against it. Show us it. What's it look like? Up close. What's it look like? Surely that's got math behind it. You got to put that line on the wall to follow that math, right? Put the line on your wall, 8 inches per mile squared underneath that ruler. Show us that. Like the rulers at the end of a mile. Put 8-inch drop. Show us what the 8-inch drop looks like after a mile. Put it on your wall. Come on, Brenda. Simple. You got the math. What are you waiting on? That horizontal line is the end of a mile. Now show us what the drop looks like of 8 inches. Can't look like that horizontal line. It's at the end of a mile. It can't. So let's go. What's it look like? How is it different? You guys just claimed it's everywhere. 3 people spoke up. Everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. On your wall, you can't demonstrate it. You have the math. You got that magic number. You don't point forward and say at the horizon. What kind of idiot does that? Is that where your paycheck's at? Well, go fetch that motherfucker then. You'll never be paid, stupid. We should put all the Globers' paycheck at the fucking horizon, too. When they say it's everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. Where you want your money at? At the horizon. Oh, good. Okay. I'll never have
Wait
to
a
fucking
second.
pay you.
Wait a second. The thing is this, right? The whole thing in itself it's very simple. It is so simple. It's actually mind-boggling how everything is being overcomplicated. The simple thing is this: if I go outside into reality, the Earth gives distinctive representations, which is sea level water, horizontal horizons, and we measure it to be non-curving 360 degrees in every direction.
That's not true, though.
Therefore,
Those are conclusions, Clay. Those are conclusions.
Can I finish, or why do you interrupt me?
You're beginning with the conclusion and then trying to argue the evidence.
What you do.
No, we start with the evidence and go to the conclusion.
You haven't. Sorry, you haven't provided any evidence. You just make claims without any evidence backing it up. We're still waiting for the measurement of Tycho Brahe's sun. You haven't provided anything. You can't say, give me the evidence when you haven't given anything yourself. You just claim stacking. Everyone can see it. Everyone knows that every time you come in here, you never bring anything to the table. You just waffle on about absolutely nothing, just restating what they tell you. You don't bring any evidence. You've got nothing. You're useless. You're a useless arguer.
I think they wasted their money. I said that when you first started being a paid Globe agent. I think they wasted their checks on you, Brenda. I wouldn't have ever paid you anything.
It's delusional for you to ask someone to provide evidence when you've provided no evidence for yourself.
Well,
the best refutation for that, Brenda, would be the evidence. That was pretty straightforward.
Well, I would just say when it comes to reality, there is no need for me to show you any evidence. Because it's very simple. If you have 2 legs, or someone can get the opportunity to go outside to the ocean or whatnot, you will observe the equal thing that everybody else observes, which is that the Earth is a stationary topographical plane.
What have you done,
Everything
Scott?
about
You just say,
I've done that.
Scott
I
just
didn't
goes,
see that.
this is Scott's,
You didn't see it,
reply
Cartman.
to everything. No, you. No, you.
Yeah, you start with your conclusion. You start with your conclusion, and then you look for evidence to support it.
Both of you admitted
Okay,
that.
what have you done, Brenda? Show us how you did it then.
Exactly.
We've concluded that it's a globe, but it sounds like that's what you're doing.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing.
We concluded we don't know. We would like to see your proof.
Well, how's what I say different from what Clay just said? Clay said, "Go out,
Scott,
take your legs."
No, you, Scott.
No, come on, man. You're better than that.
But that's what you do.
You're acting like a child, man. Don't do that.
Yeah, but that's what you do.
You're teaching.
No, that's not what I do.
You go, yeah, okay. Well, that's just how it works.
He's just pointing out your behavior,
That's
Scott.
We start with the evidence. We start with the evidence and reach a conclusion.
You haven't presented any evidence.
But what I come in here and do, and I say, I've seen the sun drop to 0 degree elevation.
Not you, Scott. We're waiting for Brenda to present his evidence.
Okay.
No.
Okay, there you go. Told you. No, you.
Good debate.
No,
There you go.
I need you to, number one,
That's the end of the debate right there.
see,
What do I need to do?
I need you to
What do I need
stop over talking me.
I need you to present the evidence that you made a claim,
I can't.
right? And then you're correcting Clay, saying that he needs to provide the evidence first, and then the claim. But you haven't done that, so that's a double standard. So we would like you to present your evidence of the globe, backed up by the evidence, by citation, by this, by measurements, and then we can talk about it. If you don't want to, then you can kindly just press the red button and fuck off.
So I can't present it if I'm being overtalked. So do I have your agreement?
Okay.
That I'm
Tycho Brahe's measurements, the method and the measurements.
asking
Go
you
ahead.
not to overtalk me. You overtalk me when I ask you not to overtalk
Tycho
me.
Brahe's measurements.
No, the evidence
How
for
he
the
got them
globe.
and the methodology. Go ahead.
The evidence for the globe. I'm going to cite that.
Now I'm still waiting half an hour. I've been waiting for you to present Tycho Brahe's measurements and the methodology.
You asked for evidence and you started overtalking me.
Yeah, that's what I'm after. So either you give that or press the red button and
You
fuck
need
off.
to. You need to assure me that you're not going to overtalk me because I've tried several
If you
times.
provide me with Tycho Brahe's methodology,
You've overtalked me several times.
you provide me with Tycho Brahe's measurements of the sun in summer and winter and the methodology, that would be great.
You keep overtalking me when I'm trying to talk.
Brenda, I'm going to ask you one more time.
Oh, are you going to overtalk me again?
Okay, I'm going to ask you the question. I'm going to ask you the question one more time. Please provide Tycho Brahe's measurement and methodology of distance to the sun for winter and summer.
He didn't do that. I never made that claim.
Oh my God! See you later, dude. You're a fuckwit.
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot.
Goodbye,
See you later.
Brenda.
Useless cunt.
He gone. Maybe Scott Mackey's got those numbers.
No, I don't. Waiting for Brenda to
Who
respond.
was talking about distance to the sun?
Yeah,
How can,
I don't know.
all right, how can Brenda come in, make a claim, exactly the words that I used, and then say I never claimed that?
He's just an absolute fucking bellend, that's why.
Well, I'm curious. What was the claim then, Brenda?
The claim was that Tycho Brahe measured the distance to the sun during summer and winter.
Well, the person who made the claim denied the claim. So, what is the original? What is his claim?
What?
Brenda is saying differently. I didn't hear exactly what Brenda said. Up
Yeah, she denied the claim because she had no fucking answer for it. That's why.
Yeah, maybe that's because you jumped into the conversation late. That's why you didn't hear it. Unless you've been here the whole time and you weren't listening like every other Glober. And that might explain both situations.
Yeah.
Okay, so 30 minutes ago?
Fair enough?
Yeah, I probably wasn't here.
Is that fair enough or not? Were you here to hear Brenda make her claim?
Is this 30 minutes ago?
What the fuck are you doing?
I'm not sure when this happened.
Were
If it's
you
more than 30
here?
minutes ago, then probably not.
I'll ask you again. Were you
have a
here to
fucking
make?
clue what you're doing?
Come on.
Probably not if it's
You're
more
fucked.
than 30 minutes ago.
Come on, guys.
Who's in the background?
Idiot.
Who's that?
That's assuming.
I remember him saying something like Tycho Brahe made some observations and then measurements about the sun, but I don't know if he said distance or something like that.
Well, you had to, because she said the claim was that the sun is further away during the winter than in the summer. Now, I said, who measured that? And she said, Tycho Brahe. So I said, okay, give us the methodology of how he did this and the results and the measurements. And he
just
said
went
no.
quiet.
He said no.
Yeah, because Tycho.
He just went quiet,
hard,
said nothing after that.
Gotta do the global reset. You can't do a global reset unless you're quiet.
But Timbo, do you really want to know the answer?
I want to know that he doesn't have the answer. That's right.
Why?
Well, because people who make claims that don't have the evidence to back it up are just bullshit artists. Don't you
But
agree,
don't you
Scott?
actually want to know?
Don't you
I don't know.
agree, Scott? People who make
Not
claims that
necessarily.
can't
Not
back it up with
necessarily.
evidence are bullshit artists. Do you agree, Scott?
No, not necessarily.
You don't. Okay, what are they then?
Yeah, what's that called? Just fucking straight lying. Like, what is that?
Top number one
No,
scientist.
it's called normal people who hear stuff
Normal
and they
people
understand.
normal people repeat things without any evidence. Yeah, that's great, Scott. Thank you. Yeah, you
All
just
the time,
cleared up
yeah.
every glober that comes in here. You just perfectly aligned everything.
But if this were a thing where we can go to Google and find out in 2 minutes if she was correct,
Okay, so
is
did
that
you
something we
hear?
wouldn't want to
Did you hear Brenda back anything up or not?
I didn't.
You
Well,
think
go
the
to
truth is
There you
on
go.
Google?
So what are you arguing for him then?
I'm not.
Google tells you truth.
I'm asking you if you want to know the answer. Because if you do, I'll look it
Yes,
up for
I
you.
do. How did Tycho Brahe measure the distance to the sun in the summer and the winter? Go ahead, Scott.
Okay, I'll look it up. Let me go look it up.
Yep.
Google Earther.
Because if you want to know, you can look it
Finally.
up too, but you don't want to look
Fucking
it up.
hell. Yeah, do you want,
Yeah,
I don't want to crash the car.
from scratch.
I thought Scott would know that from memory. Oh well.
No, you just no. You.
I don't
See?
spend my time
No,
studying
you
this
look
stuff.
it up. No, you, Scott. You look it up.
See, the way I approach the world, Timbo, the things I want to understand, I look it up and I try to learn it.
Okay,
And the
I've
things
already
that I
looked
don't
at it.
care about, I don't look up.
I've already looked at it.
What's
I
the
want
ingredients?
you guys to explain it to me and the audience. Explain it to the audience how they got the distance to the sun in the summer and the winter. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll look it up. For you. Just for you.
No, I've already looked it up.
What'd you find?
Well, I don't need to explain it. It's your explanation.
Yeah, Scott's new to the
Brenda.
party, I guess.
Yeah, I heard somewhere that the sun is actually
Scott's not allowed to give explanations. I grilled him on that earlier. We don't want explanations. We want your evidence. We want your proof.
Well, that's what an explanation is, right?
Their proof is
No.
just explanations and feelings. That's all it is.
Explanation is not proof, Scott. Explanation is an explanation. It's a story backed up with no evidence. That's an explanation.
You use the explanation to explain your proofs, but you're not really doing that. You're just saying explanations without the proof.
No.
It's like stealing something and getting caught and being like, "Well, I can explain."
Yeah.
Nothing like that at all.
I don't give a fuck about your explanations. Prove you didn't fucking steal.
It was my hand that did it. It wasn't me.
Linked to an article summarizing Tycho Brahe's work, including his chart of estimated or calculated distances and sizes of objects.
All right, go ahead. Explain it. Explain it to the room, Pazza. Go ahead.
You want what you want? Hang on.
Yeah, it's your guys. It's your guys' proof. You're backing Brenda up. Brenda made a claim. You guys are backing her up. So Pazza, you've got the floor. Go ahead.
And all I heard was calculation, and I didn't hear any measurement in there.
Right. He developed instruments and then he fixed the stars in their position. That led them to further inquiries or discoveries or inquisitions into different things in space, supposedly. So he helped make instruments that supposedly help give another, whatever. And yeah. And then he fixed the stars. He said the stars are this far fixed. I mean, that's what I saw.
So measurement. And then are you guys going to explain Brenda's claim that you guys are backing up or not?
Brenda's saying that he never measured the distance to the sun. The claim was more about elliptical orbits, apparently.
Okay, I'll ask you again. Were you here when Brenda made the claim about Tycho Brahe?
No, but I'm seeing what Brenda's saying
Okay,
now.
so you
maybe she
weren't
was
here, so
mistaken.
you didn't hear the claim. So why are you arguing for something you didn't hear?
Maybe she was mistaken and wants to take a new angle.
Okay, everyone in the room heard it. So you're the only one that didn't hear it, but you're arguing for him. Well done, mate.
Is it him or her? I don't know. Brenda seems like female name.
Both.
It doesn't matter. We're going to talk about the argument.
Brenda's saying in the side chat right now, so maybe you want to be charitable and
Okay, maybe you should back up his claim then.
Maybe you should go back and watch the YouTube stream. Like, the shit was said.
Okay, sure. Clearly, this is a dead end though, because like Brenda is saying, Tycho never calculated the
Another
distance to the
L
sun.
for the globe. I've
So we
counted
really have no
5 days
choice.
in a row that the globe just takes L after L. That's a loss. There's no measured curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface. So don't throw that dictionary in the garbage.
Well, none that you can understand, at least.
Understand
Okay,
it?
so clearly, Tycho never measured the distance to the sun. Are we good on that? Are we all
Clearly.
understanding of that?
Okay, I'll ask you the question again. Were you here when Brenda made the claim about Tycho Brahe
No.
measuring distance to the sun in the winter and the summer?
No.
Okay,
No.
so shut your
I'm trying to
mouth
move
then.
the conversation on, right? I'm trying to move the conversation on. Clearly, she was wrong if she said that. So let's move on, right? Not logical.
Go ahead then.
Okay.
Floor's
So
yours.
I don't have anything to say other than that. I'm just
So,
trying to go into
Timbo.
the elliptical orbits bit.
Yeah, do you remember the question came up in the first place?
There is no elliptical orbits.
Yeah, the question came up though. Him and Clay were talking about that they both made mistakes. That they both know that the sun gets further away and closer. That's to do with heat.
No, but
They
Clay
both
was
made
saying
claims.
but
How
Clay
do
was
they
saying
know
it
the
gets
sun?
further. But Clay was saying it gets further and closer during the course of a day, right?
I would say so. Because right now, with the sun overhead, it's hot as fuck. But at like 6 o'clock in the evening, I can still stare right at the sun and it's not as hot. So it's farther away. That's logical.
So
Yeah,
that's the
thank
main
you.
claim, right? So that's the main claim, right? That the sun
Yeah,
gets
that would be
further
a
and closer
claim.
during the course of a day, right?
Yeah,
And that is the
everybody
claim
can
Clay
prove
was
that
making,
claim.
correct?
Yeah, but
Everyone
then
can
it went
prove that claim for themselves.
it went to observations. So they were both claiming that they observed the things that they were claiming.
Yeah, but Clay
So
made the positive assertion that it gets closer and further during the course of a single day, correct?
And then Brenda made the assertion that the sun gets further away during the summer than it does in the winter.
Depending who's measuring summer, right?
Correct.
So what's
That's why I said it's incorrect.
What's
Yeah,
the
I know,
best way of
but why?
establishing?
Go pause it.
No, I was going to say, what's the best way do you think of establishing if the sun is further away or nearer between two different times, two different?
I don't know.
Different
It's not my claim. That would be your guys' claim.
Well, someone here
No,
is
that was-
saying that. Someone here is making the claim that it's nearer.
Okay, let
during-
him make that claim, and I'll mute.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll mute.
No, I'll mute. You go ahead, man.
You're saying that
if I can be allowed to make my claim, I will state right now, when the sun is over my head like it is right now, it is at its hottest. When it gets further away from me, it's not as hot. That is my claim. Anybody will attest to that. Anybody with a logical sense of mind will say the exact same thing.
How do you
Do you
know
want
the
to
sun is
disprove
closer?
my claim? Because I
do you
can
think?
prove my claim by.
I know.
Yeah,
we
go
all
ahead. Cut me off.
we
Go
all
ahead.
experience. We all experience the same observation
Go
as you,
ahead.
don't we? That it's warmer during noon than it is, say, at dawn and dusk. Yeah.
Well,
that's right.
Hold on. Can I repeat it real quick? Just 1 second. It gets colder the higher elevation you go. That's all.
Okay. On the basis that we all observe, by generally speaking, experience
it being warmer at noon than it is at dawn, before, even in a couple of hours, either the right side of dawn and dusk. Yeah, does that guarantee you that the difference in those temperatures is because the sun has changed distance, or could there be other factors? Is that not a sound point of discussion, do you think?
So to clarify, Guy's point was that when the sun is closer, it's hotter. When the sun is away, it's colder. Basically,
Well, let's put it this way. Yeah, if I have a heat source like a incandescent bulb, moving it further away from me and nearer me, yes, it does change how my perception of warmth. But is that the only way I can change the perception of the warmth of that object? Is that the only mechanism by which? Okay, so if it's warmer or colder at different moments during the day, would it be completely robust and sound to suggest that the only reason for that, the conclusion of that is that it's because it's changing distance?
no, not really. They're plausible explanations.
But it's not a proof then, is it? It's just an observation, potentially an evidence, but it's certainly not a proof that it's moving further or it's moving at different distances.
Yeah.
And what about, I mean, people who put sophisticated filtering mechanisms on telescopes with grassicles and observe the sun during the day, and by most again, aside from the point or the period near dusk or near dawn when it's going through a lot of atmospheric aberrations and all kinds of effects, for most of the day it appears exactly the same angular size. Now, does that mean that would suggest that it's staying in the same distance, unless you're somehow prepared to entertain the idea of it changing size during the day as well to compensate for that somehow?
Interesting. Yeah. If it were going for the way, I'd expect it to shrink in angular size.
Yeah. In fact, it does change angular size, and it is, as far as I'm aware, looking through telescopes with filtering, the angular size of the sun does change. It has a periodicity during the year, 12-month cycle, but it's very subtle. It doesn't appear to. I mean, all the images I've seen of people saying, "Oh well, look, there it is. It's not going over the horizon. It's disappearing there." They're usually pretty crappy images with loads of optical saturation. They're not. I've not seen anybody with a telescope with filtering, to mitigate any optical flaring, any CCD saturation, any any of those kind of effects that we even our eyes aren't immune to. So I mean, it doesn't appear to change. If you measure it accurately, it doesn't appear to change size throughout the day, throughout the significant portion of it arcing over the sky.
So it does change size.
Well, there's a period at dawn and dusk when its size becomes more indeterminate because there's a lot of aberration. There's a lot of like refractive effects, which is why astronomers, when they point their telescopes up, they try and point them as far near as best to vertical as they can, because they mitigate against the effects of atmospheric refraction, atmospheric aberration.
So it does change size, or it doesn't change size?
No, it doesn't consistently change size. The observation changes, but we know that
So what's your conclusion of that then?
Well, if at the horizon on different days in different weather conditions I see slightly different measurements, I'm not going to assume the sun's any different. So I'm going to presume that it's not those points near dawn and dusk aren't good points to make any conclusions about the distance or size of the sun, because they're
So we've got no conclusion then.
Well, you've got a conclusion for about 80 degrees of the arc of the sun during the day, when those effects are minimal. So why would you ignore that time?
And does it change size or not?
No.
No. Okay.
It
So
doesn't
what's the
change.
conclusion?
That it doesn't change angular size. No, the conclusion you can draw is that it's not changing distance, or it's not changing distance in a way you can detect, or it's changing distance and size.
So it's not changing distance. So the claim that it changes distance is you can't work that out. Is that right?
No, I don't think it changes distance. No.
Well, they say it changes distance by almost 4 million miles. That was
Who
the
says
claim
that?
on the table
During the day. No one
during
says it.
seasons.
Yes, and over a 12-month period, it just changed size. So
it does
suggested
change size. Okay.
Over not during a day. Listen, not during a day cycle.
But you said it does change size during the day cycle.
Over a 12-month cycle.
But didn't you just say that it changes angular size during the day as well?
No. It
doesn't.
Near dawn and near dusk, that you make observations that appear to be massively variant. But for an 80,
okay, so it does or it doesn't? I'm confused.
Okay, all right. No. If you look at it near the horizon when there's loads of refractive phenomena at play and aberrational, then you get massively variant observations. Make of that what you will.
But it does change size.
No, well, the measurements are invariant. If you think that means it's changing size, good for you.
I don't know. You're the one telling me that it does, but it doesn't.
I measure system. I work as someone who measures things all the time, and when I have massive variance.
Yeah. What do you measure?
Does it matter?
Yep.
Why?
Well, do you measure the sun?
What do you measure?
No.
You don't. So what's it in relation to the sun?
Why don't you let me spit?
Your claim I measure things all.
Okay, I'll go back to
your claim is I measure things all the time.
I'll listen
and
to
then
you.
we're talking about the sun, and then you say, okay, what do you measure? Well, why does it matter? Okay, what's it got to do with the sun? Nothing. Okay.
I don't measure the sun. What do you mean? What doesn't? What are you going to? Should we talk about the collective measurements of the sun made by all of humanity, or not?
I'm just listening. I'm listening to you. You're saying it doesn't change size, and then you're saying it changes size.
It doesn't
and then
change size.
And then you're saying you measure things all the time, but you don't measure the sun.
Okay. Okay.
So
okay,
what
you're
are you
right.
saying?
You won. You won, Timbo. You won.
I'm not trying to win. I'm just trying to get you to make a clear argument. Does it change size or not?
For the significant portion of the arc of the sun's transit during the day, in the bit that we know is got minimal atmospheric aberration, it doesn't change size. Make of that statement what you will, Timbo.
All right, can you please show that?
Yeah, I'll go and get you some papers about that if you want.
Awesome.
You under the impression that all of astronomers who use filters don't know that already?
I'm not. I'm just listening to what you're saying. I'm not talking to all of astronomers.
Okay. Go and find you some stuff, yeah?
Go ahead and then point out where the claim is that sun doesn't change size, but it does.
I didn't say it changes size, but it does. I didn't say it changes size. I didn't say that. I said the observations.
It doesn't
the
change
observations are massively variant at 2 points during the day.
So is a variant mean that it changes?
No.
Or does variant mean that it doesn't change?
No. Listen, you got crap measurements during those periods because you've got aberrations. Do you
Okay,
understand what that means?
Your proof it doesn't change size is crap measurements.
If you can't hear something because you're too far away, it doesn't mean that there's no noise. It means you can't hear it. If you're making a measurement of something that's massively variant, that means the thing's not changing. Your ability to discern it is no good. Do you understand that?
So your evidence it doesn't change size is the inability to discern it.
And the massive variance in it, which indicates that any measurements you make are worthless or near worthless.
So your measurements are worthless. Okay.
At those 2 points in the day when we don't draw conclusions.
Right. So can you show the rest of the measurements throughout the day?
Yeah, everybody knows what the angular size of the sun is during the day.
Not everybody knows.
Okay. But you go look it up then. I'm going to look it up. Should we look it up
Oh,
together?
yeah. There you go. Oh, you look it up. No, you. You all do the same thing.
Right,
No, you do it.
I said I'm gonna look it up. Why don't you look it up too? See what
Fucking
you find.
stupid. I'm at work, man. Dealing with gas pressure in containers.
Are you?
Yep.
What are you doing?
Running gas lines and setting up pump systems.
Nice. Is this for the? Is this utility work or is this for sort of
Yeah,
lab work?
university. Yeah, it's a lab work. It's lab work. Yeah. No, lab work. Yeah, but plumbing work at a university.
You actually a university employee?
No, I'm a plumber and a builder.
All right. What do you make of the university environment?
I think it's flawed.
What is that then?
What?
Why do you think it's flawed?
Oh well, you just kind of learn things that that they think they already know, and they don't give you the opportunity to investigate further unless you do maybe a doctorate or something like that.
That's probably true, actually. I mean, you've got to get reasonably high up before you're applying
Yeah.
your expertise independently. But isn't that what you'd expect, really?
Yeah, I'd say, but then you're relying on previous, say, faculties to get your information from. So you're kind of limited there as well.
You can corroborate it all, can't you, at any given time?
Yeah, you can corroborate it with the people that are giving you the information. That is the information that they're giving you. Yeah.
Well, if it's written down, the method and the measurement, you can do your own measurements and using the same method and see if it corroborates that. You don't have to just take their word for it, do you?
Yeah, it's kind of begging the question. Isn't
it? Is
it?
If you say to me, how long's that pipe, and I
yeah, because you're not confirming what you've done. You're just taking the information from previous papers and then trusting that they did the right thing and using that in your your thesis or whatever.
I mean, if someone says to you, go and measure
Am I
that
wrong?
pipe and you measure it, no, that's a mischaracterization, I think, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Because if they describe the method by which they measure something and write down their measurements.
Okay, what did they measure and what was the method?
Well, it depends what it is, isn't it? Obviously,
Yeah, that's right.
It depends what they're measuring.
If they describe you, taking measurements, then you'd have to know what you're talking about, wouldn't you?
Sure, yeah. You have to have the discipline to evaluate what they're saying. Otherwise, why would you engage in the process?
Exactly.
What do you mean exactly? So if you don't want to engage in the process, then why would you be concerned about the measurements?
What measurements?
The measurements they made and whether you can replicate them.
Who made what?
Who made what? Is that response to what I just said to you?
Yeah. Well, what are we talking about? Because we can just generally say, yeah, if you use the measurements that they made, then you can use the measurements that they made. But
I know, I didn't say use the measurements. I said make measurements the same way as they did to corroborate whether the measurements are accurate.
So what measurements are made in astronomy?
Lots of measurements are made in astronomy, aren't they?
Which ones?
Well, for starters, they measure the motion of objects throughout the night sky during different
Measure
time
its
periods.
angular speed. Yep.
Yep. Luminosity of things.
Yep. And what do you get from angular speed?
You get the angular speed. What do you think?
Yeah, I know. But how do you relate that to anything?
I mean, how would you relate that to anything?
Because you see something move at an angular speed. What are you measuring? Just measuring the angular speed, aren't you?
You are, yes.
What do they derive from that?
If they measure angular speeds of things over periods of time by comparison to other things, they can evaluate where it's moving in space, can't they?
Not really. You need a distance for that.
Do you?
Yeah.
You think you need a distance server? Do you think your eyes don't measure angles and
Eyes don't
angular
measure
speeds?
anything. No, no.
You do. You measure things every moment of your waking life.
What, with your eyes? No, you use tools.
You can measure things with your eyes. Of course you do. You don't
If I
bump into
measured,
things that
if
are
I
nearby.
measured things with my
Fucking
eyes,
ridiculous. You don't measure anything with your eyes.
Yes, you do. You don't bump into things that are nearby because you can't work out. Your brain can't estimate the distance of things. That's a measurement.
Yeah, an estimation is not a measurement.
Of course it is.
It is not.
Evaluating the world
Like,
in which
what
you
is
live.
wrong with you?
Okay, fair enough. If you don't think
An
your eyes measure things,
estimation is not a measurement.
if you see something on the desk, see if I can get to this sentence
Yep.
without you shouting over me.
And you know how far away it
obviously
is?
not.
You know how far away it is?
Well, you know.
Or do you have to measure it with like a measuring tape?
No,
or
you don't have to use
you can estimate. Yeah, you could estimate how far away it is, but that's not an actual measurement because you don't have the number.
You're not going to stop shouting, are you?
No, because you're saying something completely stupid. You said an estimation is a measurement. That's dumb.
Yeah, everybody knows that, Paza. Why do you do that? I don't understand why you think that by looking at something you're measuring something. You're not. An estimation is not a measurement. Everybody knows this. What is wrong with
that's why you made me upset.
When you use your eyes to look upon the earth for anything, like even any given distance, you can't tell any type of numeric value to the amount of distance between you and something else just by looking at it.
I didn't say it was empirical. A measurement. Okay.
Actually,
again, another one who's not going to let anybody talk. What's the point of being?
No, it's not.
Measurements have numbers.
It's not a.
Measurements
You know the point.
have
The point of
numbers.
being here.
Stop, please. Yeah. Please let me finish. Measurements require
why should you be allowed to
numbers.
talk when no one else is
I'm
allowed?
just talking through me. Good job.
It's me, Rob.
Sorry,
I'm the one telling
I'm
him.
just sorry. Alpha, I'm sorry, man. It upsets me when people clearly know that an estimation is not a measurement because there's no numbers involved, and then they proceed to keep saying it. Go ahead, Alpha.
I know that.
I'm really
That's
sorry.
what I'm trying to tell him to realize. I'm trying to get him to realize that in this call that it's ridiculous. He's like, well, what's the point of being here? I'm telling you the point of being here is to say true things. And if you're not able to do things that we can measure, test, and verify certain things, then you're right. You don't have any business here. You could skip along to another call where people talk about measuring as estimations, Paza. We don't need you in here. There's many more people that are going to say dumb shit.
Okay. Fair enough then.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough.
Up to another
Estimations are not
globe. Flat Earth is catching W's all the time.
Not in the real world, though, is it? Not in the real world.
What do you mean not in the real world?
What do you think we are in? What do you think this world is? What do you think we're doing in this call?
Well, again, if I could explain to you what I mean, if you want me to, by that statement, yeah.
Go ahead.
In a world where
I will not cut you off.
Well, you are now. In a world where people contextually talk about, for example, an estimation, which is the type of calculation, and an empirical measurement, which is another type of calculation, yeah, and they don't jump on each other because they think that they've got a win on that. That's the
because you're conflating the categories, Paza. You're not going to be able to do that here. Everything has a distinct.
Let me give you an example of what I mean.
You can tell the difference. Yeah, you can tell the difference between all of those. You don't have to conflate them all and say they're all the same. That's utter bullshit.
I didn't say they're all the same, but let me give you an example.
You're acting in your conversation. You're acting as if
this is not how people converse in the real world, which is why you're not going to get anywhere.
What are you talking about? So you want people to just accept your nonsense, and then that's how people talk? Get the fuck out of here, dude.
That's exactly what he wants.
No, this is not at all. I don't want you to accept anything. I want you to discuss it with me, not just shout over me
We're
endlessly.
not going to discuss utter dumb bullshit with you, dude.
And that's why
Your
you're staying
fucking
in here.
idea.
That's
Yeah,
why you're in an enclave.
your idea of having a discussion about you conflating the topic of estimation, calculation, and measurements. We're not going to talk to you about that because it's nonsense. Nobody does what you're saying in the real world.
Utter nonsense.
Yes, they do. Yes, they absolutely do. Of course they
Really,
do.
really. So when
Yes.
does anybody say that an estimation is a measurement, Paza?
No one says that. They're both calculations. But
All
one
right, then.
measurement.
This is why you're jumping on me and not letting me.
Yeah, because we don't want you to say ridiculous shit.
He's like, in the real world, everybody would be saying that. And I just asked him, so is an estimation the same thing as a measurement? Oh, no. Well, then what the fuck are you doing saying that for? In the real world, on this Discord call. You utter moron. And then he acts like, he fucking acts like, well, what's the point of being here? You're fucking right. Bounce the fuck out of the chat then. We'll talk to some other idiot who'll probably once again do the same thing you did and conflate the idea that estimation is the same as a measurement. Then we'll have to school their dumb ass too. Just like we did yours.
It's not like we weren't taught the globe growing up. For 40 years, I believed in a globe. 40 years.
And then what happened?
And then I made a measurement of the earth and found out, holy shit, water is horizontal.
What was the measurement?
That's a straight line.
Okay, what
Zero
method did you
deviation
use?
from horizontal.
Say again?
Zero deviation from horizontal.
I get it, but how did you measure it? I'm
No,
curious.
you don't get it. No, you don't. No, see, when you say that zero deviation means the numeric value that you ascribe to it is zero, then what the fuck else do you need? If there's a deviation from zero, then if you no, you don't
A
get it.
measurement would
You
be a
still
difference
don't get
between
it. If you
zero
keep asking
and
the
a different
question,
datum.
if you keep asking the question, then you don't get it. You have to understand that if there's any deviation from zero horizontal, right? Horizontally, if you stretch out a line, and if there's any deviation, then you could measure that deviation as a rate of change of slope. But you don't measure a rate of change of slope, do you, Peter?
Yeah, did he
But I
measure the
do. That's why I'm
deviation from his
confused.
bubble reference?
All right. You do. You do. What's the rate of change of slope on the horizontal? When you look out to the horizon.
6,371.
Really? And how did you measure that?
By measuring 4 values. Well, I measured 1, but other people measured the other 3.
Yeah. Well, what is the method? What is the method by which you measure that on the horizon? Let's hear it.
I don't use the horizon.
All right, then you're fucking done. Like, what else do we need? Because that's where the measurement should lie if the Earth is curving at the specific rate that they say that it is, according to the geometry of the Earth. So you're
But
done.
it doesn't have to
We don't
be
need to talk
the
to you.
horizon. It can be any other point.
So we don't need to talk to you. Plus, you
Well,
got some
allow him
background
to.
noise, anyways.
Well, no, allow him
How
to
did
go
that
through his
guy?
experiment.
How did that guy measure deviation from his level reference?
I know what he's talking about. How did you guys meet him?
The guy that claimed that water is horizontal.
All right,
How did he
who knows?
measure
Who knows
deviation?
what he's talking?
Okay,
Hold on a
so
minute.
I'm
Who
You're
assuming
knows
he's
what he's
interrupting
talking
me.
talking?
about.
Okay, I'm really
Okay, so
curious.
Who knows
He
what?
claimed he measured the
Who
surface
knows
of
what he's
water.
talking about?
I know what he's talking about.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm
No,
hearing
you
somebody
hold
say
on
that
so
he
I can
knows what he's
clarify
talking
because
about.
you
What is
weren't paying attention. I'll
Yeah, he's
this
clarify.
gone
You
guy?
through
weren't
this
paying attention.
before.
The dude
He's actually
said that
gone
he
through this
measured
All
the
right,
argument
surface.
Kelly,
before.
shut the fuck up. All right, Terrence, go ahead. Shoulder his
Okay.
argument.
Okay, so the 4 points that Peter was talking about, it involved a theodolite. So basically what they would do is they'd go to an elevation, point a theodolite in a horizontal direction as a baseline, right? And they'd point the theodolite towards a target. And then what they do is get the angle between the two lines, basically. Then what would based on the result they got, right? It went through two scenarios. They calculated the predicted values for the angle if it was a globe Earth, and the predicted values for the angle if it were a flat Earth. Then you saw what the
Incorrect.
angle. There's
Stop. We don't pre-assume that the Earth is anything. We have to measure to see if it deviates from
don't-
horizontal, which is no. We're
It's
not
not
going
the
to
experiment I'm
assume the
talking
Earth
about.
is. We're not. It's not an experiment. You don't know what an experiment is because it's not an experiment. It's a measurement, or at least an attempt to measure. So if you're going to say that it's an attempt to measure, and you're already pre-assuming that there's a sphericity to the involvement of an assumption, that you're not doing justice to the measurement, quote unquote. You have to at least attempt to see if there's any deviation from the horizontal. So if there is any deviation, then the record will stand that when you do whatever type of measurement that you're doing, it will deviate. But if you don't have deviation, then you can't pre-assume that the Earth is any sphericity. You can't already assume that it is, which is what you just currently said. So that's where you're wrong, and Peter's wrong, and everybody else who pre-assumes that the Earth could be a globe using a model or an idea. That's wrong. You can't do that. Do you understand what I am saying? Yes or no?
What you're saying doesn't have to do with the experiment done.
Well, it's not an experiment, number one. Number two, what you're doing is assuming that the Earth is a globe and then looking across the way and saying, yep, it's a globe. You can't do that.
Actually, they're looking at lights in the sky most of the time.
Not really. This experiment, right? So the whole point
Not an
was,
experiment.
No, look, it's actually based on like Euclidean geometry holding true.
Yeah,
and just
so
basic
it's not an
geometry.
experiment.
So it's not an experiment.
Hold on a second.
No, we're not holding
the
on.
experiment comes.
No, it's not an experiment. I need you to recognize that it's not. I need you to recognize that it's not an experiment. I need you to say those words. It's not an experiment.
You're wrong.
All right,
You're not
then
letting
you're
me.
wrong. Okay, so I need you now to tell me how it's an experiment, Terrence. It's up to you. Tell me how it's an experiment.
It's experiment because they're measuring, right?
Yeah, so they're measuring. They're not experimenting. Yeah, laugh.
Okay,
It's funny, isn't
call
it?
it whatever you want.
That you
Call it an
think-
observational
yeah, no.
study then.
No, yeah, it's not an
Observational study
experiment.
then.
It's an attempt
Not
to
an
measure
experiment.
something. It's an attempt to measure, not an experiment. I need you to understand that's what it is. For you to continue and persevere to say that it's an experiment, you're going to have to detail to us how it's an experiment. Do you understand?
It's more an observational study. That's what I can say.
Really? Observational study. So it's not an experiment, right?
Yeah, because they didn't manipulate anything.
Right. So I need you to say that it's not that. A concession would be nice.
Yeah, just
It's an
quit calling
indication.
it an experiment.
It's an indication that you are a good faith interlocutor. Once you deviate from saying that you're reluctant to say it, we're going to realize that you're not in a good faith interlocutor. You just want to say what you want to say.
I just admitted it. Okay, but I'll say it again. It's not an experiment. It's an observational study.
Thank you.
Now we can move on.
Okay. Do you realize that the observational study does still prove a point? I'm
No.
not sure if
What
you
does it
understand what the
prove?
study is.
No, because
What
you're
does it
assuming there's
prove?
sphericity.
Well, no, we're in the observational study, right? So the whole point before the observational study was going through two cases. One case is where the Earth is flat, right, and we expect to get an angle within a certain range.
No.
Yes.
No. The first case is to check to see if the Earth measures sphericity like it would predictably as the Earth being a globe with a set radius value and diameter and circumference. So what you're doing is verifying whether or not the Earth conforms to this. You're checking. You're testing. You're not doing anything of weighing two things out. You're verifying, or at least attempting to see if it matches up with the Earth's sphericity and radius value. That's what you're doing. Nothing more. And if
the
it doesn't
other thing
conform
you're
to that, listen. It's not even about right now at this current junction. For you, it should be understanding whether or not it's like a spheroid, as they told you it was. So it must be conforming to the numeric values that they've given you. When you look up how big the Earth is, the Earth must be conforming to this specific values. Do you understand this point?
Yeah, that's part of the
Okay.
experiment, the pre-study.
All right. The study. So when you're trying to figure out whether or not it's conforming to these specific numeric values, right? You want to know if the predicted amount of curvature would be there to obstruct your view at the given distance. And it's
That's
whatever
not the
you're working with.
experiment. Experiment's
What do you
not about
mean?
obstruction. It's about elevation
I
drop.
didn't say it was an experiment, and neither did you. You've conceded
Okay, the
it's not an
study.
experiment.
Whatever. The
Right.
study is not about. It's
No,
not
no,
about
no.
obstruction.
This isn't whatever.
If you're mistaken,
This isn't
and
whatever.
you're mistaken. You're talking about something else. I need to correct you. So it's not about
What?
obstruction.
Something else.
It's about elevation drop on a target, right?
Yeah,
It's about the
elevation
angle.
drop. So if the drop is if there's an elevation drop, then what is the given distance for that elevation drop? What are we working with here? What's the parameters? What's the distance between the observer and the given distance to, let's say, the horizon? Do you know?
Distance between the observer and the horizon?
Yes. Where the
No,
alleged drop
that's
is.
not.
No,
That's
not what.
No, that's not what we're doing.
That's not what.
It's not
So we're not looking
necessary.
for drop then. We're not looking for drop then. Is that right?
No, it's not. No, we don't have to get the horizon. All we got to do is get the angle, right? The angle, the
No,
zenith
no,
angle.
no. We're not looking for that. We're looking for the horizon, supposedly where ships disappear from the bottom up. We want to know what that drop would be. So in this particular test or observation study, like you say, you have to figure out how much drop there would be between the observer, you, and where you start seeing the ship disappear from the bottom up. You want to know where that drop is and how much drop there is. This is what you're trying to figure out. If there's any curvature there that you can measure, then that would be there substantially when you say, I know how much drop there is between me and where the ship disappears from the bottom up. It is a given 3 or 7 miles. I'm just putting arbitrary numbers there. But you would say it would be a specific distance and it's predictable. And every single day when you go outside and do a test, that curvature will appear at the very same spot that it did yesterday because it doesn't change. It's predicted to be at a specific distance according to the geometry of the Earth. Does not change. So that's on you to verify whether the globe is as predicted with the geometry intact. For you to say, I know how much curvature there is between me and about 7 miles away. And the drop would be X, Y, and Z according to my measurement. But you didn't do that, did you, Terrence?
Actually, it'd be a lot convenient if I had the slides to show you where we do it, because we do
A
actually do what
slide?
you're saying.
No. We don't. Listen, you're not articulating your point very well in that if you're not finding how much drop there is between you and something in the far distance, which would be the horizon, then you're not doing anything important. You're just making up shit, or at least siding with people making up shit. In this case, Peter.
No, I've actually
So
seen
we
the
don't
argument
want
before.
people that are just gonna. It doesn't matter. You had it wrong in the first instance. You said it was an experiment, and it's not that.
Yeah,
You're
it's a
all over
measure.
the place. You don't even know if it's possible. You don't even know if it's possible that you can get this drop over the distance that you're already assuming that's possible. So how are you then going to tell us that the measurements of the Earth being what they are, right, the values to the radius, diameter, and circumference line up with what reality is stating according to what you've done?
Peter's flaking on me, bro.
You're not
He's not
able.
giving me the slides.
No, I'm not flaking on you, bro. I'm
No,
actually
Peter
making it
is.
very poignant for you to understand. I'm making it very poignant for you to understand. If you're going to go into a debunk, you have to make sure that when you do a measurement, you're going to figure out the drop over the distance between you and the horizon. And that's where the ships disappear from the bottom up. So we're going to know how much drop there will be until that specific point where you say that's the leading edge of the sphere where I can't see beyond, because the curvature is blocking my view, because the boat's going beyond that curvature. That is your job. That's your task. You need to shoulder it if you're going to say that you're going to do anything to debunk. You haven't done so. You're waffling and you're flailing and you don't know where to go right now. You're calling me that I don't know what I'm talking about and I'm getting it wrong. No, I'm making it very poignant for you. If you're going to do a debunk, this is what you need. You need to show us that the geometry of the Earth is intact. meaning that it has to be predicted when you go out tomorrow with the same method that you've shown us, that we can find the exact method to find the drop over the distance at the values that you give us. This method should be something that's a gold standard for anybody going out to measure the curvature of the Earth. And that's not what it is it? It's an assumption according to a model, isn't it?
You'll have to give me a second.
No, I think I give you more than that, because we're here 24/7. You can take all the time in the world.
Yeah, I'll be here later, and I'll be here tomorrow, and I'll be here the day after that. 8 years I've
Look,
been
man, the
waiting for
truth
some
ain't going
globe
nowhere.
proof. Yeah, 8 years I've been waiting for globe proof.
You're gonna wait 8
Truth ain't
more.
going nowhere.
What would you accept as
I
globe
want my
proof?
I want my Bitcoin.
What would you accept as globe proof?
Proof?
I've already outlined that, Brenda.
Something
Well, I was talking to the
It's
other
already
guy.
evident. It's evident. I don't care who you're talking to. I've outlined it. If you weren't listening, that's your problem. You
Yeah,
already know
Brenda
what's
does not want to
required
have a
from you guys.
conversation with me.
You already know what's required.
Could you
When you step foot
refresh
in
my
this
mind?
room, no, if you weren't here listening, that's your bad.
And so you want some kind of evidence? How about the shadows on the moon cast by the Earth?
Oh my God. Well, whatever, man. Anybody can. I'm gonna tap out here.
That's evidence. That's evidence.
I'm not dealing with this.
The
Let
Greeks
somebody else deal with your mess.
observed. The Greeks observed that the Earth casts a curved shadow on the moon, and over many observations, they surmised that the only object that always casts a curved shadow is a sphere.
He surmised and guessed and friggin'
Yeah, they surmised. There you go. That's evidence in favor of the theory that the Earth is a sphere.
Selenian eclipse debunks that as an explanation.
How does it do that?
Because you have both the sun and the moon above the horizon. Therefore, the Earth cannot be casting a shadow for some type of occultation. Also, shadows are not red.
So the Salinellian confirms the globe Earth model, the heliocentric model, because they are refracted. Both the sun and the moon are refracted above the horizon.
So you just need another excuse to explain away a phenomenon. That's fucking beautiful.
We have a consistent model.
That does not explain it, because a shadow cannot be refracted. So that it is
Sure
a
they can.
nonsensical answer. Shadows don't get refracted up.
Sure they can.
Absolutely not. You don't refract shadows.
Why not?
Because shadows is the absence of light, not the refraction of light.
Can you see a shadow?
You can't refract a shadow.
If you can see it, then light is getting to your eye.
You can't see a shadow. It's the absence of. Do you understand?
I can see shadows. I go outside right now. I go outside right now. I cast a shadow on the sidewalk. I can see the shadow.
The shadow is a lack of light, not an actual light source.
I can see
that can
it.
be refracted.
But I can see it.
I can see the inside of my eyelids. It doesn't understand. That doesn't mean that it's.
I can't see the
type
inside of my
influence.
eyelids. I can't see the inside of my eyelids. How do you do that?
By closing your eyes. Oh my goodness!
I don't
Just
see
like the
anything when I
level that
close my eyes.
you don't see the inside of your eyelids when you close your eyes.
Correct.
Did you see? Did you hear what I just said?
I do not see the inside of my eyelids when I close my eyes. Right.
I got somebody right here that was laughing at when she heard me say, because you're closing your eye. You can't see the inside of your eyelids when you close your eyes.
Yeah, I just see blackness. I see nothing.
I'm pretty sure I can see still light. You know, your eyes are not, your eyelids are not completely.
You mean
100%?
You mean that there's light that can go through your eyes? You're seeing the light that goes through your eyelids. I'm not talking about the light that goes through your eyelids. I'm talking the back of your eyelids. Crickets. I love this sound right here.
What crickets? I had somebody talking. That was actually laughing at you
I
when
just,
they heard that they
I just
can't
love
say
it.
the inside of your eyelids. That you don't understand
You
when you
can't
close your eyes.
see.
That's what you're looking at.
You can't see the inside of your eyes. Your eyelids.
Shadows can't. Can you go back to the point? The shadows can't be
I
refracted.
can see shadows. I can see
That's
shadows.
not that is a non sequitur to what I said. The shadows cannot be refracted up towards your eye.
If you can see it, it can be refracted. Because as Professor Dave said, light
He's not a
is,
professor, and light and a shadow is not a refraction.
he is a professor. He is a professor because he taught.
He's not a professor.
He is because he taught university. That's what a professor is. Number
That's
two,
not what a professor is.
it literally is. That's literally
No,
what it
actually,
is. Yes.
no, a professor is somebody who
well,
he's a professional teacher, and he
No,
didn't get paid for
that's
it.
not what professor means.
He has to have a profession. What was his profession?
That's not
What was his
professor.
profession?
That's not what professor means. Did you ever attend university?
Yes.
Do you dress your professor as professor? Crickets.
No, he wanted.
Wonderful sound
No, he
again.
wanted. I'm letting you finish. I thought you have a point. I'm not here to be asking questions. You're trying to prove the globe. Remember that? You're telling us that the moon is casting shadows, and I'm telling you that you can see the moon and the sun above the horizon, and you can't refract the shadows of you can't refract a shadow of the earth.
And I was telling you that I'm agreeing with Professor Dave that if the light is reaching your eye, you can see it and it can be refracted.
The light, no, the moon, the shadow of the earth is not being refracted up, so it can create a looming effect that is not close to the horizon. It's not being refracted.
You're still seeing something.
You're just not engaging with me. Is this what you're going to do? You're just not going to engage. Well, every time I say you that a shadow cannot be refracted, you're just not going to engage with that.
It can.
You're going to,
because it's not completely dark. There's still light getting to your eye.
In space, the shadow that the Earth is casting, you're telling me that there's some light reaching your eye when the moon.
That the moon is in shadow, but there's still light getting to your eye. The Earth's shadow remains umbra and penumbra, right? But the moon gets lit by the sun, and there's still light getting to your eye.
No, see, it has to physically cross a dimension. If it's going to physically cross a point where it's going to be occulted, that occultation point is not going to be refracted up over a horizon. Do you understand that?
Yes, you can refract items over an occultation point.
No,
yes,
Brenda,
you can refract.
You're just making up things right on the spot.
You can refract ships.
I can ask you for a citation, and you cannot provide anything like that.
The horizon is an occultation point. Ships can be refracted above it, including any shadows that happen to be on the ship.
Oh, so it's an occultation point that doesn't occult. That's cool.
No, it occults, but refraction.
No, because shit gets refracted back up over it, so it's not getting occulted. Nice.
Yeah, that's sophistry. That's word
That's
games.
what you're using. It didn't work very well. It's really stupid. You make these
refraction is refraction is
it doesn't even rise to the level of being worthy of being called argument. This double speak and this bullshit, this self-defeating crap that you come here and say. So why don't you show us the occultation point so that we can know how you know it's there to be refracted to begin with?
There would be no horizon on a flat Earth.
Hey, that's just an assertion. Prove it.
Yes, it is. Right? Because
fucking prove it.
I am. I'm doing.
Why are you saying that?
I'm doing it right now.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because there would be no obstacle between you and any other object on the surface of the Earth.
There isn't. You just told us that it gets lifted up above the occultation point,
That's
so
on
you
the
can see it.
globe Earth. That's the globe Earth, not the flat Earth. On the flat
Yeah,
Earth,
yeah, the globe with the occultation point that you don't see because stuff gets lifted up over it. That's really cool. We don't have to worry about that because that's not there anyway in your
the,
own paradigm. That's why you have to give us the excuse of refraction.
the horizon is caused by the curvature of the Earth.
Prove
On
it. That's an assertion, and I'm getting tired of it. Prove it.
When you get higher, you can see things that were formerly obstructed by the curvature of the Earth.
That's just another assertion.
Yeah, that's the test of the hypothesis.
No, it's not.
It literally is.
No,
right?
it's not. Give me the hypothesis.
That the reason you can't see ships when they've gone over the horizon is because something is in the way.
Okay, what's in the way?
The Earth is.
Okay, you're going to vary and manipulate the Earth to show that it was in the way.
I'm going to manipulate my position on the Earth.
Okay, now you've changed its position. Cool sophistry.
Yeah.
Next. No, you didn't very manipulate the Earth. So if that's the cause of
I don't
what's
have to.
occulting or not occulting, plus you don't see that occultation point anyway.
So
as you already told us, and if you rise up over any surface, you're going to see more of it because you're widening your angle of view. So why don't you show us how you know that this occultation point that you tell us you can't see is even there?
So if Jack walks down the hall and goes around a corner, I can't see him because he is obstructed by the wall. And I can test that by looking around the wall, changing my relation to the wall. I can see around it.
That's
and I can
dumb
see
bullshit, dude. That's a nice try, but you can see the wall. You can verify the
I
existence
can see
of the
the
wall.
Earth.
Now,
I can see the Earth.
No, that's some sophistry. Again, you can see the Earth, and you're conflating Earth now with what you assert Earth to be, which is globe. You don't see that. You don't see globe geometric horizons. That's the only reason you have to utter the word refraction, because if you did see it, you wouldn't even need that excuse. You could just point straight to it. So you're conflating your interpretation of what you see with what you actually see, and that's not what you do when you look at a wall. You don't interpret it to be a wall. You just know directly it's a wall. You're a fool.
Right. I can look at the Earth and know directly.
You're a fool. Just get out of here.
I was going to
No,
ask if you knew what the standard refraction was of the radius of the standard refraction. But anyways.
Doesn't know standard refraction? Oh.
Refraction has nothing to do with obstruction.
Right.
You told us it causes the obstruction to disappear.
Refraction
No, I'm just asking you what.
Refraction does not cause obstruction.
What is the standard refraction on your globe chart?
I don't know. It's about 1.7 or something like that. I don't know.
You don't know the standard refraction?
Dumbass. 7/6.
The center? No, that's not it. That's not it.
It is.
That's just
atmospheric refraction.
7/6.
That's just what you.
Goofy.
That's just no, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. You fuckwit. You're supposed to be the zealot for this goofy shit, and you don't even know it. We have to tell it to you. Now you're arguing with your own religion that you're here to prove. What's with that?
You're just. No.
Why even listen to you? It's 7/6. R. Andrew Thomas Young. What are you talking about? That's not right.
That's not. That's
any other Glober want to comment here and set your pal straight?
You're just repeating. You're just repeating what Nathan Oakley has said.
No, I'm not. It's out of Andrew Thomas Young's papers. Idiot.
He literally cites you where it's located.
And what does it say on that page? What does it say on that page about what it's being applied to?
It says radius 7/6 R.
What is it? What else does it say on that page? What kind of horizon is it talking about?
That'd be a geometric horizon.
No, it's talking about one with no atmosphere. Is it no atmosphere today?
No shit, dummy. R 3959. That's the pure geometric radius. Then they say, well, you factor refraction on a standard day and standard conditions. That's going to inflate the radius, apparently, not actually, by about 7/6. So then you're going to have something in the ballpark of a 4,600 mile radius, apparently, versus the 39591 that they say there is geometrically. But that doesn't really do shit to move the horizon. You get it to like 1.3 miles instead of 1.2 for a 1 foot observer. So it's moot. Doesn't really even make a difference.
7/6 R is for an Earth with no atmosphere.
Oh, just go away. No, it's not, Goofy. That's before the what? The, okay, I got to hear more of that.
Yeah,
No,
7/6
she'll
R,
say anything.
page, that page, 7/6 R, is for an Earth with no atmosphere. Nathan Oakley is lying to you.
Okay, cite that. Let's prove that you're not the liar. Cite that.
Andrew
That makes absolutely no sense because R would be the pure geometric horizon. 7/6 is for standard atmospheric conditions. That is factoring the refraction from the atmosphere according to Andrew Thomas Young. So what you just said makes no sense unless you can cite it. Cite
Brenda thinks that vacuums can cause refraction.
Brennan, you're not talking again until you cite it.
Distance. That's the distance.
Hey, shut up. Hey, quiet. Cite it. Cite what you just said right now.
It's the page that you all.
No. Grab the citation. You get it. You take the page. You take the section from it that says this. I want it cited. Go ahead.
No, I'm not going to.
Hey, goodbye, liar. Says that somebody else is a liar, then won't back their ridiculous claim.
Oh my goodness, I
just get outta
cannot
here.
believe I just heard that. She just said that with no atmosphere, you're gonna have a standard refraction.
Just here saying stupid shit to wind people up. I guess I took that bait. So if you got any W's, that would be it.
No, man, that was good though, because you cannot believe that you're talking about things that are not even close to the horizon when you have a stellian eclipse. And I watched one too. Last November, we had one here in the East Coast. Yeah, we can see the sun coming up behind you, and you can see the moon, and it had this red shadow. And the red shadow, well, whatever it is, the occultation, whatever it is, the redness that's coming over it, it's coming from above, going downwards, and it's also coming from an angle that it's not.
Hey,
anyways.
Sorry, finish. Yeah, go ahead, finish.
No, I was saying that it's also coming from a very odd angle, from like it's coming from like a 45-degree from up coming down while it's going towards the horizon, which it was beautiful. I got a video of it, but it's very bad because of the phone. But anyways, that was just my point.
Yeah, cool. Real quick though, I kind of just took over a little bit. So do you still want to talk to this goofball? I can take them off mute if you do. I know
Absolutely
it was you talking.
not. I don't. No,
Okay.
absolutely not. I somebody heard her say the thing about you can't see you're inside your eyelids. Oh God. Then it's nothing productive. Every time we're having the conversations, it's just like left. She'll contradict herself in the same sentence.
Nonsense, dude. 7/6R is not to do with the atmosphere. That's without it. That doesn't make any sense. That's not what that paper says. That's pretty scummy to say that somebody saying that is a liar, and then not to cite what you're saying about it. Like, I've read that paper, and that's not what it says. What she just said.
I've never seen her cite anything. The only thing she's ever citing is her own,
She cites that check she gets for making up all that lies. She's like, oh, 2 more zeros? Oh, okay. Sign Brenda.
Maybe if Professor Dave said it, then it would be believable.
Nobody ever said that before. Like, Daz, are you here? Can you chime in on this? You're a glober. Do you agree with that? 7/6R is just the pure geometry, no atmosphere?
Sorry, what was the question, Heretic?
You heard Brenda say that 7/6R is what the Earth should look like. Sorry, I got some noise. 1 sec. It's what
Yeah,
the
I got
Earth
some
should
too.
look like. It's what the Earth should look like in no atmosphere.
7/6R.
7/6R.
No, with no atmosphere, it'd just look like R, wouldn't it? With no atmosphere.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying.
But 7/6R is because of the atmosphere, and the selenium eclipse that kicked it all off is a different set of refraction measurements altogether.
I wasn't there for that, so I just wanted another glober to respond to that because that was crazy.
Hello?
The Earth is flat.
AKA not a globe.
AKA not a globe. Yeah.
Right.
Because like what percentage of this world gets to see Earth, this flat Earth, from above or outside?
Everybody.
Right?
I'm sorry, I didn't really hear the question, nor did I
Oh,
understand
sorry.
it.
Is my microphone terrible or what?
It's not too bad. Let me go ahead and turn you up. Maybe that'll help.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so I mean, my question is, what percentage of the world gets to see the Earth, the flat Earth, from outside of our realm, or not realm, but like globe or flat Earth? Excuse me.
I guess I'm not understanding that question. I'm sorry. Like,
All good. All good.
are you asking how many people have like seen a flat Earth? Like, how many people have seen a globe Earth? Like,
Sure. I guess so. I guess my question more specifically is how many astronauts go to space? Not many.
None.
Space, the place that defies entropy, thermodynamics.
Yeah. Like what space? Like what's space even? Like what's above the clouds and the sun?
Some sky and stuff. I think the highest altitude flight on record is some like 60 miles. I think that was the X-15, right, guys? Some 314,000 feet above Earth's surface.
I thought it was SR-71. I could be wrong.
Yes,
But that was...
I might have been the SR-71. I think it was the X-15 that did 314,000 miles, about 60 miles above the surface of the Earth.
They got 108 kilometers or 354,000 feet.
That's pretty epic stuff right there. And in that footage, it shows a very flat Earth. It's like there's nothing curving away from the viewer.
So the last time. Sorry.
No, go ahead. You're...
Okay. The last time I was in this, VC 24/7 flat Earth, we were talking about the water levels, how it's flat. It's so right when you put it like in a volume. I mean, like water or like liquids, they would go flat on the surface level. So indeed, the Earth is flat. If you were to put if you were to level out the water with a level tool, it would be flat.
Yeah, that's what water does on its surface. It seeks equilibrium, seeks level, rest flat, mirror flat, and at no distance does that ever change. I mean that this Earth is covered in water. There's so much water on this thing, right? And two things that we know about liquids: liquids need a container, and they seek rest flat on the surface. So this idea that water is sticking to a spinning ball is it's pretty fun, crazy.
Right. The idea of container totally negates the idea of gravity because you got to have a pool or a scoop of dirt taken out of place. Then you could fill that with water. If you try to put water on a hill, it's not going to hold itself there. So therefore, like to have an aquarium or have a pool in your backyard or a bathtub or anything, you don't use gravity. You don't say, gravity, hold this mass of water to the center of Earth. No, that's not how it works. You get a material and you pour the water in it. So no gravity.
I would like to point out one place.
I would like to point out that the water is reference. It is the reference of what level is, and it says no point higher than lower than the other. So you can't use something other than water to reference how level something is.
Okay.
So if you have
wait. Okay, you cannot use water because Are we measuring land, or like what was the argument behind that, or the?
No, the concept of water is level is what is being utilized to measure horizontals and what is what something is, how level something is. The water level is the standard.
Okay, that is the standard, so you can use it.
Horizontal, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so you're
not
using
vertical.
If you ever use the water level with a huge tube, 50 foot, you know that even lasers, when you're using lasers to shoot out a horizontal, if you want to calibrate it, you still have to do it the old-fashioned water level way, where you have a tube and then you can calibrate how level the laser is. You use it against the water. There's nothing else that you can use to measure
Right.
something to be more level than that.
Because the land is obviously fluctuating in terms of topography.
Right, you can't use that because we got cliffs, mountains, Grand Canyons, hills. Like, so like the surface of water would be the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak, for the globe. And globers can't even, they'll tell you the curves everywhere. But then when you say, okay, go up to your wall in your room and show us that it's not a horizontal line, and they won't be able to do it. They're going to show you a horizontal line for elevation. That's flat Earth. So I don't know where we go from here. And the globers just want to bring everything into contention, like sky, sun, moon, dots, UFOs, twinkly lights. No, 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 no. Water, no curve. Really simple. Really simple.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
and they want to redefine what water level means. Instead of having a horizontal with no point higher or lower than the other, they want to say that is somehow all aiming towards one single point. What's called reciprocal, like a reciprocal line that is flaring out, kind of like a fan, saying that that's what water level does. And they call that, and Andrew Thomas Young called that the horizontal ray paradox. So it's a
Because
paradox in
it's
their
so
own.
horizontal that they have to explain to you that their globe is flat. That it just looks so flat everywhere. Don't just ignore that. You fly over a horizontal flat plane, you measure on it, you work on it, you boat on it, you play on it. Don't worry about it. But it's curving imaginarily though. Just imagine that it's curved, but everything's perfectly horizontal. It's the weirdest shit.
Yeah, sorry. So I guess now that we kind of like reached like the standard of like proving flat Earth, one of the points at least, one of the proofs. Where do we go from here?
Wherever you feel like going, you're the new scientist now.
I'm a foul. Thank you so much, but no, I'm no scientist. I'm a freaking whatever I am. I'm
A
mute.
scientist. If you have eyeballs, nose, mouth, ears, then you are observer and a processor of information. Then you are the peer review. You are the one they need to agree that it was a ball in the first place, correct?
Sure.
Right.
Guess
So if 99 people in the room don't agree it's a ball, guess what it's not? So that's how the ball got to be a ball, because they got everybody to agree without actually going out to verify. So once you
What shape
verify,
is what shape is the flat Earth? Is it square or is it circle?
it's Earth shaped, brother. Earth and
Bird
water
shape.
shape. Yeah, Earth and water shape. Yeah, the top of water, the surface of water is horizontal, and it'll fill the bottom of its container any shape, but the top is horizontal. And then dirt can do what it want to do, right? So it's Earth shape. You understand?
Yes, I'm understanding this. It's Earth shaped. It's interesting.
Okay. Yeah, because hills in my backyard are hills in my backyard shape, and then a cliff is a cliff shape, and then America's an American shape, and then Russia's a Russian shape. You know what I mean? There's really no set shape of Russia, is there?
That's true. I've never
Correct. So
thought of this with that.
I'm not being crazy or anything. I'm just actually just letting you know flat out that the reason flat is because horizontal water. 1,000,000%, just to let you know right off. 73% of the surface we've discovered so far, I guess, is flat, horizontal. And then there's dirt and topography. You know, the other little 29%.
What do you think of 123fo's image of this? Is that flat Earth there about him talking about the waters going above the firmament? What is this
I
part
don't
of
know.
the theory, or there isn't part of it?
No, don't be swayed by cartoons and shit.
I see.
Outside, whatever you and I can demonstrate, that's what I'm going to 100% put my life and money on. And if we do it and we every day we do it and we get the same result, like spin a ball and no water sticks on it, I'm betting water doesn't stick to a spinning ball. I'll never bet it does, ever, because reality dictates it doesn't, unless you can get it to somehow in some magical way with some other type of magic physics that don't exist.
I understand. This is really quite interesting to get everybody's perspective on it, because I really don't think much about the shape of the Earth, and that's why I was just decided to come here and think about. I'm not really a firm believer in anything. I just firmly believe that I'm on Earth. That's the one thing I know for sure.
Right.
But it's nice to hear other perspectives.
On Earth, where space, in the universe, within the universe, in the galaxy, we're on a rock. We're on some sort of flat rock.
No, you're
Turtles
not.
all the way down.
No.
Sorry.
No, you're not in space. You're not floating. You're not on a rock. You're on Earth. Earth is all there is, and then there's air above it, and there's water in it, down on it to water settled on it or whatever.
And we have oil. I love oil. We have to find more oil.
Well, you can't get
uranium.
No, they
And that
told
too.
you. They told you the globe doesn't have an edge, but the globe does have an edge. I'll be the first to tell you the globe is nothing but an edge. And while you're on the edge of the globe walking around, you should be able to go to the 3959 point location, jump up, get in a hot air balloon, go whatever, helicopter, and hover right there and see no Earth in front of you. None. That means no horizon on a globe. Buck stopped here. Yeah, where the sidewalk ends.
Cool. 123foe posted some. I think Genesis 1.
Were they of a ball where the observer is at like 130 looking away from the ball where there's no globe? He can stick his selfie stick out past the curve of Earth and look down and see no Earth and look forward and see no Earth. Was that the diagram he showed you? A ball rock floating in space where a little guy can stand on the edge and stick his selfie stick past it? No? Oh, you missed that picture. I'm just looking for that spot on the globe where we can stick our selfie stick and not see no dirt and water in front of us or below us.
Absolutely.
I mean, to prove a globe, right? It has to have an edge, or else nobody could even get down around it if it doesn't have an edge for you to look down below and not see dirt and water. What are they flying down below? They definitely can't be flying down into the ocean to get around the Earth, right? In their helicopters? That wouldn't work, would it? So they had to be flying down below the water and below the dirt in front of your fucking face somewhere. Where's that at? Vertically, please. Can any Glober just film that for me? Just stand there and film a helicopter go right down in front of you and not hit dirt and water right in front of you and keep going down below the zero line. Come on, prove that globe.
Wasn't that the Nat Geo video where they're trying to disprove?
No, I'm not talking about videos. Listen, the flat Earth goes on, right? So the idea of 24,901 miles, that's puny. That's small. That's where your globe stops. It's only 8,000 miles left to right, top to bottom. That's it. 3959, top to bottom twice, right? And front to back. That's the globe. That's the radius. That's the circumference.
Sorry, real quick. I gotta go, but I'm just wondering, where's this being recorded and streamed into on YouTube, if it is?
You just gotta type in 24/7 flat Earth, and you can't see the video, but you can go to the channel. The channel will pop up.
On YouTube.
Yeah, just 24/7 flat Earth.
Oh, Discord live. Okay. Is it the one with 1.14 subscribers?
I don't remember what the subscriber count is, but yeah, it's kind of low.
Okay. Oh, cool. Awesome. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, have a great day, guys. And on Flat Earth.
Enjoy yours.
Yeah, and then when you go up in the air and you can never see, I mean, all you see is dirt and water in front of you forever. No matter how far you fly, you can go 4,000 miles, 10,000 miles horizontally, no tilt in your nose, and you don't see you always see dirt and water in front of you still. That disproves the globe right there. Like, like, like literally. Matter of fact, if you turn your little toy globe the right way, the right orientation, Florida is the edge of the earth where they go to space from. That's their number one spot, one of them. They used to go from Russia, but then Cape Canaveral, Florida was the main one, wasn't it? Where they went to the moon? I wonder why they picked Florida. Huh. Just think about that. Florida might be that sweet spot at about 1:30, 2 o'clock, right? About 33 degrees. So the damn launch pad should be tilted 33 degrees. Shouldn't be plumb. The fuck? A rocket should not be plumb. It should be tilted 33 degrees to go to space. Masturbation should tell you that. If you want your railgun to shoot a little farther, do you keep it perfectly horizontal or do you aim it up a hair? I wonder. Just to get like a little more oomph on it, just a little more couple feet. You think you would keep it perfectly horizontal or you'd raise it up just a hair?
Yeah, probably 45 degrees up.
No way is this quiet with that. This many people in here.
It's just a moment of silence for the dead globe.
Hey, Gregory, do you want to talk about the Earth being measurably a sphere?
It's not measurably a sphere. The water doesn't measure with any slope. Bodies of water sit at zero.
Certainly does.
Zero slope, zero convexity, zero.
I have measurements to the contrary.
Is a slope of zero a measure?
Yes, a slope of 0 would be a measurement of a slope of 0.
Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth. The Earth is measured flat. The waters are measured flat. Elevation from things are typically measured from sea level, the 0 point. Thank you very much.
I'm afraid all those things are not the case in reality.
Dude, you sound like you're rolling around in a box packing peanuts.
That might be the least of my problems.
Yeah, that's a little bit better. So we've got a slope of 0 as a measurement, right? And that's the measurement we get across large bodies of water as a 0 slope, right? So that's the 0 point.
No,
Right? We're able to cut me off. We're able to determine, right, these parts that are below sea level, above sea level. Well, I'll do it from sea level. The canyons, the valleys, the mesas, the plateaus. It's all in a horizontal position with each other.
Those latter statements are partially correct. The initial statement is measurably incorrect.
I did not catch that. I'm sorry.
The latter statements were partially correct. The former statement, the initial statement, was measurably incorrect.
You're wrong and you know it, Peter.
Substantiate your claim.
Peter, you've neither seen nor measured the convex slope of the Earth's surface to be a ball.
I certainly have.
You haven't.
Indeed, I have.
You haven't.
I have.
You haven't.
Demonstrate it.
Okay.
Isn't Peter?
Okay,
Aren't you using Jesse's data?
I want to address Gregory.
Hold on. So did you make
I would
this?
like to address.
Hold on.
I would
Question.
like to address Gregory.
Before you do that, did you do this measurement?
Go ahead.
A portion of it, yes.
So for clarity, Peter specifically requested. Yeah, Peter specifically requested that he speak to Gregory. So we're going to give them the floor. Continue.
Thank you. I zealously persevere in my pedagogy of delivering my refutation to your previously stated retort, while conforming to the style of the discourse hereby agreed upon by the parties involved, to assure the coherence of the environment in which it takes place, by a priori establishing the epistemology of Euclidean geometry, and the entities derived from it, such as, but not limited to, the plane, a straight line, and ultimately the ever so pertinent triangle, I will definitely conclude to your chagrin and despair that indeed the establishment a posteriori of the Earth's spherical nature and the inevitable measurement of its curve is not only possible but within the grasp of an average curious and genuine inquirer. By asserting the paradigm of Euclidean geometry, I persevere in my conclusion that we can deductively show via the exegesis of the Euclidean triangle the flat earth truism that 2 points of equal elevation are always co-located on the same horizontal plane. The exploration of the other case, of curved surface, clearly shows that such 2 points would, again, deductively, exist on 2 distinct horizontal planes. Through this we arrive, by inducing within the paradigm at all times, at the conclusion that our measurement closely matches the latter case, and diverges by a huge margin from the former. The veracity of the aforementioned flat Earth characteristic cannot thus be maintained versus the measurement in nature. Thank you. Gregory, can you provide a refutation to my refutation of your refutation?
Haven't shown any observations, no measurements of convex slope of the Earth's surface.
I think you missed the point I made in the middle of my statement. Should I repeat? I addressed that in the middle of my statement, but I think you missed that. You weren't listening, so I can repeat.
Peter, surely you've
Gregory, is your silence an
gotten
invitation for me to repeat?
You can repeat your non-verification all you want to. You repeating
I
yourself is not
zealously
verification.
persevere in my pedagogy.
You obviously heard me speaking, so that wasn't your cue to begin speaking. Let's try this again.
Okay, address my refutation.
Yeah, stop speaking.
What was your refutation, Peter?
You just heard it.
His refutation was just to assert, not to actually show the observed
Yeah,
nor measured convex
that's
slope
what I
of the
thought.
Earth's
Yeah,
surface.
an assertion is not a refutation, Peter. You ought to know that by now.
I delivered the refutation. You just didn't catch it.
He's just repeating
Okay,
himself
one more.
now, which is an appeal
All
to
right,
repetition fallacy.
that's okay. One more time for the record, Peter. What is your refutation? Say it.
By a priori, establishing the epistemology of Euclidean geometry and the entities derived from within it. What I mean by that, but not limiting it to a plane, a straight line, and ultimately the very pertinent triangle, we definitely conclude that the establishment a posteriori of the Earth's spherical nature and the inevitable measurement of its curve is not only possible, but within the grasp of an average and genuine inquirer.
Yeah, that sounds
By
like an assertion.
asserting the I'm sorry, I'm still speaking, you interrupted me. By asserting the paradigm of Euclidean geometry, I continue to persevere in my conclusion that we can deductively show via the exegesis of the Euclidean triangle the flat earth truism that 2 points of equal elevation are always co-located on the same horizontal plane. Now, the exploration of the other case of the curved surface clearly shows that such 2 points would, again deductively, exist on 2 distinct horizontal planes. And through this, we conclusively arrive, by inducing always within the paradigm, at the conclusion that our measurement closely matches
Why are
the
you
latter
Oh,
case
stop it. No,
and
no,
diverges
I'm
by a
interrupting
huge
you. I'm interrupting
margin
you.
from
I'm
the former.
interrupting you. Fuck this.
And
Fuck
therefore, the
this.
veracity of
Nope, I don't need a lecture. Please mute him. We don't need a lecture because he's reading it. He's reading it off of something, right?
I was still talking. I was delivering my refutation.
Yeah, you're making assertions
it's the
within your
one
refutation.
he's talking to Gregory right now.
Golly.
I forgot where I was in my refutation, so I gotta start from where I can resume, I guess, in my head. Alright, so what I was saying was that we can assert, definitely, the paradigm of Euclidean geometry. And based on that, I persevere in my conclusion that it can deductively be shown via the exegesis of the Euclidean triangle. We gotta exegese that Euclidean triangle, and we can demonstrate the flat Earth truism, the obvious statement that 2 points of equal elevation are always co-located on the same horizontal plane. That is derived directly, deductively, from the exegesis of the Euclidean triangle. Now, the exploration of the other case of dealing with a curved surface definitely shows that 2 points of equal elevation
would deductively exist on two horizontal planes. And it's only through that we arrive at the point where we can induce, still within this paradigm, the conclusion that our measurements match the case of a curved surface and diverge by a huge margin from the exegized Euclidean triangle. And therefore, the veracity of the aforementioned flat Earth characteristic of 2 points being always on the same horizontal plane cannot be maintained by any stretch of imagination. Thank you.
So thank you for repeating your prolix and verbose digression. You dodged the burden you were supposed to be carrying in the first place, as you did not actually demonstrate the observability nor measurability of the convex slope of the supposed ball you believe you live on.
It's the premonition of this upcoming conclusion that is causing your premature retort.
Certainly you know about the spherical geodesy dilemma.
I don't see the relevance of your retort to my refutation of his original refutation.
Your blindness can't refute anything. So for you to actually show us the observability and measurability of the convex of the Earth's surface to be a ball.
I don't see how that's at all relevant to my refutation and my pedagogy that I presented here.
Your blindness can't refute anything, so we're still waiting.
You want me to repeat? You missed something in my statement, or why are you not addressing my refutation?
No, we don't want you to repeat your prolix and verbose red herring as you dodge your burden, waiting for you to demonstrate the observability and measurability of the convex slope of the Earth's surface into a ball.
The previously presented measurement clearly matches the paradigm that I exegized out of the Euclidean triangle, and the flat Earth truism is clearly violated.
The tacit presumption in this same appeal that you keep repeating over and over again is that bottom-up disappearance is bottom-up obstruction because of water curve, which is why Jenna mentioned the spherical geodesy dilemma to you, because you don't actually ever measure nor observe to the fixed distance from the observer to the summit of the water curve. You're just making an a priori, since you want to use these epistemological categories, a priori reinterpretation of bottom-up disappearance as being bottom-up obstruction because of water curve, which you've never seen nor measured. Stop appealing to this.
I object, and I refute your mentioning of my a priori, a posteriori mentioning of the things disappearing below the horizon, because in my exegesis I did not provide, induce, or orthogonally reference at all this characteristic of the aforementioned globe. I keep myself purely focused on the nature of Euclidean triangle and its veracity in all of our observations.
Your connection is as shitty as your arguments.
The connection to the Euclidean triangle is at the core of my pedagogy.
Yeah, so you just repeated the very thing I just critiqued. You're just avoiding the critique. Let's see if you actually engage the critique this time. Your pattern of argumentation, particularly step 2, with the so-called theodolite view, is you presuming that the bottom-up disappearance of the thing in the distance is an instance of bottom-up obstruction because of water curve. You have neither measured nor even observed the water to curve into a ball. That's just your a priori reinterpretation of bottom-up disappearance as bottom-up obstruction because of water curve.
Please point out in my presentation any reference to things disappearing bottom up. One reference in my pedagogy from within the exegesis of the Euclidean triangle shown on the screen right now, in its two forms, in its duality, including both the flat earth truism as well as the globe paradigm of curvature, please point out any reference to anything disappearing bottom up. Go.
Yeah, you're not engaging. You're just repeating yourself. You're not going to say to you.
I am merely seeking clarification for your refutation of my refutation of your yesterday's refutation of my exegesis.
No, you're not. You're dodging the critique.
I am not dodging any critique. I accept the critique. I am kindly asking you to point out in my content, in my claim, any reference to a horizon, to things disappearing bottom up. Respectfully, you're breaking up for me. I don't know. Anybody else? My exegesis is currently presented on the screen, and I am happy to iterate through any of the slides and any aspect of my pedagogy if you can guide me through it and tell me where I am referencing the horizon or things disappearing bottom up. Then I will address your critique.
Yeah, you're just multiplying replies and not engaging and concentrating your reply to the
I am
critique.
clearly
You have not
engaging with
measured
you.
nor observed the water. You're talking to me because you know you're cornered. You have not measured nor observed, nor even observed the water to curve. Bottom up disappearance is not bottom up obstruction because of water curve. You've neither measured nor even observed the water to curve into a ball.
It is the premonition of the upcoming conclusion that is causing you to refuse to engage with me on a very direct, very specific question asked in good faith to provide clarification to your critique, to my retort, to your refutation of my previous refutation.
Yeah, again, you're dodging the critique and you're projecting.
Yet I shall proceed,
So we're still
and I
waiting for you
shall
to
reach the
demonstrate the water
ultimate
curves
point
into
of
a
my
ball.
exegesis.
Yeah, we're still waiting for you to demonstrate that the water curves into a ball.
Okay, here's the exegesis, and here's the conclusion. Currently on your screen. Your previous critique remains unaddressed by me, purely because you
I can't
refuse
see
to
your
engage
bullshit
on the
screen share.
clarifying question. See, now you're
I can't see your
sabotaging my
bullshit screen
exegesis.
share.
You're sabotaging my
I
pedagogy and
can't see your
turning my
bullshit screen
exegesis
share.
upside down. I don't know how
I
to deal
can't
with
see your
that.
bullshit screen share.
Then engage me on your previous critique. Provide a clarifying
I
statement
can't
to
see
your
your
critique
bullshit
so I can
screen
refute
share.
it.
You're not
Okay,
even
then
engaging what
ignore
I'm
it.
saying to you now.
Ignore it.
I
Ignore
can't
it.
see your bullshit screen share.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're just determined to talk. You just exposed at the fact.
I want to continue. I want to resume the previous dialogue that we had, where the last point that you made with your critique, for which I kindly asked for a clarification so I can engage in my pedagogy in a way that lands with you
Yeah, you're stalling.
within the framework, within the cognitive
You're stalling. Yeah,
epistemological
keep talking.
framework that you
Keep talking.
use.
Yeah, you're stalling. Show us
It's the
the
premonition of the
observable and
conclusion that
measurable
is
water
causing
curve.
your
You're
premature
stalling.
retort,
Yeah,
and
you're
I shall
stalling.
finish. I
Yeah,
shall
keep
reach the
stalling.
ultimate point of my
Yeah, keep
exegesis.
stalling. Yeah, you're just stalling. Right? You're pissing off everyone listening to you right now. You're stalling. You're not showing us the
Guys, I'm
observable
gonna. I
or
think he's right.
water curve.
I'm gonna
You're
stop my
stalling.
exegesis, and I'm
Keep
going
stalling.
to put my
Keep
pedagogy on
stalling.
hold
No hurry,
for
Peter.
you
You're
guys'
stalling.
sake. Okay.
I should see those
But as
slides.
you
Actually
could say,
observe
Gregory
water curving
refused
into
to
a ball. No,
clarify his
Peter.
own
We
critique,
know. Keep
so
talking to me.
I engaged him in good faith,
Keep
and
talking to me,
it
Peter.
didn't go anywhere.
Keep stalling and talking to me, Peter. You're just pissing everyone off. You're stalling. You're trying to avoid getting to the part where you can see that you don't have any observation or measurement of the water curve.
Peter, you requested this, so are you waving your white flag and saying
Yes,
that
I
Gregory
have
has
given up.
indeed defeated you, and that you do not have any evidence for your claim? Is that correct?
Yes, he has indeed defeated
Okay.
me.
So are you familiar, Peter, with the spheroidal geodesy dilemma? Are you familiar with that?
Peter's gone bye-bye. He asked to come back in to talk to Gregory, and now he's gone.
Okay. All right.
But Discernible is here, and he wants to talk to us about somehow how, Discernible. Tell me about this 24-hour sun and how it has anything to do with the flat Earth. I'm confused.
Yeah, it's physically impossible on a flat Earth.
What flat Earth are you talking about? Why is it physically impossible? I'm confused.
Well, you can try and model it for yourself, right? Very easy on a globe Earth, impossible.
Model what? I'm sorry, what model are you talking about?
Anything other than a globe. You can draw it for yourself.
Can you post the globe model for me in the chat, please? You were in the chat earlier. Can you post the globe model for me?
Sorry, you can't imagine a ball?
Oh, this is an imaginary thing. Oh, okay. So the globe is just imaginary.
You really think that's what I meant?
Bingo.
You just
you have
imagine.
to imagine it, right? That's what you said.
You said
Yeah,
imagine
so
it. So can you
do
can
it
you
yourself
post
with a flashlight, a ping pong ball, and a tennis
discernible? Can you post the globe model in the chat for me, please, so I can see what you're talking about?
Yeah, you can make it for yourself with a flashlight, a tennis ball. And a
Discernible. I asked you a very specific question so that you could post the globe model in the chat, and you keep asking me to imagine things and grab flashlights and shit. Is the sun a flashlight? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, and an elementary school child can do it.
Okay, so the sun is a flashlight, everybody. According to the Globe Zealous, the sun is a flashlight.
Do you not know how to do what I'm talking about?
Well, so the sun is a flashlight, you're telling me. Is that correct?
So you think I'm saying that the sun is a giant
So you don't know how to post you don't know how to post the globe model in the chat. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, elementary school children can do it.
Okay, so you don't know how to post the globe model in the chat. So is there a globe model to post, or are you stalling? Which one is it?
You're stalling. It's easily Googleable.
So you don't have a globe model to post. Can you just go ahead and make that clear for everybody in the VC?
Okay, let's waste time. I'll do a quick Google.
Okay,
Thanks,
great.
because I
Thank you for
Googled
posting
and
the
couldn't
globe
find
model.
it. But it sounds like you're better at Googling, so we'll just ask you to do it. That's what this chat needed, a good Googler.
Google Earther. Always at the ready.
Yeah, he's got to go copy paste some stuff. Not copy paste.
Hope Google.
Yep.
Oh, I like that copy paste.
Yep, he's got to go copy paste. Got to go do some copy paste.
Asking me to do.
All right, so this was about a 24-hour Antarctic sun, right? And okay, so you can make a model of something happening, right? But that's the problem is it's not actually happening in reality, right? It doesn't happen over a flat Earth. It doesn't happen in reality. It only happens when you have this imaginary model, right? It's imaginative, it's artistic, it's creative, but it's not reality.
But that's what the trip is about in December. Flat Earthers are going to go to Antarctica and film the 24-hour sun.
It's not my test. It's yours. So what should I care?
It's an observation, and I'm thinking they're only going to see an arc of light in the sky.
No, they're going to see a sun in the sky for 24 hours.
How do you know that?
Is it going to go like around their heads?
Because that's what happens in Antarctica, and you'll see it. And
Go,
if any of the flat earthers go, like Austin, will see it for himself.
Yes, it's the assertion again. How do you know that?
Look, you'll see this proof for yourself in December, right? I mean, the test is being done.
What do you mean I'll see it? I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, I know, because you don't want to like test it, right? You want to
No,
avoid.
because I don't want to go to Antarctica, and I also don't care either way. It's not my test; it's yours.
Why wouldn't it be your test? It disproves a flat Earth.
No, it doesn't. That would with the surface.
How is it physically possible on a flat Earth?
Yes.
How?
There you go. Well, just by doing what I said.
There's a claim that something is happening, right? Without any proof that this thing is happening.
That's what the trip is about.
I get
And
that.
like there already are videos on YouTube of people doing time lapse 24-hour sunlight, right? It's already been done.
Every single one that I've seen has already been debunked, right? And that's why they have to. That's why they have to go. That's why they have to go and do this in Antarctica,
Who's
right?
they?
Because we've already debunked their 24-hour sun videos.
Yeah, so if Austin Whitsitt goes and films a 24-hour sun, that's the end of
Yeah.
the
So
flat
why are
Earth.
they doing it if it's already been done? Yeah. Why? Why it's already been done? What's the point? Why are we doing that? According to you, or has it not been done?
It has been done. There's
so
tons
why
of
are we
videos
doing
on
it?
YouTube of this.
And why are we going?
Okay, so why are we doing it?
Because flat earthers are dumb and, just
Ad
can't watch a
hominem
video and see it for themselves.
Ad hominem
Ad homs
fallacy.
are why we're doing it.
Yeah, so anyways, it's happening, right? It doesn't
Okay, so
matter
if they're
why.
dumb, okay, so if they're dumb and it already hasn't worked on them, what's going and doing it again going to do? Are you dumb?
Well, that's a good question, but I'm not the one spending the money.
Yeah.
That is a
whoever
good
is sounds
question,
pretty
yes.
dumb, I guess.
Well, it's a globe earther that's spending the money, so is the globe earther dumb?
Yeah, like, don't you think that having like a 24-hour
might
live
well
stream
be. You're right.
of that is better than spending all that money to like go on a trip?
It might very well be dumb to spend all that money to bring someone on a trip for their friends just to say, "Nuh-uh." You're right. It might be dumb.
Who cares? Who cares if there's a 24-hour sun there?
Yeah, it
Doesn't
is
say
dumb.
anything about the surface specifically.
If it's already been logged, if it's already been done, right? Then why in the hell are they going?
Oh, I mean, it's already been done, and that's why the flat Earth is false, right? I think.
So why are they going? Then why do they
I
feel
think
the
this is
need
just
to
a rich
go?
guy having fun.
Well, what's the point in doing it?
Right now?
The experiment, the final experiment, the guy paying for Austin Whitsitt. Antarctica.
It's not an experiment. Observations are not experiments. Stop.
The observation.
And the last one is going to have nothing to do with the curved surface
sorry.
question.
24-hour
Antarctic
sun,
we're going to just
Gregory.
go back to the claim that a 24 Antarctic sun is impossible on a flat Earth. It only works on a globe.
But why though? I don't understand.
It doesn't happen
Are
in
you
reality.
Because you can't.
Are you discernible? Are you denying that the Earth is measured flat?
So what I'm saying is that a 24 Antarctic sun is impossible on a flat Earth.
See, this happened earlier. I was asking you questions and you didn't answer them directly.
Yeah, you're
Are you
changing the
denying
subject.
that the Earth is measured flat? Well, you said this can't happen on a flat Earth, so you're denying that the Earth is measured flat now?
That's just changing the subject.
No, I'm asking you, quite frankly, is the Earth not measured flat according to you?
I mean, I'm not even sure what that sentence means.
You're not sure that me asking you whether or not the Earth is measured flat and you can't figure out what that means? Maybe this topic isn't for you.
No, I don't know what measured flat means.
So,
measured.
Hence why it says
Yeah,
it just
you-
said what he said.
I expect a number to come after the word measured or a unit.
Okay, no worries. 0, no deviation, no curvature, 0. Measured flat.
My question for the gentleman was the insult part of his argument for the globe?
Yeah, it was. It was an ad hom.
Don't be
So it's measured flat. So discernible. There's a problem here. It's measured flat, which is impossible on a globe Earth. So I guess there's no globe.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't believe that there's like no curve, obviously. And
Prove that there is.
I do understand why you guys want to divert away from the point of all this? To divert away from the
Show it.
24 Antarctic
No,
sun?
that's what you're doing. You're diverting away from the surface
Because
and what it demonstrates.
Austin
No, you're
Whitsitt
diverting
is
away.
going
Yeah,
to
I
go
don't care
there.
about. I don't care
I'm
about
telling you.
Austin Whitsitt. You are diverting away from the surface.
I know you
of
don't
the
care
Earth
about Austin
as it's
Whitsitt. You can't care
Okay.
because
That's
he's
why you're
Yeah.
talking
So
to him
since
now,
you can't
just trying to
contain yourself, yeah, I'll just take care of that. So you are diverting away from the way that the surface is directly observed with this so-called final experiment. You realize that, right?
sorry, you guys are wanting to change the subject, right? Because
No,
the
it is the subject.
24 Antarctic sun is really scary
No, it
for
is
you.
the subject. No, the surface of the Earth is really scary for you. That's why you're going to the 24-hour alleged
24
sun.
Antarctic sun disproves flat Earth.
Okay, so why is it flat?
It's not flat.
Why is water flat then? It would have to be curving into a sphere if what you say is true. So how come the sky phenomena doesn't actually seem to demonstrate what you claim it does?
The sky phenomena?
Oh,
Huh? The thing I'm talking about repeatedly?
What is this sky
What?
phenomena?
Yeah, he
okay,
doesn't
you're
even know what the
confused
thing
by your
he's
own claim.
appealing to
No, I
is.
don't know what sky phenomena is.
Yeah, you don't know what the thing you're appealing to
Yeah,
is.
I don't know what sky phenomena is.
Yeah, you don't know what
What
the
do you
thing you're
mean?
appealing to is.
Yeah, confused by your own claim.
The sun is a light phenomena. Okay, that's the sky phenomena, the light in the sky. Do you know what the
You're talking
sun
about the
is,
sun when
sir?
you say sky phenomena, the 24-hour Antarctic
You're
sun.
trying to prove a claim about the ground, and then you're pointing to the sky, and then when I point that out, you go, huh? What? I
Yeah,
think you're a
because the
little
sun
bit in over
following
your
that
head.
pattern is only possible on a globe Earth.
Okay, so how come water doesn't curve into a sphere then? Because it would have to if what you say is true. If that sky phenomena necessitates a globe Earth, then that water would necessarily have to be curving into a sphere, but it isn't. So I
Yeah,
think
you've
you
seen
screwed up
photos of it
somewhere.
yourself, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, post those then.
You've literally seen photos of it yourself.
Yeah, I don't
No,
know
so
how you know
you're
what I've
admitting you
seen,
don't
but
know.
why don't you go ahead and post those?
Why do you ask people to post things that you can Google in 2 seconds?
Why do you ask
you think
people?
this is like
Why do you
asking
ask
You
for
refuse to
sources?
carry
Google
your burden
things
to prove
that,
your
why
claim.
do you ask people to Google things that you claim are there? Just post them if they're so easy to get.
Like,
It's your stuff
this is
for
just you
evidence.
wasting time. You know how to Google this.
No, this is
And
you
I'm sure
wasting
you've
time.
seen
You said that
photos
Yeah,
I've
of
you're a
it.
seen
time waster.
pictures. I want to see those
Oh,
pictures
you're
that you
just
say that
wasting
I've
time.
seen. I don't even know what you're talking about.
You're wasting time.
You're dodging your
No,
burden.
that's exactly what you're doing.
Dodging my burden of something you can Google. Just Google
No, 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 no,
No,
no,
this
Earth
is
from
you
no, no.
orbit.
Googling.
Just
It was
Google
Yeah,
it,
your
thank you for
bro.
your
claim that I've
concession. You're
seen these
dodging your
pictures.
burden.
It was your claim that I've seen these pictures, so post these pictures I've seen. I don't even know what pictures you're talking about.
You can't Google Earth from orbit. Like you
You
can't
can't
type that.
dodge. You can't carry your burden.
Show
Why are
me a
you wasting
particular
time?
picture that you think is. Show me a particular picture
So I
that
know
you
you guys
think
want to
shows
talk
the
about
Earth from
this
orbit.
rather than 24-hour
Yeah,
Antarctic sun, which in
because this
December
is
is
what you're
Yeah, we
trying
know
to
you want to
prove
talk
with
about the
flat
the
Earth crap.
24-hour sun rather than the surface of the Earth.
I know you want to avoid the discussion.
I know you want to avoid
You're
the surface
avoiding
of
the
the Earth.
So
discussion.
keep avoiding it.
Yeah, you're
But in
Keep
December,
avoiding the
either
surface of the
Austin
Earth.
Whitsitt is going to avoid going, or
you are
he's going to come
avoiding the
back and be like,
discussion.
sorry
The
guys, the Earth is
discussion is
round.
about. Okay, the discussion is about the
Or
surface
he'll
of the Earth. You're
disappear from
avoiding the
YouTube.
surface. Yeah, okay. The discussion is about the surface of the Earth. You're avoiding the surface of the Earth by appealing to the sky. So you're projecting.
This is the final test. Look away from the Earth to see that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Oh man, one of my most favorite videos was the guy who called a travel agent and he was asking about a 24-hour midnight sun in the Arctic, and the guy was like,
So
"Yes,
there's the
there's a
three options.
24-hour." Excuse me.
That's what's one of those three is going to happen in December. Sorry, in January.
Was I done talking? God damn! I'm sorry. Am I interrupting you? Interrupting me?
Sorry.
Fuck! I took the opportunity while nobody was talking. Fuck, dude. Never fucking mind.
So yeah, those are the three things that are going to happen in January, or one of them rather.
What does it matter anyway? Let's say there is a 24-hour sun. Okay, the sun went in a circle around you. That's impossible if water's flat. How?
It's impossible on a flat Earth.
Yeah, answer my question. On a flat Earth, the water would be flat. So the sun going in a circle around you when you're in the Antarctic is impossible on that Earth. How?
Yeah, it's impossible to have like day and night on the rest of the Earth, and a 24-hour sun on the outer edge.
Okay, so you just reasserted your claim. I'm asking you how you know it to be true.
You stumped him hard there, like you hear him.
The light would
The sun
only be
went in a
hitting part
circle
of
around you.
Antarctica.
Let's just say it did. You're in the south, you're in the Antarctic. Let's just say the sun went in a circle around you. So?
Yeah, that means the sun's going around a globe.
How?
No, a circle is 2D, friend.
Now, why does it necessitate that conclusion?
Wait. Hold on.
Because
He said
that's the only way
the
that
sun's going around a globe. That's not what the heliocentric model says. The
Okay,
heliocentric model says that the Earth is going around the sun. You better get your story straight.
That's because that's the only way that like a straight line dividing night from day over the rest
Well,
of the
I'm
year.
trying to save your ass here, buddy. I really am, because I
I don't know
care,
why you're
right?
speaking.
And you're saying that the sun goes around the Earth, right? And that's not what the heliocentric model
I don't know
says,
why you're
which is
saying
what you're
that.
appealing to. You don't
This
even
is more
understand.
time wasting.
Okay, he doesn't understand his own claims, guys.
I don't know
He doesn't
why this
understand his
keeps
own
happening.
claims.
I ask a question, and then another flat earther has to jump in and take it somewhere else.
Sorry.
So I'm just wondering why I'm standing in the Antarctic and the sun went around me, and therefore that can only necessitate that I'm standing on a ball.
Yeah. Because
Okay,
What's your deductive argument for that?
So two things would be going on at once, right? There'd be a straight line dividing day from night over the rest of the Earth, and
straight line. Show that. Show that. How would it be straight on a ball, even?
What? Of
Let's try
course it
again.
is.
Let's try again, because Heretic's question to you is very simple.
Sorry, you think
What's
day
your
and night is
deductive
not divided
argument?
by a straight
You
line
don't
on
need
the
to
Earth?
talk to this. You don't need to talk to this. Let's try again. Heretic's question to you is very simple. What is your deductive argument that necessarily indicates that you can only see this supposed 24-hour sun on a ball, and it's not possible to be seen on a horizontal surface?
Because that's just not how light works.
You got nothing, buddy.
Wow. How about
Right.
that for an Ipsy-Dixit non-argument?
Show us
So
how light works and how
the
that
thing that has to
necessitates
happen,
a sphere Earth. Show us how light works specifically and provide your citations.
the thing that would have to
relating
happen
this.
on a flat Earth, the thing that would have to happen on a flat Earth is the outer edge being completely illuminated, and the rest of the Earth being divided by a line between light and dark. You can imagine this in your head, right? What light
You
source
just
can do
refuted
that?
yourself.
Hold on a second. I have to address this.
He's got
Do
a,
not
he's got
create
a
a
model.
straw man. Yeah.
I was
Do
just
not
gonna
create
say
a
that,
straw
Sophie.
man
Go ahead.
with an AE projection of a globe to, burn while we're in this conversation. You have yet to provide the globe model that I asked you for, and now you're burning a straw man. Don't do that. Otherwise, it's just obvious to the audience that you're a POS and you're just burning a straw man.
So yeah,
that
you can make
also,
the model
he just
yourself with a
refuted
flashlight,
himself.
a tennis ball, and a ping pong ball. You can do it yourself, right?
Yeah,
I'm
you
sure
can
your teacher in
neglect what I'm
elementary
saying all
school
you want
taught
to,
you how to
dude.
do it.
You just refuted yourself. I'm not going to lay off this. You just
How so?
asserted how it would be possible to see a 24-hour sun on a horizontal surface. You just refuted yourself.
How so?
Okay, now you have amnesia. I'm not going to remember your words for you, dude.
Sorry, I did not hear what you said.
I'm not going to remember your words for you. So if you're not going to track for
Okay, so
like
the thing
more
I
than
said,
2 minutes to remember your
I'll
own
repeat what I
words,
said.
you're not worthwhile engaging in this channel.
I'll repeat what I said. That it's impossible for the outer edge of a circle to be illuminated.
What circle? What circle? The straw man that you just created. What circle are you referring to?
Okay, but I want to hear Gregory's explanation.
No, we want to see your model.
Yeah, I want to see it.
We want to see the model you're straw manning us with. I want to know what claim you're making for me. Post it in chat.
Oh, the reason there's no model is because even very simple
there
images
isn't
of
one,
flat
so you
Earth
have nothing to
are
beat up.
nonsense to flat earthers.
I'm just going to mute you now because there isn't a model. A minute ago, you were burning a model down for us. Now you say there isn't one, so you obviously couldn't have burned the model down for us. So why don't you just step aside now? Unless you want to keep embarrassing your globe.
He never said how 24-hour sun
yeah.
and
There's no flat Earth.
He just said, here's how it's not flat. I hate when people say, okay, let me prove something. Here's how it's not that. It's like, do you have a claim? And if you have a claim, can you support it with evidence?
Yeah, you guys can't put forward a flat Earth model and you have to deny them all because even very simple flat Earth models are nonsense even to you. Even you think flat Earth is nonsense.
What about the globe model that I asked you to post and you have yet to do that? Discernible. Where's the globe model I asked you to post?
Yeah, your elementary school teacher should have taught you how to
Yeah. Where's that globe model I asked you to post? The one that you don't have?
Dude, there's billions of them on YouTube. Don't waste
Dude,
time.
go ahead and put it up. Don't waste time and just go ahead and post it for me.
You
You are the
realize
most
last time I
intellectually
started searching,
lazy
people made fun
scientist
of me for
I've
copy
ever
pasting,
heard in
right?
this channel, dude. Every time it's your turn to carry your burden to demonstrate that your premise is true, you deny it incessantly, without fail.
It gets rough quick for you guys, doesn't it, Discernible? You don't have a model you can post, and then you want to create a straw man for the flat Earth folk, and that doesn't
Sorry,
work out for you
do you
either.
want me to Google and search for
So you're kind of
something?
stuck, aren't you?
Why
Please
do you ask me to
post the
Google and
globe
search for
model. I
something
already
and
asked
say
you to do that
300?
constantly. Didn't I ask you constantly to post the globe model, and you've yet to do it? It's been about 20 minutes now. When is it going to happen?
What exactly do you want to see in a model?
I need the scientific globe model that he's referring to.
I mean, we already have Newton's laws of gravitation, and then the more complex
Then,
ones.
yeah, that's great. Go ahead and post those too, since we're not using Newton's laws of gravitation in today's age. How wonderful for you. You're not even up to speed on the pseudoscience that you're parroting. So,
Well, I mean,
we need a
I
globe
know that
model.
relativity is a thing.
Out of date, 109 years now is Newton's laws of gravity. 109 years out of date. That's how current you are on your rhetoric.
I mean, I know.
Even worse than
That's
that,
why.
that's not what you're asking for. Like, that's not the scientific globe model, so called. Those are laws, those are descriptors of behavior, not a model.
Well,
That
no,
is
those
what a model
are
is.
technically the model. When I say model, I mean a literal model that young children can build.
Yeah.
Oh, you're just talking about a paper mache, something that you put on a desk that says it has a little label on the bottom of it that says "not for educational purposes." That one, the piece of furniture, that's
No,
your globe model.
I've
No.
repeatedly
Oh,
said.
okay,
I've repeatedly
then let's
said
go ahead and
my site
clarify it for
is called
everybody. You can just go
Function,
ahead and post the
right?
thing that I asked for. Right? We have a new player. You're going to go on mute, and then you're going to post that while you're on mute. The scientific globe model that you're referring to. And then Homeboy here, who brought in Newton's mechanics, which is 109 years out of date, can tell us all about his model.
Which is also not a globe model.
I mean, it describes how gravitationally bound objects move with respect to each other, even if you don't fucking use
How does it do that?
relativistic models and just model things with
So why is
Newtonian
he talking
mechanics.
about gravity,
You're
man? Aren't
still
we? We're
accurately
looking for
able
a
to
globe
predict the
model.
motions of almost any planetary body. So why do
He's
you give a fuck? It's
spiraling
better than
hard.
anything you're able to do.
Scientists
He's
yell it,
losing
dude.
it.
Relax. Like, we don't need you to lecture us about the doctrine of mass attracting
Yeah,
mass.
no, you do need me to lecture you. You need
Was
somebody to
speaking
lecture you
before
because you're out
Stop
here fucking
talking to me.
confidently saying
Was
whatever the fuck
speaking
you need.
before you. Stop talking to me. We don't need you to lecture us about mass attracting mass, nor mass curving space-time, which are
You're literally
categorically.
asking me to
We
lecture.
don't need you to keep talking to me.
Okay. Gregory, just for a moment. Friend, I muted you because you're not allowing a conversation. You're just kind of interrupting. So allow a conversation one at a time, please.
Like I was saying before, you rudely interrupted me twice. We don't need you to lecture us about mass attracting mass, nor mass curving space-time, which are not, categorically not, globe models that are some type of replica or some sort of illustration that is reflective or proportionally reflective to the structure of the cosmos you believe. Way to get a flagrant category error across the channel with belligerent ignorance. Track with the dialogue.
Can I speak now? No?
No, you should speak. Yeah, but that's not a globe model. That's just like a model
Okay,
of a
so
force.
the issue is that there doesn't need to be a specific globe model when the laws of gravitation are the laws for every gravitationally bound object. There is no special rules for the Earth.
So you're missing the point still, and you're digressing from the point. You lost the plot.
No, you're asking for like there to be a very clearly laid out description of how the Earth moves from the sun.
Okay, so then my point then. So stop digressing from it.
Your point. Well, what do you want to see?
But you just said now you have amnesia. This is the problem with you people.
No, the problem is you're not asking for something that is like clearly like I literally just don't know what you're asking for.
Yeah, because you have amnesia. You're contradicting yourself now. You can't handle this dialogue.
Is that,
all right?
Is that how you knew the Earth was a globe? Like, well, I guess you had to wait for like nobody knew until Newton. Is that what what
No,
happened?
people knew way before Newton. People watched ships disappear from the bottom up in probably like
Oh, that's how
1000 BC and put two and two together.
That's how they figure out how orbits work, and like this ball,
No,
this
that's
big
not how they figured out
goes
how
around
orbits
this
worked.
ball, and this
They didn't
amount
even
of
really figure out how orbits work till
and this
today, for that
amount of
matter. At least
dust,
not perfectly, but they are able to at least predict the
and
motions of fucking
and
Venus
this
now.
amount.
So
Yeah, I was hoping you would show us that in a lab. And this amount of dust is going to turn into a sphere.
what do you mean?
And
They
this
literally got
amount,
a fucking probe like from
I haven't
Earth
even
to the
finished the
outer
fucking
reaches of the
sentence
solar
yet,
system
dude.
by slingshotting it through every
Brother,
fucking planet
brother,
between
are you
there.
talking to me or yourself? I haven't
I'm
finished
talking to
my
you.
sentence yet. I haven't finished any sentence yet.
My
Not
my
one.
apologies. Finish, please.
Okay, well, slow down a little bit. I want to know where we can see these great fucking orbital mechanics that he mathematically written down with physical objects in a lab. If that's undoable, then all you have is a fucking religion. It's called the Newton religion of balls,
Sorry,
right? Hold
you
on,
wanna
I'm
see
not
it
done.
written
I'm not
down
done.
with
One more
physical
thing.
objects in a
One
lab?
more thing, brother. One more thing. One more thing. In a lab, we need to see gravity from scratch. That means stuff that's not a sphere become a sphere. We also need water to be held into a spherical shape only with gravity or space time. And we also need gas to be held into a spherical shape. Okay, I'm done.
In a lab?
Yes, sir. Provable.
The lab would have to be the size of a fucking planet.
That's
How do
what
you
you
expect
keep
them to get that
claiming.
much mass?
Well, you got a lot of work to do, don't you, stupid? To prove your
How?
fucking fairy tale, huh?
No, all they need to do is fucking look and see
All we
whether or not
gotta
they
do
can
is just
predict the
believe
motions of
you.
planets. They
No,
can already
believe
do
you,
that.
huh? Just believe you, huh, stupid?
No, fucking believe scientists when they predict the exact minute,
Where is
time,
the
day
lab
of
that
an
they've done the
eclipse. How are they
demonstration?
able to eclipse? How
I'm
are
asking
scientists
for the
able to
fucking demonstration with balls, dude. What are you on, crack? Slow down.
crack? What do you mean demonstration? People
3
have
balls,
predicted the motion
dude.
of the
You're telling
moon
me
to
3 balls
the
are
Earth and
smarter
have
than
been
you and
able
all
to
of
God,
Einstein's
again
predict
with this
the
dude?
time of
goddamn bickering.
eclipses. The
Brother,
time of
slow
eclipses have been
down.
predicted to the
3
exact
balls
second,
are
basically.
smarter than you. That's all you have to say is 3 balls can do what you can't.
We've already done this. That
No,
is
I'm
why
waiting for you
people.
to show me which lab, which professor,
What do you mean,
with that
show you
graph.
which lab? Literally, just
Where's
Google
the
the
globe
times and
physics
dates of
museum at?
eclipses. It's right
No, where's the
there.
globe physics school where we can learn about globe physics, how this amount of matter goes around
At
this amount of matter and
school.
makes a
Go
sphere?
there. Learn.
No, you don't learn, you have to see it. The only way you can have something
Yeah,
done is
go
by
see an
watching
eclipse
it.
too.
This isn't going
Go when they
anywhere.
fucking
This
tell
has
you
to
the
stop
eclipse
now.
will happen. Go to the location and see. It's pretty fucking cool. And you know that it's
What?
only possible because they're able to predict the
Over flat
motions
Earth?
of the three bodies in
You're
question.
not showing me
Explain to
3
me how they
bodies,
are able to
dude.
do that if they don't have accurate laws of
You're
gravitation. Go.
talking about your
Explain.
imagination.
My
Hey,
imagination.
hey,
No, I am
let
talking
me
about
just
my memories. I went out, I saw an eclipse. That actually happened. Have you
yeah.
ever done
Let,
that? Do you not
Saban.
believe in eclipses?
No,
let
not
me
without
let
3
me
balls.
moderate
Wow.
for a second. Yeah, sorry, stepping in just for a
Wow.
second. Yeah,
Go ahead, Larry, please.
yeah,
Wow.
Democ, if you could just share the mic. There's a lot of people here that want to get in and ask this guy questions. He's making claims about the eclipse, so I would just want to know: does the eclipse prove the shape of the Earth?
It doesn't prove the shape. However, it does prove against the point that he was arguing that we can't predict the motions of things and we don't have any laws to predict how gravitationally bound objects move with respect to each other. We do.
I didn't hear that part. I just got here. I just kind of came in and it was a little bit of chaos. So everybody
My
reset.
apologies.
Just everybody reset, take a deep breath, and I'm going to pass the mic because I wasn't really trying to step in. I was just trying to, make it a little more appealing for the listener. Thanks.
You trying to say that eclipses prove universal gravitation?
I mean, they do prove the current laws of gravitation, yes. At least to within the degree of accuracy that's observable by ecliptic events.
I didn't know gravitation was a law.
I'm gonna actually. Do you mind if I look this up for you, buddy? Like, I want to look. You're saying that we predict eclipses. Do you mind if I like Google that? 'Cause I never heard that
Yeah,
before.
go ahead.
All right.
I mean, don't you hear people say the time and dates that eclipses will happen?
So look up, and that proves gravity, and then look up, and then record something, and then that makes you a predictor. What great post diction you have, predictor of lotto numbers.
Eclipses don't happen with the degree of regularity, at least not within second precision, like they're able to get for these events.
You better go talk
Not
to Tycho Brahe, who said the stars are in a fixed area. I think you guys would have
well, I mean, they kind of are from our perspective. They're so far
No, they
away that they
kind of
always
are.
look fixed in the night sky.
But kind of this, but kind of that, but not that, but this. Do you ever make any fucking sense?
So why
I mean,
don't
yeah, I do. I just explained to you they appear fixed because they are really far away. So only the subset of
Great.
stars which are close move a lot in short periods of time.
all sorts of claims? So why don't you post your citation for eclipses proving universal gravitation or Kepler's laws or whatever the hell you're talking about? And let's just take a look.
What do you mean? Fucking people use the laws
Okay,
of
what I
gravitation
mean,
to predict the motion
what I
of
mean is what I said, a citation. So just grab that where
a
you learned it.
citation.
Yeah,
Timeanddate.com. I fucking forget where I googled the
demonstrates
time and date of the eclipse.
how eclipses actually verify these laws, which were superseded by Einstein, no less. Go ahead.
It's the same as you asking.
I did. It doesn't take that long. What is it? SARS. I googled the claim that you made a second ago about do we actually predict eclipses, and Google said we do not. So.
And we
Can you please link me the page you're looking at?
So now this is what's happening. Now he's going to ask you for a citation. So he made a whole pile of claims. I asked him to back it up, and then right off my heels came another flat earther that put the burden back on themselves. This just happens over and over.
Okay, fine. You know what? I'll Google time and date of next eclipse in what country do you want? I heard Japan has one in a couple of years. Eclipses in Tokyo, time and date, March 14th, 2025. That's a penumbral lunar eclipse. When's the next solar eclipse? I hear that's an awesome event. 2030, but it's a partial one.
Yeah,
but not see.
It contradicts NASA's website that I just linked to you, saying that they don't predict the eclipses. They just record them and they repeat on a cycle. It says it right here.
Sorry, I need to look at this link you have sent. Where did you send it?
I did tag you, and it's Sabin, right? Sabin.
Called post diction.
Yeah, that's good. Louder.
So as crazy as
he was
DMARC
talking about.
sounds. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, that's not what he was talking about. He was saying that it proves Newton's laws, gravitation, all this sort of stuff. And now we're talking about it being cyclical.
No, we're proving him wrong. Right, we're just proving him wrong. So it's just he's going to be proven wrong on this. He'll have to go somewhere else or some other claim.
Yep.
Wait, okay, so you're saying that we can't predict the eclipses, and here you have a Google search page that is saying something about how people have used methods to predict eclipses with
changed it. We're telling you that they're cyclical, but you came in here saying that eclipses prove gravitation, Newton's laws, and all this crap. I was asking for citation to support that. What these guys are telling you is that they're just cyclical events, so they're actually.
I mean, they're not quite that cyclical. It probably depends on where exactly you are. But if you these people were not able to measure it to the degree of precision we have today.
Yeah. All right. The point's been lost. Forget it.
Yeah. So I wasn't aware, Sabin, that you were making the claim that we predict, which already it's kind of off the table. But you're saying we predict eclipses using Newton's gravitational law of attraction. I never heard that one either. Is that something you could show me?
We predict eclipses knowing the motion of planets. Rich is done. Well, honestly, it's not exactly Newton's laws of attraction because nowadays we have we have better theories that we developed after realizing that Newton's laws of attraction don't quite predict the orbits of, for example, Venus well.
You mean Mercury?
Mercury, yes. Thank you. My bad.
Yeah, Mercury's perihelion.
Yeah, Newton's laws debunked then. Great. That's why they needed Einstein. Those are crap too, for different reasons.
I mean, like it or not, it's able to accurately give you like answers that are able to predict the motions of things. So
Yeah,
what more do you want in a
5%.
theory?
Yeah, well, 5% accuracy. I would probably want more than that. Yeah, at the galactic.
5%. Okay, where are you getting 5% accuracy? What's your
Well, I know
95% error on?
your Einsteinian
Fucking.
model is padded with 95% mathematical filler called dark matter and energy. So I would like more accuracy than that, please. Thank you.
No, it is not. I don't know what you mean
Yeah,
by
it
the
is.
Einsteinian model, but in his theory of general relativity, you can look at the original papers yourself if you want. It mentions dark energy precisely 0 times. Now, it is true that there is not enough mass to observe some of the motion we see along really long distances. That's
There's
why we see gravitational
95%.
lenses.
Yeah, there's 95% not enough. So yeah, I would hope for something more accurate than that. But thanks for trying.
I mean, I'm not really sure what more you want. You have something that can predict the motions of everything in the solar system perfectly fine.
Maybe more than 5% of the universe that you say is there being observed. Maybe more than that, please.
I don't know what more do you